Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to a brand new series. What if I was transported into the world of Black Clover as the greatest Prodigy magic knight? Synopsis: the young man who lived in the real world is sent to another world because of his bloodline. The world in question? Black Clover. His avid reading of the series while in the real world gave him an advantage, though, as he was there on a mission. The mission being to save the world. Let's not waste any more time and let the tale begin. Chapter 1: To the New World. I feel numb. I don't know where am I or why I feel like that. Opening my eyes, I see that my view is all white. I looked at the whiteness in skepticism since, maybe I'm dreaming or something like that. I look around and there isn't anything around me, only emptiness. I keep looking around to know where I am, but nothing comes in contact. Where in hell am I? I voiced out aloud. My child. A godly voice called to me that startled me completely. AGH. WH what? Who's there? I questioned in a little panic. Oh child, do not be startled. The female godly tone soothed me. I'm only here to tell you that you're about to remember where are you from. Your kin needs your help. But even as a human, you'll bring balance to our world. She said cryptically. WH what? What do you mean? I feel my mind escaping this mysterious realm. WH what is happening to me? Hey, tell me what you mean about my kin. The female silhouette fades from thin air as my mind starts to wake up. Oh! Rying! 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 Click. My hand reached the alarm clock's button, ending its torturing rings. God damn, what a dream. I cannot recall what was that dream anymore. It somehow sounded important. Akira! Breakfast is ready! Another female voice called for me hastily. You're going to be late for school. I get out of my bed groggily, popping some sleeping joints. Coming, Ma. I called back. That's me who we're talking about. I'm Akira Yamaguchi, 17 years old and getting ready for my last senior year of school. I'm a young guy with good physical build, tan skin, chocolate-colored hair with blue eyes, despite being a Japanese. Getting changed to my uniform, I get out of my room and get to the dining room where my parents are. My mother, Hana Yamaguchi, is a beautiful woman with brown hair and black eyes. In addition, my father Kaizo Yamaguchi sat on the dining table reading the newspaper. He had blue eyes and dark blonde hair. He looked foreign, but I don't know really well of his origin, and that is from whom I got his eyes. I sat down in front of my father and my mother gave me breakfast, which is rice, fried eggs, sausages, miso soup and a side salad. Thanks, Mom. Eat quickly, Akira, or you'll be late for school. I ate quickly, glancing at my father, whose attention was on the newspaper with a mug of coffee in front of him. If I can describe my father with one word, it would be massive. The reason that would be because my father was the headmaster of a martial art dojo not far from our home, and he had trained his body since he was a kid. It was a well-known place since many people gets into train, so we have good income. Nevertheless, despite that, we are rich. My parents didn't want me to be spoiled, so they preferred to live on a normal house with the three of us together. Moreover, to have a big house cleaners or butlers or anything that kind of people do, it isn't my style at all. So, Akira. My mother started cleaning some dishes. Now that my boy is a senior student, what are your plans to continue after graduation? She asked curiously. Well, I mused while touching my lips with the chopsticks. I plan to continue with the family business, which is teaching on the dojo. I had learned other things as a hobby, but there isn't anything that I want to. You still have time to do it, Akira. My father said. It is not that we are going to be disappointed with your choice, but it is your life and you live one time. You shouldn't think it carelessly. Yeah, Dad, but I still can't find something that I want to do. I sighed, putting food on my mouth. I mean, I did various things all my life, but nothing seems to gain my attention. My mother giggled good-naturedly. Yes, well, you did exceed in many things that most places tried to recruit you to work for them. But you were always good in combat. You tried training in different martial arts, but none of them seemed to withstand you at all. My father conceded with a nod. But my baby is growing up. My mother hugged me suddenly. I do understand that one day my son would leave to walk his own path. But you'll always be my baby. Mom, please, I know you love me a lot. I love you too, but I'm going to be a grown man. This week is my last day of school, so I would prefer that you stop doing that much around others. But my baby is growing so fast that eventually will leave the nest. She sobbed, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Dear, I understand the feeling. But you'll have to eventually learn to let him be. Yeah, I know. She sobbed as she wiped the last of her tears before her attitude changed 180 and was glaring at my father. Also, dear, shouldn't you be going now to the dojo right now? That is when my father started to look fearful in front of my mother. Why yes, dear, I'll go once I finish my coffee, he said, sweating in terror. From what I heard, my mother was a tomboy since she was a kid and started fighting countless times with another school. From what I gathered, she eventually continued fighting other schools with her gang and went victorious in every fight. That is until she met my father and her attitude turned girly, so, yeah, that's for another story. So, as I was saying, despite my father being the headmaster of the dojo, my mother's father, my grandfather, is the grandmaster of the dojo, which is the reason that my mother was strong and charismatic. Well, as much as I want to continue see this, I have to go. I clapped my hands to thank the food and stood up to get my bag. I'll be going. Bye Mom, bye Dad. Bye dear, and if you see someone being a smartass, break them. She bellowed fiercely. Just be careful. He smiled shakily with a sweat drop. Oh. Getting close to my school, I walked slowly to get there. There wasn't anything special about the school but that the school had many activities as a club. I was in one club, which is the karate club, and I was the captain of the club, and we have many members. Letting my mind drift on the wind, suddenly someone headlocked me. Hee hee, this is my win of today. A female sang victoriously. Just then, I grabbed her hand and swung forward, letting her body fly over me. It would have been painful if not that the girl landed on her feet calmly. Damn, that is not a way to throw a girl, Akira-kun, she said. You tell me, you suddenly headlock me, Hikari-chan. I massaged the throbbing on my neck. Hikari Hanabi is my childhood friend who we grew up together in the same neighborhood. She has a dark red hair in a ponytail style, pale skin with amber-colored eyes. She had an athletic build and well-developed body for her age. Her face didn't look like most of the Japanese kids since her father is American and her mother is Japanese. Our mothers were friends since they were teenagers, so the reason I'm close to Hikari is because of our mothers. Humph, says the guy that keeps learning everything yet can't choose. She fumed angrily. You even learnt other martial arts and yet, you can't still choose out of it. PSH, I am not interested on majoring something I am not interested or doing something different from what I know. I scoffed. I am eventually going to continue with my family business on the dojo or something. I don't really have any plans for the future. You don't say. She hummed quietly before her eyes shone in expectation. Nah, Annie, did you bring it? I chuckled before handing inside my backpack. Of course I did. What type of friend I would be if I forget that? Taking out the requested book she asked, I handed it to her. As you requested, the new volume of Black Clover is here. Oh yeah. I've been waiting for this all week. She received the manga with gratitude. One of the things we do together is read manga or watch anime together. It is no secret between us that we read and watch anime or manga during our free times. We even do cosplay to some conventions in Japan. Last year we went as Yuno and Mimosa. I had to do my own costume as my mom helped hers since obviously she didn't want me to measure her or see the numbers. Sure, it has been some good chapters on it, and even the anime had given us the fillers that the manga doesn't give us, so it is good to see those untold chapters. I mused to myself. Remind me again, but aren't you the student council president? Shouldn't you read them in school? I should. She agreed. But I get to read them during my free times after doing my tasks. She explained. Speaking of activities, how's the club, Captain Karate? Meh, nothing really important. I shrugged. Despite that every tournament we go, we end up winning. Without me, they'll get their challenge. Sheesh, nobody can do anything without us. She giggled childishly. We walked silently, embracing the silence, or some of them, since other students were running past us or cities, walking to their own ways. So, I started. Anything new for the confessions? Well, nobody could really fault her, since apart that she's the student council president, she is also the most popular in school. Many male students try to confess to her, but every time she rejects them. 6 this week. It's been annoying the couple of times, but some of them understand me. She glared upward. But some of them doesn't understand the meaning of rejection that tried to force me. She then grinned. But they don't try it again after I give them something to remember, you know what I'm saying? She asked, raising her fist. I snorted good-naturedly. Yeah, I know. You've been training with my family for years, so there isn't anybody that would be a challenge for you. Yeah. She agreed before she perked up with an idea. Hey, do you think that it would be the best if we had magic like them? Our lives would have been different. I winced at the idea. Sure, it is good, but not so much. I dunno. If we had magic, some people would abuse them, and you know how people would react on that. I explained to her. After thinking for a moment, she nodded in agreement, yet not so eager. Yeah, when you say it like that, I can see what you meant. Also, if the hierarchy continued being as it is, the nobles and commoners wouldn't be on friendly terms, since the royalty will always think they are better. I continued. I mean, it would be fun to have magic and mana, but there are some advantages and disadvantages if we had them. Yeah, I guess so. She conceded. Greedy and prideful people would abuse it completely. Well, enough of that, we should get quickly to class. With that, we eventually went to our classroom hastily. Oh! After classes, there wasn't anything special to do much rather than giving our posts to our successors. So, how was the volume of today? It was great! Though it was much of a surprise. She answered. I didn't think that there would be such plot twist in Black Clover. You'd be surprised. I chuckled before thinking of something. Say, Hikari-chan. I had a strange dream today. I stated. She blinked in surprise. Oh? Which kind? I don't know. There was someone speaking to me, like holy kind. A godly type of voice? She wondered. Somehow, but... I paused, trying to remember the dream. I can't remember much of it, but what I remember was your kin needs your help and something about balance. Kin and balance? That doesn't sound good, but hey, it must be some random dream. It can't be that important. Maybe. I conceded, not sounding very convincing. Well, that dream will pass. There is nothing we can do. Yeah, well, I can't feel to shake it off despite trying to forget about it. I shook my head. It feels like an omen. The good one or the bad one? Neither, it feels gray for some reason. She pondered for a moment before deciding that it would be better to change the topic. Anyways, I gotta ask about something not related to this. Yeah? Remember the topic we spoke about if we had magic and mana? Well, what would be your attribute if you had such powers? She said. I hummed thoughtfully, thinking of the answer. Well, if I would like to have an attribute, I would like to be like Raya, but different from him. Like, I can use other attribute without the restrictions. Oh? That would be unique. Like Asta's. She said, surprised. But isn't that like the nickname the people gave you because you learned many things? What was it? The humanoid mimic. I deadpanned, recalling that nickname. Yeah. She laughed. That was such a bad name. And you're laughing because? I questioned her with narrowing eyes. Heh, well, I ain't got a strange epithet like yours, so I don't count. TCH, smartass. I muttered under my breath. I heard that. She roared before kicking me on my sides. God damn it. I massaged the place she hit. Anyways, then what's going to be yours? I mean your attribute. She huffed for a moment before she calmed herself. Well, there are many types of attributes, but they are always the same. Maybe something nobody had ever seen, but, I still don't have any idea for that. Well, sure, you take your time while I already gave my answer. Meanie. She kicked me again, but this time on the chest. Ouch! Oh! After saying our goodbyes and trying to wrap myself with bandages after being countless times attacked by her, my family and I ate dinner and went to our respective rooms for the last days of school I had before reaching adulthood. Oh! Once I opened my eyes, I encountered with the same dream I had last night by being in the endless whiteness as before. Strange, didn't think that I would see it again or I could dream the same dream at all. That's because we're about to reach the deadline. The voice that was behind me made me turn around to see the source of the voice, and by that, I mean that the godly female voice was in reality a woman startled me. She wasn't very old to have wrinkles, wearing a white robe big enough that covered most of her body. She was blonde and had sky-blue eyes, and to say that she looked gorgeous. I said intelligently as I tried to understand who she was. She giggled, covering her mouth with her long sleeves. Don't fret, my child. I am not here to harm you. I can see that. If you had done that, I wouldn't be looking dumbfounded at all. I stated honestly. She giggled again, but more amused than ever. Oh, I see. I thought you would be surprised with my sudden appearance this time. Yeah, I didn't understand much of what you did yesterday. You looked a little blurry that day, so yeah, I couldn't understand anything. I admitted. Well, I was more surprised that you would panic in such state. She elaborated. Well, I tilted my head to a side. I should probably do that, but that wouldn't get to the point that why I am here or what is your reason to bring me here to your attention. I see. You are very calm even in such situation. She said. Well, as we are now, we are in a dream world where I could speak with you in something that I need your help with. Yeah, you said something about kin and then balance, and by you meant that deadline it's something that there isn't any more time? Why yes, but first off, the introductions. I am Sakuya, the goddess of life and death. I see and look upon the people that are born and die so the souls can travel through other places. She introduced herself. And there is no need for your name, Akira Yamaguchi, as I know your name fully. Oh, okay. I conceded. I'm here to enunciate that you are needed elsewhere. She stated. Elsewhere? Where am I going to go? I questioned hastily with a little of terror in my tone. I have my family here and even my childhood friend Ikari. I can't leave them here while I disappear to go somewhere. Goddess Sakuya stayed quiet for a few seconds before she sighed. Well then, I didn't wish to tell you about it, but you should speak with your father, Kaizo, when you return to the land of the living. Wait. I said numbly. My father? Why I should speak with him? I'm sorry, my child. However, that isn't something I can't tell you. You'll have to speak with him when you return, she said as her body started to fade into nothingness. Wait! Wait! I still don't understand what you're saying. I bellowed, trying to reach her. Oh! Wait! I bolted up from my bed, sweating profoundly as the confusion and the ragged breath sounded more terrifying than ever. Rying! 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 The alarm clock continued ringing as my eyes continued staring in front of me. I moved my hand to the still ringing alarm clock to turn it off as I tried to wipe off the sweat I sprouted on my forehead. What am I going to do? I muttered in dread as I can really recall the dream. And by that, I cannot forget what she stated. Shit, what I am going to tell my parents and Hikari-chan. Akira. Breakfast. My mother called from the kitchen. I sighed, trying to forget for a moment the situation. Coming. After changing my clothes to the uniform since it was the day of graduation, I went down to my parents. Morning. Morning, son. My father said while drinking his coffee. Here you go, Akira. My mother smiled as she placed my breakfast in front of me. Thanks, Mom, I said as I started to eat my food. My father seemed to see my mood as he started to ask. What's wrong, Akira? Did you have nightmares? What? No, Dad, it's nothing like that. My father grumbled, as he didn't take my words fully. I don't seem to see that, Akira. Tell me, what's wrong? I stopped my utensils in motion as I tried to think of something to tell my father. I don't know how to tell it to you, Dad. I started with hesitation. Do you know someone called Sakuya, perhaps? And within an instant, my father tensed up in a way that I hadn't seen it at all, as I could see that in many years. He stayed quiet for the moment, which my mother was also quiet in a way that when she's silent it is always terrifying. My parents exchanged look for a moment and later their attention landed on me. We'll speak of it after your graduation, he said, ending the conversation completely as he reread the newspaper and my mother continued cooking something. I blinked, trying to process what just happened, but relented to do or say anything since it seemed that I wouldn't get anything right now. Therefore, I ate my breakfast quietly and went to school for the graduation. Oh! Just as I was walking alone to the school, Hikari pops up from somewhere with her bubbly smile. Hey Akira. How's today for our last day of school? Why yeah, it's good. I half-assed answered since I can't place what should I tell her. She immediately noticed my lack of emotion and she sobered. What's wrong? Did something happen? It's nothing, really. She narrowed her eyes. You sure? She continued, not relenting her questioning. I'm feeling that you're being dishonest with me right now. And that only happens when you're hiding something from me. And she nailed on that. It was hard enough that every time that we celebrate her birthday, I had to be the one to distract her for long. I can lie, there is no problem, but there are times that she would use wrestling techniques to question me. Not the best way to get answers, but she does it nonetheless. Yeah, something happened. I raised my hand to stop her before she could open her mouth. But I will tell you once the graduation is finished. She huffed angrily, but she sighed in defeat. Fine, but I'm going to get my answer, you know that. Yeah, you always do. I groaned softly, expecting my downfall. Oh! After the graduation, speeches, class photo and everything else, I rejoined with my parents and Hikari with her parents. So, what should we do now? Hikari's father, Victor, asked. We are going to celebrate at our house, so why don't you come with us? My father proposed. That's great! Hikari's mother, Sakura, said in delight. I already prepared for the celebration. My mother said. I even brought your favorite alcohol to drink. Oh, you know me so well, Hana-chan. We all do. I could almost feel that something was prepared beforehand. However, that doesn't mean that I could also feel the stare at the back of my head where Hikari was standing. Are you going to tell me? She demanded, not asked. That would be stupid. Yeah, I'll tell you when the time comes. You worry too much. She glared at me. I hope so. Or else. She left it like that. And that was one of the reasons that I wouldn't dream to lie to her ever again, unless it is obliged to do it. I hope that I will get my answers soon enough. Oh! Dealing with our parents alone drinking until they pass out, I was left over the mercies of Hikari's hands as we were in my room. But the thing is, that she was the one sitting on my bed with her arms crossed while I was in Seiza on the floor. Why I am in this state? So, she drawled out coldly. You mind telling what has been occurring that you won't tell me anything about? I kept my gaze away from her for a moment, but each seconds turned to be hell as her cold eyes were trying to pierce my head. I'm waiting. And that was the last straw as I prostrated immediately to her. Okay, I'll tell you, but don't kill me. Her attitude did a 180 degrees as she smiled brightly. Much better. She then looked concerned over me as she unfolded her arms. So tell me, what's killing you from telling me? I sat up and looked at her for a moment. Remember what I told about my dream yesterday? She cocked her eyebrow in confusion. Yeah, you said something about kin and balance, but I'm not getting what you're saying. I sighed wearily. In truth, just today I had another dream, and this time, there was someone explaining me to me. She is, as she said, the goddess of life and death Sakuya, and she told me that I have to go somewhere but didn't say where. She blinked in confusion at my explanation. I don't get it. Yeah, me neither. I rubbed my face. It has been some nutshell in 2 days that I got that dream. I don't even understand what she meant by that. You think that she will tell you where are you going? She asked softly. I don't know. I sighed. Knock! 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 The two of us looked at the door as it opened slowly and my mother's head popped out of it. Hey, you two, are you getting along just fine? She asked. Yeah, we're good, Auntie. There isn't anything wrong at all. Hikari answered. That's great, my dear. But I should inform you two to come downstairs. There is someone you would like to meet. She then left the room, leaving us confused. Hikari looked at me in total confusion. Should we? Yeah, we should. We stood up and left the room toward the living room. Once we arrived, we saw that Hikari's parents were drunk and laid down to rest. Oh bother! Hikari groaned in embarrassment. Alongside them, my parents were okay, but there was a familiar person sitting on the dining chair casually wearing not the robe that I remember, but a casual outfit consisted on a denim jacket with a gray t-shirt under, black pants and gray shoes. W.H. Wa. H. How? I sputtered in confusion much to Hikari's. Who's she? I composed myself, shaking off the confusion. Oh, right, she's Dash. I'm Goddess Sakuya, Hikari Hanabi. She cut in, surprising Hikari at all since she had never ever seen her in her entire life. And I'm here to explain your situation. She said that to me. Yeah, I would like to know what and where am I getting at? I said, literally confused. My father, mother and Sakuya exchanged looks before my father started. To start, you two know about the series you watch and read, Black Clover? Yes, sure we know. Hikari answered swiftly. We watch and read every new chapter that plays out. There isn't a day that we miss them. Yeah, that's the thing. In truth, I am someone that came from that world because of some inconveniences. He stated, shocking the both of us. Huh? We chorused incredulously. It is as he says, but you must understand that you. She pointed at me. Have to return to that world to help the balance. Wait. I hastily stopped her. What do you mean that I have to go there? Are you telling me that my father? He raised my arms to him. Is from that world of magic? In a way or so. She nodded. And you kept this for how long? I bellowed in surprise. Far too long, my son, for far too long. Hikari raised her hand. Not that I enjoy this situation to discover that Uncle Kai was from the Black Clover universe, but are you saying that Akira has to go there right now? Not immediately. Sakuya said, shaking her head in denial. Apart that most of the novels you people write or draw, some of them aren't that heartless to take the people away in an instant. I'm giving you time for him to get ready so I can send him there so you can say your goodbyes. I sagged in relief, so I wasn't going to get taken away immediately, which such action was also mirrored by Hikari as she sighed in relief. For a moment I thought that if you disappeared immediately and I didn't know anything, I would have broken my mind trying to look for you," she muttered. I decided that I would speak with her about that in another day. I could see that even my parents and the goddess heard her muttering but didn't say otherwise. "Well, I came simply to tell you that. I'll come tomorrow afternoon to take you, so take your time to your family." "We thank you, goddess," my father said with a polite bow. "Take it at heart, Kaizo. You'll see it mostly in the future," she said before vanishing. Leaving us in complete silence at the bizarre situation, I was kindly enough to renew the conversation. "So, what's going to happen? I mean, am I going to leave you here while I go to another world? Just like that?" "It's going to be difficult for us, Akira," my mother said softly, a little trembling on her tone, trying not to cry out in tears. "It's hard enough that we have to let you go alone. We won't be able to see you grow to become someone grand." "I know, dear, I feel the same way," my father consoled her. "But it is the reason that he is needed there." "Wait, you mind explain us about that, uncle?" Hikari interrupted. "I heard that you came from there, but you hadn't explained to us anything concrete." My father looked grimly at her as if telling us everything would endanger. "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you much of it since there isn't much to say, rather that I came here in such situation that I was in." "But dash! There is no need, Hikari." I stopped her. "There must be a reason that Ad can't explain to us more." "I don't blame him if that meant that there are some things that aren't meant to tell us," I said, managing to calm her down. I'm sorry, uncle. I wasn't thinking straight," she apologized. "It's okay, Hikari," he assured her. "It pains me not being able to tell you, but I hope that in time, I'll be able to tell you both my history." "Did you know about it, Mom?" I asked her. She stayed quiet for a moment, looking at me with such eyes that I can't place it that she had been struggling to hold the pain down. "I knew of it since your father told me years ago." She chuckled softly. "How the day I met him was in a way a blessing, but at the same time, I felt that there was much more that your father showed all those years ago. After going out with him, I knew he was the special one that I was destined to be with. But at the same time, I knew that one day I would have to face such dilemma when he had confessed this history. I'll explain more in the kitchen," my father said calmly. "I would wish to disturb Hikari's parents as they are still out of commission, which we did it, of course," he admitted. Hikari and I glanced at each other before sitting on the dining room with my parents in front of us. "So, let's start from the beginning," my father started. "I was a person who was born in such medieval era that also used magic on daily days. When I first came here, obviously I was shocked at such technology. This world showed me that even I could barely use magic, since this world has little mana to be used. It was a struggle that I had to overcome once I knew that nothing could be easy as before, so before long, I encountered with your mother and got entangled with her beauty." "Oh, honey," she giggled in embarrassment, which made us feel awkward. He sobered up from the lovey-dovey air and continued. "In any case, your grandfather was the one who trained me and took me as a family, which eventually I ended up dating your mother. But at the same time, my attitude and habits were a giveaway that I was from somewhere, and your mother was curious at first. Oh, you should have seen him, dearie. He talked like gentleman and had a high figurative attitude." My mother giggled, remembering her past. "It was strange at first, but eventually that was a reason that I got in love with him." "I can see that." Hikari deadpanned softly. "Eventually, I confessed my whereabouts and history to your mother. But despite that it would have sounded mad and unreal, she believed in me, for which I fell deeply on her." "Oh, I love you too," she cooed happily. "Okay, the 3 times were enough of me." I coughed on my fist, trying to make them continue, or else either Hikari barfs or I do. All right, as I said, many years later I married your mother and had you. There were my happy moments that resulted on me in forgetting about my past, but eventually, Goddess Sakuya came to warn me that in time, she would come and would send you there." He sighed wearily. After years of having you, you brought back something that I didn't believe so. He chuckled ruefully. You brought a manga that related to the same world I was within, just the protagonists were two kids, but the place is something that I can't forget despite the years, the Clover Kingdom. So, you were part of the kingdom, Dad? I asked. Yeah, in a way to say so. I couldn't believe it at first, but through the chapters I've been reading, it made almost untrue that everything that happened had something to do with my previous life. He declared. So, what were you? A normal guy working somewhere, or? I left it heritably. I was part of the Clover Kingdom as a mage, he said hesitantly. Not something that I was proud of, but those times were that or become someone else. I was a magic knight of the Clover Kingdom. Wow! Hikari breathed in awe. That's amazing. Not the best choice of career when you think about it. He shook his head. But at the time, it was the only career that everyone could look up to you. We kept contemplating the words my father had explained what Magic Knight's job were. It was awe-inspiring to hear, not only knowing it by reading or watching it. However, to hear from someone that knew what it was. What I am saying is, he continued, that the job I had is nothing with reality for what my parents told me. It's a difficult job, but it is satisfying once you get used to. I was so engrossed with the information that my father was telling me that something in my mind clicked, as if I found the meaning of life or something. Something that had been missing got me fueled with mere words that ensnarled me in that world. Hey, are you okay? Hikari asked suddenly, waking me up from a dream world I wished I could stay, but at the same time, I was conscious. I think I know what I want to be. I smiled at her. Oh? She cocked an eyebrow. Dare I ask what it is? Or should I answer it for you? I smiled brightly, looking at my parents. Dad, Mom, I know what I want to be. I want to be a magic knight, I declared with my total honesty. My parents stared at me with variety of emotions. My mother looked like she had seen me grow up in front of her eyes, which made her proud. However, my father had two emotions, one was pride and the other was fear. I don't know how to feel like that, Akira, he said with a weary sigh. I'm telling you that it's a dangerous job. Many people of my era looked up to be a magic knight all their lives, but at the same time, few of them survived the dangerous path they had chosen. But Dad, I interjected with determined eyes. That's why we have a motto: if you can't stand it, then adapt it. You made me drill that teaching since I started training under you. You can't possibly think that you are opposing your own teaching, right? My father blinked in disbelief as my mother laughed next to him. Beat it, dearie, he got you there. He seemed to look calmer than before with a sigh. Yeah, you're right. You are my son and you had learnt my teaching years ago. To think that he told me my own motto, he. Hikari and I glanced at each other with a smile. Anyways, the decision is up to you, he remarked. But I hope that we aren't mad what you choose, but because it's your own choice, you have to remember everything you do have consequences. Yes, Dad. I nodded. Good. My mother continued. I hope you understand that we are worried since you're our son, but we won't let anything take us apart when our son decides to grow up while he chases his dreams. I know, Mom, and I'm thankful for that, I said. But, Hikari interrupted. What is going to happen then? Her question made it clear that from tomorrow they would see him for the last time before sending him to another world. My father glanced at my mother before sighing. Well, you see, I do not know that. She had told me that only my son would be the only one who would be going. I do not know what to say it to you, Hikari. Hikari hung her head down, holding her tears. I don't want it. She sobbed as I placed my hand on her back to comfort her. Such situation was even saddening me as that today and tomorrow would be the last time I would see her. I know. My mother looked at the clock on the kitchen. It's late, my dear. I'll call a cab for your parents and you. And since tomorrow you two are free, I'll ask you too to prepare your farewells and gifts, if you wish for." She nodded quietly. I didn't want that to end, so I kept silent next to her, comforting the silence with her. My parents were gracious enough to leave us alone as they began to wake her parents and call for a cab. "So," she started melancholy, "I guess this is it." "I think so," I agreed with a slow nod. "Oh," she sighed wearily. Just today, they were having a celebration of their graduation, and the next thing she discovered was that her childhood friend would have elsewhere where she couldn't follow. Worst of it, if her childhood would have been taken earlier without telling her, she would have cried out in misery and despair for his disappearance. At least, the goddess Sakuya, goodness a real god, was going to take him tomorrow, so she had things to prepare. She can't disobey the world's nature, since his father is Catholic and taught her the holiness and such, which some of them were manageable to understand. But also because she had a feeling for him since many years. In truth, she had different parents. She looked more like her father but had her mother's features, but from young age, she was bullied for being different. Many of the children that were with her always gave her names, bullied, avoided her like a plague and more, but not Akira. He was the first person who would consider a friend of hers even if she was different. They played together, did everything together except for bathing and such. That would be embarrassing to remember if that happened. They studied and trained together since they end up together in the same school. Not that the both of them weren't pleased with that, of course. But now she didn't have the time to return the feeling he had been giving her all this time. But at least she'll have something to give him tomorrow, or else everything would be for nothing. Oh! After Hikari and her parents left the house, we went to our respective rooms and slept for the next day. Since it was morning, there was little conversation beside the morning and other things, but my mom told me to prepare to pack, as she would do something else. Therefore, I went to my room and started packing. I looked for a bag big enough to take my things, so I used my old duffel bag I had inside my wardrobe. The duffel bag wasn't mostly important rather than using it as a bag for my training gears. And I had many things inside just in case. In any case, since I was responsible to pack my things, I packed different clothes of my style, a digital camera with a solar charger. Thankfully, I managed to find one, years ago, a Bowie knife, in case I needed for something, which had the black Clover logo as its emblem with the sheath on, a logbook since I would mostly write about my daily life once I get there, many pairs of fingerless gloves, and my black bull necklace. Sure, it doesn't look like much, but I don't think that I would use other things for now, so this is the only thing that I need. Guess this is it. I sighed, sitting on my bed. It has been some good times during my life. I guess. My life has been dull most of the times. There wasn't anything special that I could do if I stayed. Sure, there were my parents and Hikari since they are my closest ones, but there wasn't much of interesting things I could do growing up. But when Dad told us about the life of a magic knight, something brought me the fire of determination that I wanted to take part of that life. And Goddess Sakuya was giving me on my doors. Yet, I can't seem to shake that if I leave, then my parents and Hikari would be sad. Maybe I can understand why in those novels, people or chosen ones are taken abruptly, because they can't seem to shake off the feeling of living their loved ones so sudden. Knock! 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 I glanced at my door as it opened slowly, and my father's head appeared from there. "Is everything all right, son?" he asked. "Why, yes, I guess," I drawled sadly. "It's just, I don't know if I want to leave, you know. I am excited yet nervous to leave you all." He glanced at me for a moment before sighing and entering my room. "I get what you feel, Akira. I was once got stripped from my home world without saying my goodbyes or something. What you got may be different from what I got, but rest assured that both of us aren't mad what you choose. Just remember that we love you, son." "I love you too, Dad, really," I said as we share a family hug. "Come on, I heard that your mother is preparing something before your departure," he announced. "Yeah, I'll be just in a moment," I said calmly. He nodded and exited my room, leaving me alone. I sigh once again for this momentum. When I think about it, Sometimes it seems like a joke. As if something unexpected is going to occur in the future for me. I sigh for the third time and stand up from my bed, grab my duffel bag and go down the stairs to my parents. Once I reach to the kitchen, I notice that Hikari was with my parents. Hikari-chan? I blinked in confusion. Hey, Akira-kun. She waved her hand with a shaky grin. She came to see you, dear. Mom explained. She called this morning that she would come. I see. I looked at her. Thank you for coming. She shrugged. Hey, what are best friends for? I gave her a smile and a nod. There are some things that you can appreciate having it. My mother, whom I can explain that, had cooked a feast for me, which had many plates at front of different cuisines. She had made many dishes that I could enjoy it as Dad and Hikari mirrored my enthusiasm. We ate enjoying each bite we took, remembering the taste and texture. It was a joyful day that I would remember when despair comes. After eating, Mom was washing the dishes as I was sitting next to Hikari and in front of Dad. So I see that you are wearing the necklace you got. Hikari pointed out. I fidgeted my black bull's necklace with care since it was something I got during a convention. Yeah, you could say so. It reminds me our adventure in those conventions, wearing different cosplay, doing stupid things, taking pictures with others and buying stuff. Yeah, those were good times. I said with a smile. She smiled next to me as she grabbed something. Then, I guess I have a gift for you. I looked up to her and saw that she was holding a wrapped box. Without words, I received the gift and unwrapped it. The item was a woody case, darker than the usual wood, but opening up I saw that it was a headphone. Not only that, it was black with silver lining on both sides and had the Black Bull's logo on both sides. Wow, this. I awed in contemplation. When did you get this? Well, I had it for quite some time and I was going to give it to you on your birthday. But it seems that I won't be able to give it on that day, so, here it is. I stared at the headphone in contemplation before putting it over my neck with style. I looked at her and gave her a thankful smile. Thank you, Hikari-chan, I'll treasure it. She smiled back as did my parents. It is really a joyful day. The sudden entrance of Goddess Sakuya brought our attention to her. Goddess Sakuya. Dad bowed politely. Is it already time? Yes, but I can delay for the moment. She assured us. I've been watching over you when I left and I see why those novels take the world travelers away without informing others. She said sadly. It is really sad that someone have to leave suddenly without informing others. However, it is worse to leave when everyone knows and nothing could stop it. Everyone pondered her words for a moment and could feel the pressure of it. Nobody could feel good from being sent to somewhere alone without notifying anyone or going somewhere letting everyone know, either way the people they could tell could call them crazy or something. Anyways, I didn't come here to make the mood depressing. She commented, lightening the mood a little. After some thinking, and persuasion of one of my brethren and sisters, we came to a proposition for someone. Everyone looked at her confused before she raised her hand and pointed at Hikari. And I meant to you, Hikari Hanabi. Me? She blinked in confusion, pointing at herself. Why yes, of course. She nodded in serenity. We had come to a proposition that it would delight you greatly. The four of us glanced at each other with curiosity, and our silence let her know to continue. As the matter of fact, as I said before, I've been watching you ever since you left yesterday. As a goddess, it is most important to remember that we can't interfere with the lives of the people on Earth apart from those chosen to travel through other worlds. Such occasions are rarely put into consideration when the chosen ones are clinging on someone or are near to them. She elaborated. But in this case, I'm going to make an exception. Hikari's and my eyes widened in surprise. Wait, really? She said in disbelief. Indeed. Sakuya nodded. But for such thing to occur, you'll have to wait 1.5 years to 2 years before we can send you there. I tried to process the statement for a moment. She is giving my childhood friend a chance to come with me? That is some well-developed situation. I can do it, she agreed before sobering up in a wondering expression. But, not that I'm displeased with the time, but why do I have to wait that long? She wondered. I see the curiosity in you. Very well, there is no harm telling you, she conceded. The reason for that you have to wait for that length is because between you two, Akira has the most likely to control the mana and spells, but you were born here where mana has lack of it, which it will affect you greatly if not trained. So she's going to train for that length in controlling mana? I divined. Yes, but it is also because traveling through dimensions take much time to recharge. Both Hikari and I drawled out in comprehension. Well, let's not waste any more time to go, so get ready, young Yamaguchi. I nodded quietly and faced my parents and friend. It's quite difficult to say goodbye, but I hope to see you one day, if given chance. And I'll see you after some months, Hikari. HN. She nodded with a few tears. But I'll see you later. I'm going to miss you too, Dad, Mom. It's going to be hard not being here with you, Akira. Mom told me, starting to cry a little. But I'm happy to see you grow and choose your life as it is, so I'm quite proud of you. So am I. Dad nodded in agreement. I do hope that if given chance you can return here to visit. Unlikely, but it is better to be positive in this situation. I smiled. Yeah, I hope so. I turned to the goddess. Is there going to be a chance to visit my parents? She hummed thoughtfully for a moment before tilting her head with a smile. There is a way to visit your parents, but there isn't the time for it, so you should say your goodbyes. I nodded back and faced my parents and friend one last time. I'll see you later then. They waved me back as I grabbed my duffel bag, held my new headphones tightly around my neck, and followed Goddess Sakuya through the portal she made. This was going to be the first steps of my new life. Oh! As before, I was standing on the nothingness of whiteness world like in my dream, but this time, there was a table and 2 chairs placed in the middle. Let us sit, she said calmly as she walked to a chair. I followed behind and sat in front of her as she made tea out of thin air. I still can't believe it how she did that. Oh yeah, she's a goddess. How do you feel? She asked. Well, a little disappointed that I have to wait 2 years for Hikari to come, but otherwise, fine, but a little nervous about the situation, I replied. She nodded before continuing. I understand how you feel. It isn't the first time that I've been interacting with other humans. Mostly prefer living in reincarnation or stay in heaven, but I rarely get to speak face to face like you, Akira. Can't see why. I shrugged. In other cases, we should get started with this. She made to appear a scroll and a pen and held them. What would you want, Akira? I blinked in confusion for her question. Huh? She sighed. What I meant was about the attribute for your magic. She explained. Ah, I said in realization. Well, for starter, I don't want to be something that everyone can use it, but to be unique, I told her. Oh? And what would you mean by unique? She asked. I mean, you saw that most of the magic knights or other non-combat users used simple attribute like the elementals and common ones. I would like to have something unique like the wizard kings, time magic, or yamis, dark magic, or something like that. Oh, I see what you mean. She nodded. But I don't want to be only that. I continued. You see, there was an elf guy named Raya that had copy magic. I would like to have that, but different. I know I sound a little greedy with that, but I would like to learn more than one attribute. She pondered for a moment, tapping the pen on her chin thoughtfully. Well, that is an interesting idea. Would you like to have a new attribute called clone magic, or should we call it imitation magic? I don't know how to name it. Maybe I should call it duplication magic. I am not really good at naming things on the whist. I winced trying to think of a name. Well, let's just leave it like that. She wrote down the 3 names on the paper and continued. I see you brought some objects from your world. HM? Oh yes, I brought my cell phone, a camera, and other things. Even though there isn't what you humans call Wi-Fi? She wondered in disbelief. Nah, I ain't got a problem with that. I just brought them for the music, that's all. I assured her. Well then you don't mind if I do this. She tapped her finger on my electronic objects and a light engulfed them. I just made them indestructible, capable of withstanding different conditions, fully charged and in your phone's case, infinite Wi-Fi. I blinked in awe and appreciation. Really? That is awesome. Thank you very much. It isn't much, but your phone won't be able to receive upcoming chapters despite that you know most of them. So you'll have to work with what you know. Yeah, but I don't wish to spoil myself with that. I want to take part of the story myself. She chuckled in amusement. That's very bright of you, young Akira. Rest assured, your items will not be able to be robbed since it is only bounded to you. If other grabs it without your consent, they'll be dealt with their own attribute. She said it matter-of-factly. Don't you think that it is going to be overkill? I deadpanned, worried for the thieves. They should learn from their errors. She said simply. How about my mana capacity? I asked. Well, you shouldn't be worried about that. Since your father was from this world, you inherited a part of his features to get mana, so you'll get abundant from it. Really? My dad had so much mana? I asked incredulously. She remained quiet for a moment before answering. Why yes, sometimes people can grow their mana capacities if they work out and train, but as you can see. She left it cryptically, which I got it. Ah yes, the royalties and nobles don't get the idea of training if they are much stronger than the commoners. I should have thought of it sooner. I deadpanned. Well, yes, they should. She continued writing down all the things I should require before she finished. And that's it. That should be enough. The paper floated on the air before it started to shine and become fragments of light, and flew toward me as if all the written information went to my brain. As you can see, your clone magic can copy other attributes willingly if you touch them skin to skin. Unless you are the one who is touching them, you won't be able to copy their attributes even if they are touching you. So if I do a handshake, I get their attribute? I asked. Yes, but you'll only get one of them. If both people had the same attribute, it won't be copied since you already have it. I get it. I nodded. Oh yes, I almost forget, since your attribute is unique, there is a way to use other attribute without confusion. When you use a specific attribute, the chosen grimoire will light up with the color of the attribute so you'll know which attribute you'll use. I tilted my head in confusion. Ain't that going to be confusing and all? Well, yes, but that's only at first. In time, you'll get used to it and you'll have to be creative with your spells since it won't be the same as the common spells. So I can create my own spells? Cool. I grinned in excitement. Talking about grimoires, you'll get something special, so good luck out there. She said with finality, waving her hand. Wait. What do you mean special dash? I didn't get to finish as a hole under my feet opened up and the gravity pulled me down suddenly. Shit. I cried while falling down without preparing myself. Good luck out there. Goddess Sakuya's voice was the only thing I could hear between the fall and my screams. Fuck her if she let me fall like that. The last thing I remembered when I started seeing ground was a small village, a church, and the fucking ground. Then I got face planted first and knocked me unconscious. Great day to start the life in another world. Chapter 2, The Grimoire. God damn it. I started to return from a headache I got from that falling. I did well in adding some measurement to withstand most hits like nothing, but I'll have to keep training it if I want to be resilient with blunt attacks. The first thing I noticed was that I was laid down in a semi-soft mattress and a wet cloth on my forehead. I could also feel that somehow I had bandages around my head. Not the best way to wake up from the dead, but, I can't be picky. Rixa, can more water? A faint female voice asked to another. Yes. Another voice, but much younger than the last one, said before I could hear her steps growing away from here. Shit. Even now I can barely hear them speak. How high did I fall down to hear like a defected telephone? I tried to open my eyes, but I got barely a silhouette of the people in front of me. I could see a young woman with dark blue hair and teal eyes wearing a nun outfit standing close to me. Before I could open my mouth, she had noticed me waking up. "Oh, you're okay. Thank goodness that you are all right," she said heavenly. And wow, her voice was angelic and beautiful. It's no wonder that Asta fell in love with her. She gives an aura of protectiveness and motherly like. Where am I? I asked, pretending not to know. Of course I knew that I was in Hage Village, in the outskirt of the Clover Kingdom, but they didn't know that. "Oh, where are my manners? I am Sister Lily Aquaria and you are in a church in Hage Village." She introduced herself. Another girl by the name of Rixa, the oldest girl of the church with a messy red hair and green eyes, brought a bucket of water. "Oh, you woke up." She placed down the bucket and turned around. "Hey, he's awake," she called out. In a few minutes, 3 other kids came inside the church. Nash, the third male of the bunch with short brown hair and purple eyes, Haruru, the second youngest girl in the church with dark brown and brown eyes, and the youngest of all, Hollow, with bold blonde hair and blue eyes. Another man, much older than the others, came inside once the children entered. The man I recognized as Father Orsi Orphi, and he was the priest of the church. They were all here and I was quite surprised that they looked all right despite the situation of the church/orphanage. Sure, they need to eat more, but I hope that I can give it to them once I get 6 months of training and getting into the Magic Knight Order. He already woke up? I wondered when he would. Nash said, disinterested. "Who are you?" Aruru asked innocently. "Who are you?" And Hollow parroted her. "Ain't that cute? Now, kids, we shouldn't tire him up after waking so sudden." Father Orsi said calmly to the younglings. "It's all right," I assured him. "I'm Akira Yamaguchi. It's nice to meet you, mister. I'm Father Orsi Orphi, the priest of this church." He introduced himself. "These are Rixa, Nash, Haruru, and Hollow. There are other 2 that helped you bring here, so we still don't know when they'll come." He paused, glancing at me and Lily. "I see you already met Sister Lily, so I am not needed to introduce her." "Hello everyone, I thank you for bringing me here," I said carefully. I didn't wish to bring attention that I knew them, so I had to be careful with my words. "So, how did you find me?" I asked. "Oh, well, yesterday night before we put the kids on the beds, a sudden bright light brought our attention and as we went out of the church, we saw you falling down," Father Orsi explained. "We were quite away from you on which we couldn't reach on time, but you were sturdy enough to be safe and sound. After that, we brought you inside and started bandaging you from some minor wounds." "And my bag?" Sister Lily pointed to another chair with my belongings. "We brought it with you and didn't touch anything. Strange enough, your belongings didn't break down despite the fall. Thank goodness. If my things broke down, that would be shameful. Of course, they wouldn't able to break down if Goddess Sakuya hadn't put them on some kind of protection. Also, who are the other 2 you mentioned, Father Orsi?" I asked. "Ah, well, they are..." He was cut off when we suddenly could feel some tremor as if it was something coming. "Ah geez. He is coming." Nash groaned as the rumble started to become stronger by the seconds. And before I could even ask, the doors suddenly burst open showing an ash blonde-haired kid with green eyes and behind him a much taller kid with black hair and amber eyes. My eyes widened in shock and awe that both Asta and Yuno appeared in front of me. They are some kind of celebrities for me which if I didn't know best, I would squeal in delight for their appearance. I could make Bartolomeo proud for my eagerness to meet such people. "Sister." We heard that he had woken up. "Is he okay?" "We came as fast as we could," he bellowed out. And, yeah, I could still remember the noisy personality of Asta. I think I got tinnitus from just hearing him. He's fine. He is right there. And said calmly and almost stoically while pointing at me. That made Asta to wipe the sweat off him. I think that they were busy in training or anything related to that. And you two are? I asked. Asta opened his mouth to start, but beat him to it. I'm and the shorty is Asta. Damn it, why Give me a chance to introduce myself without you being an ass. I chuckled in amusement on how their relationship is. The two of them are like brothers, even if not by blood but in spirit. And their rivalry is another good thing that the two of them have. Just like me and Hikari, we would always challenge one to another for some stupid things. Anyways, I'm Akira Yamaguchi, but you can call me Akira. It's nice to meet you too, I said friendlily. So, who is the one who brought me? I did. Answered. Did? If that's so, would I be able to use his wind magic? I tried to concentrate, but nothing happened. Either I should be conscious when touching someone works or I still haven't received my grimoire to absorb it. They are simple theories that I can't still place on. As Goddess Sakuya said, my clone magic, imitation magic, or duplication magic, still wondering how should I call it, is still new and unique, so maybe I do not understand the rules of it yet. Well, thank you, I said thankfully to him. He simply nodded as he walked past me and sat down. I glanced at Asta that was still glaring at but with my attention on him, his eyes turned to me. And you? Can you use magic? I asked knowingly that he didn't have mana at all. Asta raised his hand to say something before Nash interrupted him. Of course he doesn't. Among us all, he is the only one who can't use magic. He remarked. Damn it, Nash. Can't I have a breath to introduce myself? Asta shouted indignantly. I laughed in amusement. From what I'm seeing, they won't let you do it. Nice meeting you, Asta. Yeah, nice meeting you too. He smiled before frowning in concentration. And I am capable of doing it. Watch. For the few seconds was the worst time to wait as Asta tried to shoot something out of his open palm, but there wasn't anything coming out of it as had bragged before when he made a mini tornado on his hand. It was really amazing how magic can be, since the word magic in my previous world was always gimmicks or illusion of a person's dexterity. I mean, I can make something disappear from my hand if I had a coin or something small, but the difference is that here does something unknown to me. It seems that you don't have it, Asta. I said with a non-offending smile. No matter, I'm going to become Wizard King, one of these days. He declared. I glanced at and I could see that he was having a ghost smile on his face before turning into his familiar stoic one. It's no matter how people view them, their friendship and rivalry is not for shits and giggles. Anyways, just to be sure. I started. How old are you two? I said, pointing at Asta and They are both 15 years old. Sister Lily answered. So they are at the age that they would start their journey to become magic knights. Either I'm on time or it is simply coincidence that I got here in the first place. We should move out, Asta. Said. Okay. He and started walking toward the doors. Hey, where are you two going? I asked, stopping them on their tracks. To get our grimoires. They chorused. I grinned since it was going to my start. And also because Goddess Sakuya said that my grimoire was going to be special. Still don't know what she meant, but I hope that it isn't very eye-catching. Mind if I tag along? I asked. Huh? You want to tag along? Sister Lily asked, confused. Sure, why not? I shrugged. I'm already here, you can't be sure if I'm going to get a chance to get a grimoire. If not, well, tough luck. Not that I'm not going to get myself a grimoire. She pondered for a second before allowing me. Sure, you can go if you like. Neat, I said before standing up. I felt a little better since I've been given rest during the introduction and all, but I'm not a son of a bitch that would whine about. I walked toward my things and took out my phone, camera, and Bowie knife and put them inside my jacket. You can't be sure what danger can appear out of nowhere, also what would happen after we obtain our grimoires. I left my headphones since I won't want to catch eye on people. Except for my outfit. I was wearing a tan jacket with a picture of a snake circling on my back, my black t-shirt with the words "Believe Yourself" in white, worn blue jeans and black boots. I still had the necklace under my shirt, so they still haven't seen that I was from elsewhere. Well, I'm ready. Ready to go? I grinned. Sure. Agreed. The more the merrier. Asta said, putting both hands behind his head. Let's go. The children of the church, Sister Lily, Father Orsi, and I followed them behind, and it wasn't very far when we got welcomed by the sight of a tower. It wasn't like the Tower of Sauron, but it was a sight to see. Clover Kingdom, Hage Village, Grimoire Tower. The inside was huge and there were many grimoires inside. They looked like an ancient bookstore with countless books of information. Wow! This place is huge. I admired the place. There were many grimoires staying put while waiting for their new owners. In the center of it there it was Drought, the elderly man and caretaker of the Grimoire Tower. If I recall, he had communication magic, so I can't seem to get it yet since I don't know what I would use it. Welcome to the ceremony, young ones. He bellowed in introduction. Many participants stopped what they were doing and paid attention to him. Today for your future, you will be granted faith, hope and love. I am the head of this Grimoire Tower. I was paying attention for what he was saying. I glanced at what Asta and were doing. Asta seemed to be amazed by the amount of grimoires that he would be chosen. Well, he was being stoic as always. Look, the orphans from the church are here. One male participant said, earning my attention. But hey, look at that guy. Another guy said while pointing not so subtly at me. He's new but also with them. What is he doing with those orphans? They look so poor. A female participant commented bluntly. But that guy is different by the looks of his clothing. Do you think he's around here? Okay, geez, I get it. I'm different from them. I'm not poor or anything like that. And yes, my clothing is different from you people. Geez, these people needs to learn not to say shits like that openly. Now then, Grimoire confirm it. Drought commanded, my attention turning to the old wizard. As on cue, the grimoires started glowing and spreading around to get to their owners. Many grimoires had different colors and sizes. I noticed that the ones that looked like nobles had cocky and smug expressions. Not impressed at all. The people were cheering and chatting among each other for receiving their grimoires. All that was stopped when someone raised his hand. Excuse me. Asta voiced out timidly. A grimoire hasn't come my way. There was a pregnant pause as everyone looked at Asta dumbfounded for the statement. Try again next year. Drought said, a little sorry for him. What? Everyone else started laughing at him for his misfortune. I, for one, didn't like it at all. What the hell is up with that? A male wondered aloud between his laughter. It's actually kind of amazing. Another one agreed. Just as everyone were laughing, the laughs suddenly ceased as their eyes turned on one guy receiving his green grimoire. But that wasn't the odd thing they witnessed, but at what the number of clovers it had on its front, a 4-leaf clover. Isn't the 4-leaf clover from the legends? A guy muttered in awe. Why yeah. The same one that the first Wizard King held. Another one agreed. It holds incredible power and is imbued with fortune. Stared at his new grimoire attentively. I will become the Wizard King, he declared firmly. That made everyone cheer and bellow the next Wizard King. I looked back and noticed that the nobles that were cocky were loathing him for gaining such attention for being a commoner. A street rat like him is. Noble Kid A said in disgust. There has to be some kind of mistake. Noble Kid B agreed. Is really, really amazing. Sister Lily said in awe. The kids and Father Orsi were in agreement as their mouths were open in astonishment. We actually have some hope rising from this province. A male, that is a commoner, cheered. He's so cute. A female gushed on Yuno's appearance. I wasn't really paying attention on them since I mostly knew this scene. They could laugh all they wanted, but that wouldn't stop Asta at all. I was still keeping my camera inside. For a moment, I would like to take a picture and all, but I wouldn't want someone smart, stupid, enough to take the chance when I can't still use magic. Talking about magic, where was mine? Just then, a grimoire was floating in front of me and I looked at it in shock and dumbfound. Hey! Look at that! A female said, earning many attention to me as they had their eyes widen when they noticed my grimoire. It was a ghost white colored grimoire with a simple design on the borders. The size of it was medium, as it means that it wasn't bulgy or thin. But that wasn't the thing that I was shocked. I knew in fact that I would get a grimoire as I've spoken with Goddess Sakuya. But what I didn't understand was that instead of a 3-leaf clover grimoire, it was a 4-leaf clover grimoire on my hands. Wasn't supposed to be only one 4-leaf clover grimoire in the entire series? What the hell? Oh, so that was what you meant by special. I muttered bitterly. I would have been okay if it was a simple 3-leaf clover. But this... it ain't. Oh! Another 4-leaf clover grimoire owner. And the cheers restarted anew. Another one? Noble Kid A gasped in disbelief. There must be an explanation. We have now 2 mages with 4-leaf grimoires. This kingdom will be victorious. One of the male commoners roared. Ugh, great, now they are putting me as a savior or something like that. I don't want that. That means responsibilities or that kind of shit that I don't want to be part of. Akira is amazing. Rixa said in amazement as the others were astonished for me to have a grimoire since I just got here, also because apart from I got a 4-leaf clover grimoire. Oh! Drought had seen many children take their own grimoires and use it on their own path. But the kid that got the second 4-leaf clover grimoire was unique in some ways that it scares him. From the looks of his outfit, he can understand that the kid was different, as if he wasn't from here. He had seen one kid with different attire during his days that he started leading the Grimoire Tower. Yes, that kid was now one of the greatest magic knights in the Order of the Clover Kingdom, despite his faults, and he could see that he had something inside him that he was going to be the greatest. For now, his strength is weaker as he thought of, but he could feel the aura of greatness inside him. In time, Drought can see that the kid will go beyond the expectation he is giving him right now. The least he can do is to give the kid a sympathetic face, as he was now panicking for something he was thinking about. Oh, what a kid like him would do in the future. Oh! After dealing with most of the things that happened to me, I wandered outside the Grimoire Tower to rest my mind from this nutshell. Not before noticing the bitter looks on the nobles, and the hooded guy smirking evilly before disappearing from the crowd. Anyways, what's done is done. I can't cry about the spilled milk, so I should concentrate with what I'm going to do from now on. Holding the grimoire on my hand, I could notice that it wasn't that heavy despite the looks of it. Opening up, I looked quite surprised when the pages were empty blank. I mean, there should be some runes written on it. If I recall, maybe I don't have any attributes yet, so that is why there aren't any runes on it. I did touch before, but there is nothing here, so maybe I should give him a handshake now that I have a grimoire. Yuno. I did hear Asta's voice bellowing from somewhere. Maybe just my imagination. I walked back to the Grimoire Tower before I noticed that Yuno was standing in front of the 2 nobles that were giving him a stink eye. Well, one of them, Noble Kid A, was giving him, the other looked like was trying to persuade his friend to stop it. I hid myself behind a tree from up their position and peeked to see what they were doing. Hey, you don't have to go that far. Noble Kid B said. We should have been the stars today. Noble Kid A told the other before glaring at Yuno. And yet, this peasant receives a 4-leaf clover? Huh. I don't really remember this part of the episode. Oh, that's right. This was an anime scene that wasn't shown in the manga. That's why I couldn't remember it. I watched the anime for a time and this was small filler in the story. I'll just... Noble Kid A continued, opening his grimoire. Hey! I'll just have to turn it into ash, he declared as his grimoire started to light in red. The ground in front of the nobles started to roar in flames and soaring to Yuno, but he wasn't nervous at all since he raised his hand and rotated it to create a wind vortex protecting him from the fire. At the end of it, the flames only scorched the ground around Yuno without effort. The noble kids were gasping in shock. He held back my flames without even using his grimoire? He said incredulously, stepping back slowly in fear. He turned to his friend in desperation. Do something. But... Do it! But they weren't given the chance since suddenly chains emerged from the walls and chained Noble Kid A to the wall. I can't let you go and burn that. Another voice drawled evilly as Noble Kid A was trying to get out of the chains. Don't bother to resist. My chain creation magic, binding iron chain formation, restricts the magic and movements of the one it captures. Who are you? Yuno demanded, now prepared to fight. The man chuckled evilly. Until recently, I was pretty well-known magic knight called Revchi Salik of Chain Magic. But I got kicked out, so now I'm just a wretched bandit. Within seconds, chains emerged around Yuno and held him down, making his grimoire fall down from his hands. It also got chained by Revchi's chains and flew to his vile hands. And I'll be taking that grimoire. He chuckled. I needed to do something right now. But I know that I am helpless since I don't have any attribute yet. I could go and get the noble kid's one, but I'll get chained down by Revchi. Luckily, I noticed Asta arriving on a tree and watching from there. For now, I could only depend on his sturdiness and determination to stop him and getting me a chance to fight. Revchi, was it? It's pointless for you to steal that. Yuno told him. The only one dash. The only one who can use a grimoire is the one it chose. Revchi interrupted him by continuing the common sense of the grimoires. However, underground collectors are buying grimoires with 4-leaf clovers for insane prices. A 4-leaf clover may have chosen you, but you only received it. You're still just a little chick. His words were making my blood boil in anger. If this is the type of people it becomes after being kicked out of the Magic Knight Order, then they shouldn't even be considered good ones. Or better yet, the captain is the piece of scum if he treats his subordinates like this. Too bad that I couldn't find the other one with the 4-leaf clover grimoire. 2 grimoires of that kind could fetch me a grand sum of money for them. He gloated. However, it is very unfortunate for you that I happen to be here. Your legend is going to end before it even begins. I really wanted to give him a punch on the face for declaring such vile statement. Oh! And it was getting worse. That pendant looks like it's worth something, too. Revchi grinned greedily. I guess I'll be taking that dash. Hold it! Everything stopped and looked up to the source of the voice. Asta had jumped over the ledge and get his attention, and it would have been cooler, if not that Asta had slammed against the wall stupidly and falling down with a painful thud. Oh, Asta, I know you are brash and determined, but you have to at least make a cool entrance. Asta quickly got up and pointed at Revchi. What do you think you're doing, thief? Aren't you the pathetic little brat who wasn't even given a grimoire? He mocked/asked him. Oh, you remember me. Wham! Okay, he really needs not to agree on that. Standing up from the ground after a hard face vault, I continued watching them and testing when it would be okay for me to get into. Yeah, I'm that pathetic little brat. A grimoire is precious to the person who received it. Give it back to Yuno, you jerk. He demanded. Revchi laughed in amusement for him. He raised his wavy long bang with his hand and gave him a gloating expression. The outside world is a place where crooked deeds like this can be overlooked. I noticed that his grimoire was starting to change pages, so this could be the moment to step in. But you'll be dead before you find that out for yourself. Asta, run! Yuno warned him, but before Revchi could do anything, his face met my foot and got slammed on the ground. Dynamic entry. I bellowed, taking a pose after landing perfectly. Akira! Both Asta and Yuno said in unison. What in the dash? Revchi groaned as he sat up before noticing me and giving me a greedy smile. Oh, here is the other one with the 4-leaf clover grimoire. You lessened me my work in finding you. So let's keep it simple, give me your grimoire or I won't kill you. I pretended to think about it while tapping my chin with one hand as the other subtly went toward the Bowie knife. Oh, let me think about it. No, you'll get it over my dead body. After saying that, I threw the knife at him. Revchi quickly dodged the knife intended to his head and looked back. Kakik, did you really think you could, huh? His words stopped and he saw that I reeled back my fist and managed to punch him on the face. Chain magic, attribute added. I could feel the attribute coursing through my body. I had dedicated my life in reading, gaming, and knowing things that I had come up with something familiar. You bastard. Revchi growled with a hand on his cheek. Huh? My grimoire started to bright up in light gray as I started to chant a spell. This is in the name of Scorpion. Chain creation magic, Shirai Ryu rope spear. I swung my arm like the MK Scorpion would do and a spear rope appeared from my hand. The spear rope didn't do the impaling thing as Scorpion did but managed to catch him like a claw machine as the spearhead opened up like one. Now for the phrase, get over here. I roared as I yanked back the rope spear towards me, making Revchi pull on me with force. I turned back to the manaless kid. Asta. He looked dumbfounded for a second but nodded when I called him. H-in. He swung back his fist and punched hard Revchi on the face as he landed again hard on the ground, but that didn't seem to finish him and only got his nose bled. What in the? He muttered in disbelief. How could he be able to use the same attribute as me? Heh, and that's not the end of it. I chuckled as I walked toward the bound noble kid. I noted how his face looked in disbelief, but that wasn't the problem. I raised my hand in front of his face and flicked his nose. The noble kid whined in pain. Flame magic, attribute added. That is for being an asshole to dumbass. I grinned as I turned to Revchi. Why? You don't think that you will beat me? He roared in anger while opening his grimoire. Chain creation magic, binding iron chain formation. The ground around me rumbled before chains emerged and bound me inside. Kakik, with this you won't be able to use your grimoire. Your grimoire and his will make me rich. And nobody can stop me from it. I would have panicked since I could feel that my mana was starting to be restricted by his chains. He was right, his skill as former magic knight are formidable. But there was a little problem with that. Oh yeah, thief? Well, guess what? I chuckled ominously. His victorious laughter ceased as he looked at me, confused. I'm just getting started. I leaned forward to hang my head down with my grimoire changing its light gray colors to crimson red. Behold, flame magic. His eyes widened as dinner plates at what I just said. What? Did you just said flame magic? That's bullshit. People only have one attribute. I ignored his rants as my flames coursed around the chains, brightening in hot light. Lion King's roar. The thing is, that what I just thought about it was to be hot enough for me to burst out of the chains. But instead, I made the chains melt from the hotness. Guess I'll have to train if I want to control them easily. Fire is dangerous but can be helped if you control them. I opened and closed my fists, feeling the rush of this. Hot as hell. I grinned before watching Revchi horrified for my skills. The others, including the noble, weren't that subtle with their shock. For the most part, I cracked my knuckles for what would come next. Well, Revchi? Should we do to the easy way or the hard way? What the hell are you? He demanded incredulously. How could you have two attribute? That's impossible. Revchi, this isn't about me. I drawled out slowly, interrupting his horrified blabber. This is about what you were about to do to Yuno and his grimoire. Despite that you were a former magic knight, I thought that you could have been a little more intelligent. What would you do with your life? I mean, you could have lived in a decent life and work without being called as a criminal and thief. But yet, here we are, doing the stupid thing and the easy way of life. Shut up. You don't know what I have lived being a magic knight. He barked back. Do you have any idea how miserable I was working with that man? I did what he ordered, and at the end of the day, he blamed me for his actions and got me fired from the Magic Knight Order. I kept quiet, listening to his rant. I know that his captain is responsible of many atrocious things he had done, so when the time comes, I'll deal with him personally. If not for him, I would have stayed as a magic knight. His grimoire lightened up again, so that meant he was going offensive. Chain creation magic, dance of the pitiless viper. Countless chains roared around him as Asta and I had to dodge them. I don't know, but it was hard to dodge them. As I dodged one, another grazed me, but in time, I don't think we'll be able to dodge them. Gah! Asta screamed in pain as one chain managed to deal him a hit. Asta! I shouted, forgetting to concentrate on the chain, and got slapped on the face. Whoa! Kakik, I finally got you too. Revchi sang victoriously. You are strong, indeed, but as I said before, you two four-leaf clovers are simply little chicks, as I am inexperienced with my magic. Thanks for showing me what is your magic. I'll sell yours for more. I'm not done yet. Asta groaned as he tried to stand up. I'm going to become Wizard King. Revchi's attention turned on him, slightly amused. Wizard King? That's stupid. He planted his feet on Asta's chest. Since you tried so hard, I'll tell you something good. Oh good, they are getting to that part. I was worried for a second where could Asta get his grimoire. But from the looks of it, he is going to get a surprise. I can tell exactly how much magic power a person has with these chains. He thumbed at me, and you know. Those two have a lot of magic power, which in time they could be a pain in the ass. But your magic power is absolutely zero. This is the reason you can't use magic. You were probably born that way. He declared, laughing for Asta's misfortune. I could see that Yuno was trying to get out of the chains and give him something to remember. I also felt the same, but it wouldn't do anything. Asta looked devastated for the statement that, I had to admit, he was looking pathetic if I didn't know best. I never knew someone like you actually existed. Thinking of you past and future, I could only think of you as pitiful. He spat. And your talent-laden friend over there, he said, pointing at Yuno. He must have been making fun of you the whole time. I prefer laughing at your ass for the failure you are. I retorted with slight amusement. Revchi stopped for a moment and glared at me. What the fuck did you say about me, you prick? Oh, are you deaf? Let me say it again. I prefer laughing at your ass for the failure you are. And do you think that I won't do anything? I won. I practically won. And I'm going to kill you for insulting me. He growled. Oh yeah? Take your best shot. But I can tell that he is braver than you can even think about, Revchi. I grinned defiantly. You barely worked for the Magic Knight, but for a word and being kicked out of the order, you turned out to be a loser and thief. Me? A loser? Don't make me laugh, you ingrat. The only loser here is that kid without mana. He roared furiously while pointing at Asta. Hey! We turned to see Yuno, who was the one who shouted at him. Who the hell are you calling a loser? He's no damn loser. Asta is my rival, he declared firmly. From those words, I noticed that Asta felt touched by his words and returned with his eyes shining with life. He smirked as he sat up from his beating and glared challengingly at Revchi. You're right. He stood up from the ground with his remaining strength. Sorry for the unsightly display there, Yuno. Give me a second. I'm going to beat this guy. Just then, a sudden flash appeared inside one of the holes in the tower and something flew out of it and landed in front of Asta. A black grimoire, oozing a dangerous power within. Luckily for me, I wasn't chained up, so I quickly took out my camera and took a shot of this moment. Because why not? This moment is epic and I was going to get it despite the danger I am. That's a grimoire? Asta wondered in awe. I knew it. Smirked. Asta not being chosen was absolutely ridiculous. The black grimoire opened itself and a black sword emerged within. Revchi was feeling uneasy for what was going on. What's that sword? His magic? He gulped, feeling an ominous feeling on it. I'm impossible. He has no magic. What's that grimoire? He demanded before he took a glance on the cover of the grimoire. And then, his face paled as white sheet for it. Can't blame him for being scared. From what I knew, the meaning of the amount of leaf meant faith, hope and love. The fourth one, which is rare, meant fortune. But the fifth was of a demon. What on God's green earth is that? How the hell is a chump with no magic doing this? He panicked, casting his magic on him. Asta easily lifted his sword for his intensive training on his body. With his anti-magic attribute, he nullified the chain, cutting them down like butter. He just erased my magic? Revchi screamed in terror at the unknown ability of his. Even if I have no magic powers, I'll become the Wizard King. Not giving up is my magic. He then slashed him on the abdomen, flying through the wall, eventually passing out. Revchi's chain disappeared and was free again as his grimoire flew towards his hand. I massaged my aching body for the beating, but it was going to be something to remember that I'll have to train more if I wanted to survive. Hell freaking yeah! I don't know where you came from, but I got my own grimoire. You're beat up like all hell, but I'll take good care of you. He started putting his face over the grimoire, not noticing the 5-leaf clover. I walked toward Revchi's unconscious body and looked how beat up he was. So uncivilized. I quoted in Obi-Wan Kenobi tone. Still not as the original, but close enough. Asta, you saved me again. Said, earning my attention. One day I'll pay you back for your help. Do you remember our pledge? I need to hear from you that you haven't forgotten. He grinned. They shared a fist bump. Let's see which of us first becomes the Wizard King. They chorused in declaration. At this moment, with the scene in action, I took my chance to take another picture to commemorate this moment. Snap! The both of them looked quite confused and alerted that they put themselves in a fighting pose before noticing that it was me who took a picture. False alarm? I supplied meekly. Sorry, it was our fault. Apologized. What is that box you're holding? This, my friend, is my camera, a little box that can take pictures on a specific moment and hold it inside. I explained. Amazing! Asta awed as always with his shining eyes. And God, he really makes that face whenever he is interested on something. Can we take another picture? Sure, why not? Hold your grimoires and smile. I grabbed the camera on selfie and held my grimoire high as the others did the same. Smile. Snap. Perfect. I showed them the picture and they both liked it. They weren't used to the sound and flash, but in time, maybe. So, what now? Asta asked. Well, Father Orsi said that we would celebrate, so we should go there. Said. All right. I'm starving. I'll go later, I'm going to report him for it. I looked back and noted that the noble kid had already run away while we were chatting and went to get my knife that was imbued on the wooden door and sheathed it. In any case, this is something different from before but none other welcoming. Oh! After reporting the authorities on Revchi's evil deeds and having the feast, I was helping Sister Lily laying down the kids on the beds. Asta and were elsewhere training, so that left me cleaning the post-party. So, you don't mind if I stay here for the next months? I asked. There is no problem with that. We would be happy if you stayed here helping us. Sister Lily said with a smile. I see that Asta, and the kids are very welcoming to you, so I don't think it is a good idea to leave you. Thanks, Sister Lily, I'll do anything to help on this church. I assured her. That is good to hear. She held my hands thankfully. Water magic, attribute added. I'll do my best for the next months to help the church, sister. I nodded. After that we cleaned ourselves before sleeping, and let me tell you, I had to share the bed with the others, and there were some times that asked to kick me on my face while sleeping, and I returned the kick. The next day was calmer than yesterday, but I didn't have time to relax. I went straight to the forest and looked for a place to practice. Once I found it, I grabbed my grimoire and let it shine in light gray. Okay, let's try it again. Chain creation magic, Shirai rope spear. I swung my arm and let the rope spear soar through the air, impaling the tree. It impaled the tree, then being a claw machine. I let the rope spear return to me and disappeared. Guess using my imagination and knowledge is okay with it, but at the same time, it doesn't work on the way I'm thinking. Maybe I'm subconsciously holding back or trying not to kill anybody. I'm a practitioner in combat but not in killing. Guess I'll have to try other things. Yesterday I gained water magic from Sister Lily, so maybe I should do something with it. My grimoire started glowing in sea blue and I tried to think on something, maybe a weapon, but yeah, that would work. Water creation magic, Trident of Poseidon. The water started to form like a trident as I held it on my hand and I tried to test the weight of it. It wasn't heavy nor light but weightless. I can feel the mass of water on my hands, but it didn't take long to understand that I'm holding water like an object. Looking to another tree, I threw the trident to it and made it a clear hit, which the bark of tree got destroyed. Still working on my throws, haven't really practiced on my throwing in years, so maybe I'm getting rusty. I muttered to myself. Who goes there? I turned to the source of the voice and Yuno appeared from it. Oh, it's you, Akira. He said once he noticed me. Hey, Yuno, I'm just practicing here with my magic, nothing dangerous happening like yesterday. He looked at the destruction I made stoically. Yeah, I can see that. So, what are you doing here, Yuno? Also practicing with your grimoire? I asked. You could say that. He nodded. I'm just getting started with it despite I have been using my magic for years. I nodded in agreement. So want to practice with your magic? I mean, sparring? I suggested. You sure? I'm not saying that I was impressed yesterday, but I won't hold back. I shrugged. Fine by me, I'm not planning by doing it. I grinned. That's good. He raised a hand to me. Hopefully, you and Asta are going to be a challenge in the future. I shook his hand back and smirked. That, sir, is a challenge I'm willing to take. Wind magic, attribute added. But, for now. I let his hand go and turned around. I'm going to practice with my magic. I'm not going to be challenged to you when I haven't used it at all. Sure, let's go with that. And with that, he left me do my things on my own. After leaving me, I've been practicing for hours, chain magic, flame magic, water magic, and the new, wind magic. But noting back, maybe with Asta's anti-magic, he should learn some swordsmanship or kenjutsu if he needed for him to be the best with his sword. Walking around the forest, trying to look for Asta, I managed to find him because I could hear some grunts from somewhere and directed me to him training as always. He was sweating bullets while swinging his massive swords countless times. Then, he left his sword aside and started doing push-ups. Guess his training goes more into his body than mind. Yo, Asta! I called out. Asta stopped his push-ups and stood up with a leap. Hey, Akira, what do you need? Hey, I've known that you recently got your grimoire and sword back then. I said, and he nodded. But there isn't a style on your swings. Style? He wondered, tilting his head. It means that it doesn't have a refined movement on your sword. I explained, rolling my eyes. I'm going to teach you some kenjutsu or swordsmanship for you to get better with those swings. Oh! He slammed his fist on his other hand. I see. Then, are you going to teach me, Akira? I smiled. Of course I will. But for now, let's see how you hang up with that sword. I said, pointing at the planted sword on the ground. I walked toward the Demon Slayer sword, not yet to give him the name for now, and held it on its grip. The first thing I could think of is, heavy. I could barely move it or even wield it since it required much strength to lift it. It slightly twitched, but there was nothing I could do. I don't get how Asta can wield this fucking thing with ease. I guess the difference in training is showing, or I'm pretty weak here than my previous world. And the second thing I noticed is that the Demon Slayer sword was sucking on my mana like a vacuum. I remembered that the current Wizard King mentioned it, but I didn't think that it would be like this. I let the blade down and sighed in defeat. Well, I don't think that I can wield this, Asta. Then, how can you train me? Well, give me a week and I'll make a Bakken, wooden sword, with the size of that. I said, pointing at the Demon Slayer sword. And we can start training. Oh, okay, cool. He said calmly. So, I keep training alone? Yeah, sure, go with that. I patted his sweaty shoulder. Something I'll regret it later, and I wiped it off on my pants. And then, nothing, I didn't feel anything once I touched Asta. Maybe it is because since Asta is manaless and I have mana, I can't acquire his anti-magic attribute because of it. Well, I can't have most of the attributes without their true strength like mirror magic and thread magic, as both of them require something inside of them to fully use them. I could simply use basic things, but that is just speculation. I'll wonder about it once I cross the bridge. Asta smiled and continued with his mild training. With that, I left him to do on his own. After that, it was kind of blurry. Maybe because between training on my own, sparring with teaching Asta swordsmanship and kenjutsu, helping on the church, and let me tell you that what they eat is horrible and unhealthy to eat only one type of food, which is the potatoes. Potatoes, as it is, are like a potato but a tasteless potato. I can barely feel the taste of it, and the worst of it was that it was too dry. I had to drink a gallon of water to wash it down, but for the sake of Sister Lily and the kids, I had to withstand the urge to gag. For the next days, I've been asking Father Orsi if hunting is okay since I can simply use magic to hunt them. Asta and were keen on helping me to catch some of them, but without the permission, we wouldn't be able to hunt. Father Orsi had asked the head chief of the village to hunt, and he said that it would be okay if we brought them a share of it since it can also be good to sell the hides and skin for profit. So after getting our permission, Asta, and I went to the forest next to Hage village and started hunting. For some reason, both Asta and started to hunt as a competition, and I left them there. I would like to leave them live whenever they liked, so they got on their own competition as I continued hunting on my own. The first weeks were hard since I didn't know much of the animals that existed in this world. Most of them were harmless and easy to hunt, but the ones that gave much harder time to hunt them were capable to fight back. I ended up getting few animals at first, while Asta and were equally matched on the amount of animals they brought. The kids and villagers were happy to get more food throughout the weeks that they left the church a little of the donations for our living. The good thing is that the animals I hunted were perfect to test my spells and abilities with magic. I even created some more spells that I would use in specific areas in danger, but I wouldn't want to tell it right now. Days passed to weeks, and weeks turned into months. The days I spent in the church were good moments in my staying since I get to tell stories to the kids when they sleep. Rixa, Haruru, and Hollow were enjoying with stories of fairy tales and princesses. Nash wasn't much interested in that, but I did tell him about stories about superheroes of comics. He loved Superman mostly because how he was stronger despite his whereabouts, but was gentle with his origin in Earth. Father Orsi and Sister Lily were happy that I told them story when they slept. When they started doing their mass, I preferred to hunt outside and prepare with cooking. Yes, I cook. I had found eggs, and the people of the village were about to get more chicken for them and gave us some eggs to get with it. I made some egg rolls and omelets, which they loved it, and even taught Sister Lily to prepare, for which it would be preferable for them to grow healthy in the future. If I didn't know what to cook, I ended up looking in the internet recipes of different cuisines and prepare it while reading the instructions. It was hard at first since there aren't any measurement cups or ovens, which I couldn't make sweets or other things. You have no idea how many times I tested to cook without them. At the end, I had to give them to Asta as a tester, red, guinea pig, to see if it is okay for the others to eat. There were some times that Asta got mild stomachache, but I put it in the perspective that he'll overcome it and have some kind of iron stomach with my experiments. I may look heartless, but, hey, it's Asta, he can withstand it. For another week, I had been sparring with both Asta and swordsmanship with Asta and magic with Asta's swordsmanship was getting better, and although he didn't have any battle prowess at all, he was good swinging his Demon Slayer sword swiftly and having good dodging skills. At first I had him hitting with a slimmer bodkin than his thick one, but through weeks, he's been good at training his muscles to test between the bodkin and his Demon Slayer sword. As for I started using flame magic and chain magic, since he wanted me to test some skills on him, and if I did catch a glint in his eyes, he was fuming angrily because of Rev Chi, so I became some kind of medium to let him vent his anger. It was hard at first, since what I've only been doing against was running. Don't misunderstand, I could fight back and I love challenging to test some skills. But the thing is that he went full serious like at the start of the battle, which that shouldn't be at a simple sparring. Anyway, with the speed dodge I've been doing, I got tired and returned fire at him. To my surprise, he is good on using his wind magic, as he dodged swiftly with his element and counterattacked. We continued battling until Sister Lily called us for dinner. It has been quite stressful sparring that I could feel my body and mind tire out, which will be good for me, no pain no gain. A week later, while I was training with Asta, I suggested him to go with close-quarter combat. Why, you ask? Well, in one of our sparring, I lost my blade when Asta overpowered me, and not letting him get the upper hand, I sidestepped and used his force against him as I kicked his legs, making him spin and falling face first on the ground. He started wondering what the hell I did that cool movement, as he expressed it, and wanted me to teach him. I could teach him some martial arts, but it didn't bring me to teach him martial arts rather than swordsmanship, because I remember him using his Demon Slayer sword whenever he fought. Maybe I should teach him some footwork since he needs to be more agile, so yeah, I'll teach some footwork. So for the next 6 months I'll be training with both Asta and I'll make them feel each part of their body and mind ache in pain for what I'm coming from them. Except that for the next 6 months I'll be training them. They'll be kicking my ass while I try to test and train my magic and skills. It's going to be epic. Chapter 3, The Magic Night Exam. After succumbing for 6 months of rigorous training with both orphans in the church, it was time for us to take the test in the capital city of the Clover Kingdom. We were now standing in front of the orphans, Sister Lily, and Father Orsi at the church. I was wearing a different outfit since 6 months ago. I was wearing a denim jacket rolled up to my elbows, black tank top with a hazard emblem on the chest and yellow, camouflage cargo pants and black combat boots. As for the others, they still had the current outfit they were every day. How they change their clothes, or if they have many clothes of the same, is a mystery to me. I glanced down at my clenched fist. I was feeling ready for the entrance exam. The 6 months I've been staying in Hage Village was good on me. Take care. Father Orsi began. You better write us, and I. Rixa told him. Yeah. Nodded. Good luck. Aruru chirped. Come back soon. Hollow added. He'll be back soon, Asta, that is. Nash muttered not so subtly. Nash. I groaned good naturally. Despite the 6 months I've been here, Nash still had a different vibe from the others. A little more mature than the other orphans and unusually from his age, but being an orphan might be related. Nash then remained quiet until he looked at Asta with a determined look. But just if, and it's a very huge if you get into the Magic Knights, I believe in possibilities. I'll believe I can become anything. And then one day, I'll get into the Magic Knights, too. His statement was fully understanding by the pure determination he voiced out and the look of his eyes. It would have been perfect if he didn't look pessimist after that. No, never mind. I chuckled good naturally again. He's not really honest with what he wants to speak about. It's okay, Nash. I told him. With hard work and determination, you'll become a magic knight in the future. Yeah, we'll be waiting for you. Asta nodded. Finishing up with the orphans, I looked up to the older members of the church. Father Ors, Sister Lily, everyone. I began. Even though I was just here for 6 months, I'm deeply thankful for taking care of me. I hope that I can return the favor once I become a magic knight to you. Father Orsi and Sister Lily smiled at me. Father Orsi continued. It's all right, you are now part of this family too. Bye-bye, Akira and I. Aruru waved at me. Bye-bye Hollow added mirroring Aruru. Then I'll be off. Yuno started walking away from the church. Hey, wait, Yuno! Asta shouted as he hurried toward him. Wait for me. Have a safe trip. Everyone sans Nash yelled. See ya. Nash voiced not so loudly but able to be heard. With this, we were now embarking toward the capital city of the Clover Kingdom. I'm dying in eagerness once we get there. Oh! After some hours running toward the capital city, we made a stop to rest. The royal capital, huh? Asta hummed. I wonder what it's like. I wonder if we'll get to meet the Wizard King. I shrugged. Considering that we get first past the entrance exam, if not that would be a fool's dream. Yeah, as he said. Yuno agreed. Not every magic knight catches the eye of the Wizard King easily. We need to do something big if we want to speak with him. Asta hummed thoughtfully, if that's what he can, and then smiled dumbly at the sky. I'm so excited. Yuno and I shared a glance before sighing. Him being a little smart ain't gonna be usual since in his mind it's always Wizard King, Mana, or Sister Lily. There's no knowledge in his brain even though I tried for him to learn something apart from swordsmanship and martial arts. Yuno then regarded where he left. Excited? Aren't you scared? Asta looked at him as if he had grown a second head. Huh? Why would I be? He asked with a dumbfounded expression. I chuckled the way he asked. He'll never change for the worst, it seems. I snickered before drinking the water of my canteen. Asta then bolted up on his feet and showed an eagerness expression while looking at the road toward the royal capital. Come on, let's hurry! The royal capital's super far away. Then, he started running much faster than before. Hey! We barked, with varied tones, at the dumbest of the three. I've got to hurry up and to become the Wizard King. He sang cheerfully as he started daydreaming like the idiot he is, him becoming a Wizard King at the age he is, and dating Sister Lily on his imaginary broom. I knew very well how he daydreamed since the 6 months I've been with him. He made that stupid face he does whenever he dreams with Sister Lily. Apart from that, he'll get to know that he won't be able to fly once we get to the entrance exam. Anyway, we've been following him up relentlessly, but at the end, we made another stop after 2 hours of running. At the camp, we were now chatting leisurely about magic, mana, and being able to fly on a broomstick. It could happen. Asta said dreamily after I spoke about flying on a broomstick. Yeah, no, you won't be able to fly 2 centimeters off the ground. I deadpanned, smacking the air with my hand. He's right, can you even ride a broom when you don't have any magic? Yuno intoned. Asta's eyes widened in shock, recalling that he didn't have mana in the first place, no mana, no energy to be able to fly with a broomstick. I'll make it work somehow. Asta said, really unsure if he could at all. I cocked an eyebrow. Oh yeah? How? He then showed us his grimoire. I have a grimoire. I can somehow use it to fly. He exclaimed, like trying to make himself believe that it could. I rolled my eyes. Having a grimoire doesn't mean you actually have mana, you dimwit. I explained flatly. You have a different magic than us, which you're more of vanguard. But having mana, well, you don't any at all. Asta shook his head, shrugging off my comment. Ugh, well, no matter. I can do anything as long as I don't give up. Come on, hurry up. And with that, he started running again. I rubbed my face wearily. I wonder where he got that limitless stamina. I muttered to myself before looking to Yuno. Welp, you heard the midget, let's go. Yuno shook his head with a smile. There's no other option. We continued running or trotting toward the royal capital. But as before, we stopped at the third stop of the day after 3 hours in exhaustion. And this time, I was going to stop him. And not yet. I'm not done yet. Asta wheezed miserably, taking another step. And this was my cue. I grabbed his jacket's collar before Asta began rushing toward the capital. Calm down, you musclehead, the royal capital won't run away from us. I deadpanned as I kept grabbing Asta's back collar. And this gave me an idea, so within my idea, I threw him against a rock wall. Slam! Asta got planted to the rock wall and slid down like a cartoon. I rolled my eyes as it would take much longer to reach the royal capita. I get that Asta is excited that we're going to become magic knights, even I was excited to be one. I really wanted to tell them about that I'm from another world where I know them completely. I could tell them some things, but I wouldn't have any facts until I tell them fully. Wait a minute, I may have an idea of telling them that I know more than they supposed to. Hey, you know. I called. You want me to show you something magical? I wiggled my fingers. If Yuno could deadpan in a way I didn't know it was possible, well, I know it now. You know that, we can use magic, right? He then showed a mini tornado on his palm. I waved him off. I know, but... I exclaimed, bringing Asta's attention to me. What I meant, a different kind of magic. Yuno looked at me skeptically while Asta looked excited. Oh, I do! The idiot exclaimed. I took out a coin from his world and showed to them. All right, listen and behold, see this coin? Then I started playing with the coin, you know, the usual coin trick, spinning at the top of my fingertip, passing the coin between my fingers, etc. The trick surprised them but paid attention to it. I'm gonna make this coin disappear. With a simple flip, the coin disappeared. Both of them blinked in surprise that the coin they had been paying attention disappeared instantly. WH what? Asta said intelligently. Where did the coin go? I smirked when I placed my hands behind his ear. Well, here it is. I laughed internally, seeing the dumbfounded expression they were wearing. Whoa, where did that come from? Asta asked, excited, while touching his ear. That, my friend, it's a secret of mine. I grinned. Well, I can tell you one secret of mine, if you wish for. Oh, I want to know. Asta said as Yuno nodded slowly. Well, the one thing I can only tell you too is that... I paused. Is that I'm clairvoyant? Asta and Yuno blinked in confusion. Clay what? Asta asked dumbly. Clairvoyant. I corrected him. It's a special trait my family has, which means that I can see a close future from this present. Asta tilted his head in confusion. So, what's special about it? I looked at him flatly. That means that I'm able to see a close future from the present. It's going to be useful in case we have to fight, you know. Yuno nodded in agreement. I see the advantages of it. But why tell us? I shrugged. I've been living with you guys for 6 months. I think this kind of secret would be exposed in the future, but it's better to have someone you can trust early on. Asta tilted his head. Then you're trusting with that secret of yours? I circled my hand. Well, Yuno can keep a secret, but I don't know about you. He bolted on his feet angrily. I can keep a secret. I waved him off. Yeah, I know. But you know that you tend to make stupid comments that it'll give me away. I said. Remember when I asked you to shut your mouth about the secret breakfast I was going to make until your stupid mouth revealed everything to the others? Asta then shrunk with a sheepish laugh. Well, I couldn't. I sighed. Anyway, remember that this secret is most dangerous for people that oppose the people of the kingdom. In wrong hands, I'm going to end up being the enemy. So I'm trusting that you two can shut your mouth unless I say so, understood? Asta and Yuno nodded in agreement. I smiled. All right, let's camp and continue tomorrow. With that, we camped at the location we were now. Asta and Yuno went to get food while I made the camp. Surprisingly, I did the fire with my flame magic, and I knew camping back when Dad took me to the mountain with the others to train. Hellish days, I say, but gratifying for the experience. Oh. Well, the journey to the royal capital took us 1 week. During the journey, occurred many things that in the manga didn't tell about. Like wild boars stampede, rock falls, and Asta offered to me his favorite drink, Maguro leaf juice. And let me tell you, his drink was so sour and bitter that I spat comically. I don't even know how he could drink that shit. Oh yeah, he's an idiot and has a will of a bull. Anyway, once we arrived at the royal capital, we saw different stores during our visit. It was like I expected to, stores selling fruits, vegetable, variety of food, amulets, etc. Some of them were affordable but others were expensive than others. I got taught by Sister Lily about the prices of the things in general. And she also taught me about the common sense of the Clover Kingdom, since even though I know the world from a comic, my knowledge is different from others. After some walking, we noticed a red-haired woman that no doubt that we'll meet her in the future, Rebecca Scarlet carrying the youngest on her back, and 2 other following her. There. Don't cry, she said to the youngest member of her family as she was carrying him. Let's hurry back and get ready to open up the shop. With that, the Scarlet family went away from our sights. Asta and Yuno kept watching them go, but I was happy to see that both of them were smiling at them. Remind me of everyone back at the church. Asta began solemnly. I'm sure Sister and the others are lonely now that I'm gone. Not a chance. Yuno retracted jokingly. Hey! I shook my head with a smile. Anyway, let's get to move on. The entrance exam won't be waiting for us all day. Afterwards, we arrived at the entrance exam ceremony, where other contestants were waiting for their turn to shine. They were all decent in my eyes, but not all of them would be chosen to be a magic knight. As for us, the people were cheering at us and which got Asta thanking them, both Yuno and I pretended that we didn't know him. It was stupid enough that Asta loved the cheering that he forgot that they weren't for him but us in general. Oh! Entering the stadium, we were now making a line for we could give our names and such information to the workers. Next. Yuno stepped up. I'm Yuno from Hage Village, he said. The worker rode up. Yuno from Hage, could I see your grimoire? He asked. Yuno nodded and presented him his grimoire. The receptionist noted Yuno's 4-leaf clover grimoire. AF 4-leaf clover. He breathed. The 2 workers that were being the receptionist gaped at the sight of the 4-leaf clover grimoire. Oh! So that's one of those who everyone's talking about. But apart from the workers, the contestants behind us were also shocked by the development. Hey, that grimoire! A male contestant gaped. Is it really a 4-leaf clover? Another male added. Wow! A female contestant breathed in awe. The receptionist smiled as he handed back Yuno's grimoire. You're number 164. All right, next. Asta stepped up next. I'm Asta, also from Hage Village. Here's my grimoire. The receptionist frowned at the state of the grimoire Asta had. That's quite filthy. Is this really a grimoire? Yeah, I can vouch for that, I assured him. I know it's dirty, but it's really a grimoire whenever you like it or not. The receptionist gave me a look to see if I was deceiving him but found nothing. He shrugged and handed back his grimoire. All right, you're number 165. Got it! Asta nodded before looking for Yuno. Next. I stepped up this time. I'm Akira Yamaguchi. I'm also from Hage Village but like a temporary member of it. Here's my grimoire. The receptionist raised an eyebrow in confusion. Temporarily? Huh? He blinked in shock that he was presented another 4-leaf clover grimoire at his eyes. Heh, this year we got a great finding to the Clover Kingdom. You're number 166. Receiving the Grimoire, I grinned. Thank you very much. And got away to find those two. Forgetting something, I ignored the other guy that was standing behind me planning to make Asta his stepping stone. Oh! Getting inside the stadium, we were welcomed at the sight that the place looked like the Colosseum. There were many contestants waiting to be tested in front of the captains of each squads of the Clover Kingdom. Some of them looked confident on their skills, others were nervous, and few were neutral, the least of it. Asta, as always, was excited to be here. Yuno looked stoic no matter how many times I asked him. And me? Well, between with overjoyed excitement and bored, I think I'm okay with what I am feeling. I'm really getting nervous now. One of the male contestants muttered nervously. Just then, a flock of birds started flying toward us. Hey, ow! What the heck are these birds? Another male contestant said as a bird was pecking his head. The infamous anti-birds of the exam venue. A female contestant explained as two of the anti-birds were flying around her. Guys with less magic get more birds on them. Really? He looked around and noticed us, meaning Yuno and me. Hey look! None of the birds are going to them. And those two seem to know each other. A female contestant mused. Hey! It's those guys from earlier. A male contestant, which I think he was behind us at the entrance, said. From earlier? Those two are from some remote village called Hage, yet they got a 4-leaf grimoire. The male that was hearing these two males contestant gaped in shock. What, 2 4-leaf? Seriously? I deadpanned. It seems we attracted some bystanders, you know. He nodded. Yeah. He. One of us is going to become the Wizard King. Our legend's beginning now, you know, Akira. Asta declared. I heard many gasps from his declaration. But what took the cake of such shock was that Asta was, well, he was looking like a pigeon post with, you know, birds swarming on him. There were many anti-birds flying around him, sitting on his head, and even pecking his head like if his ashen blonde hair had food inside. And there it was the familiar anti-bird sitting leisurely on his head without a care in the world. So, without remorse, I took a picture of it. I'm gonna show you just how much I've grown in 6 months. Asta declared. Oh yeah, forgot to mention, I've been sparring with them separately so each of them don't know how the other grown up. Only I know. But anyway, I was feeling a little envious of him. Sure, the anti-birds only keep their eyes on those who lack mana, and meaning that I have more mana than the usual people, the anti-birds ignored me completely. Then Asta began being annoyed by the anti-birds and he tried to shake them off. What the heck are these birds? He demanded as he tried to run away, tried being a keyword since the anti-birds were chasing him. Get away from me, you stupid birds! Everyone laughed at him while Asta kept running away from the anti-birds. It all ended up when he bumped into someone. Everyone shut their mouths and dreaded at the sight of the person he bumped on. Even I was feeling a shiver at the sight of the man Asta encountered. Tabata-sensei did his best illustration on the man he created. His muscular body build, the size of his muscles and the rugged expression he was wearing was nothing I was expecting to see. The anti-birds squawked in dread noticing the one Asta bumped on and flew away. Asta was feeling relieved that the anti-birds left him alone without noticing the huge man in front of him. Asta. I whispered weakly. Ignoring my previous whisper, Asta faced the man, not to his face, with a dumb smile. They finally flew off somewhere. Hey, sorry for bumping into you, he said with a relieved tone. The man in front of him glared fiercely at him, emitting a dark aura around him. I'll kill you, brat. Asta looked shocked at the blunt declaration the captain said. What the heck's his problem? It would be Asta's thoughts. Trying not to get himself killed, I went next to Asta. Sir, Captain. I corrected myself weakly. I'm sorry for the stupid behavior of my companion. So I do understand what he did was wrong, but could you perhaps give him some kind of mercy? I asked weakly. Asta remained quiet for a few seconds. Oh, crap. He's got the eyes of a killer. His neck's so thick. No mage looks like that. Talk about an intimidating presence. He thought in dread before shaking it off. No, wait, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Be friendly. Just be friendly. Without a moment of hesitation, Asta placed his hand over his shoulder and said one thing that got everyone's blood leave their head. Man, you look old. You must have had a hard life. He said with the dumbest expression he said in his fucking life. There was a deafening silence as everyone paled at such stupid statement Asta voiced out. The only thing that could have stopped this suffocating silence was, you guessed it, me. You fucking imbecile. You doomed us all. Yami's hands quickly grabbed us. Asta was obvious trapped by his hands. Me? He missed me since I expected him to grab the people in front of him out of anger. I hastily retreated to Yuno's side. He regarded me for a second before dismissing me and glaring at Asta. It appears that you're ready to die, Yami declared while glaring at Asta. You saw this coming? Yuno asked. Well, more or less. I thought that I could stop his stupid mouth to blabber things, but you know Asta, he uses more his mouth rather than his brain. I shrugged. And I wonder if he has one. I muttered to myself. His looks weren't a lie at all. Asta shrieked as Yami's hand held him tightly by the head. Oh, there he is. What are you doing down here? Two other members of the squad, the man in front of us, wondered aloud. I'm about to end this one's life, he declared coldly, making Asta scream in terror. Hey, isn't that? One of the male contestants muttered. Is that the great Finral Rolla Case, the user of rare, spatial magic? A female contestant said with a blush. Hey, you're cute. Finral flirted as he approached said girl. He's famous for being so girl crazy that it gets in the way of his duties, another male contestant stated. And that's Gordon Agrippa, the expert on hex magic. I heard that he's impossible to talk to, and also scary. Impossible to talk to? False. Scary face? Maybe. OUCH. Asta's whining brought our attention to the show. We were seeing that his head was slowly being squashed by the captain's thick hands. Whoa, cut it out, Finral said, returning from his flirty game. A Magic Knight squad captain shouldn't kill an exam candidate, he stated. And why did you even come down here, anyway? I went to take a dump and got lost, was his reasonable answer. How this guy can even get lost in this place? I deadpanned. There were many signs over the halls. Squad captain? A male contestant gasped in terror. You mean he's the Lord of Destruction, also known as the Titan, Yami Sukahiro? Yami? A female contestant gaped in shock. As the captain of the Black Bulls? The Black Bulls. Another female contestant added in dread. The cost they incur in damages exceeds the successes they're credited for, right? Apparently, there isn't a single decent Magic Knight on that squad, a male contestant said in worry. A playboy and a guy who can't communicate, I see. Yeah, I wouldn't want to join that squad. Ignoring the banter they were making, I noticed that Asta stopped his screaming and tried to free himself from Yami's grasps, tight grasps. It continued for 1 or 2 minutes and Yami started to take some attention at the midget, but before he could test something, fireworks were shot on the skies, interrupting him completely. Come on, the exam is about to start, Finral said to his captain. TCH. Yami clicked his tongue in displeasure and left Asta alone. Guess you get to live a little longer, brat. Better take good care of the life you just got back, or I'll kill you. With that, the Black Bulls went away from the stadium toward the upper floor. Then the anti-birds attracted all the contestants' attention to the upper floor. Where the captains of each squad of theirs entered the stadium coolly, every contestant was gasping in awe at the sight of the captains. And then, out of nowhere, the one who I can say with displeasure that came was none other than Sek Bronzatsa, the user of bronze magic, and the one who'll try to use Asta for his glorious debut. We noticed that the captains sat accordingly to their ranks or something like that, so looking forward, I took my camera and snapped some pictures. That's the captain of the Silver Eagle, Noel Silva, Sek said with introduction to the silver-haired and eagle-shaped hairstyle captain of the Magic Knight squads, wearing a white and blue cape over his shoulder. And the eldest son of the Silva family. I added softly as Asta and Yuno heard me completely. That's... Yuno began numbly. One of the captains of the Magic Knights squad. Asta finished, and then tilted his head in confusion. That's some hairstyle. Isn't it hard to see with that thing in his face? I shrugged. Who know, maybe it's a thing for their family. Then I gave him a flat look. But don't be rude and tell him on his face. You wouldn't want to repeat the same mistake as before, right? Which one? I pinched the bridge of my nose in exasperation while Sek continued with the red-haired captain with a red cape over his shoulder. The captain of the Crimson Lion Kings, Fugolian Vermilion. As the Crimson suggests, he's a user of flame magic. Whoa! Asta gaped in awe. Sek continued with the black-haired with a green cape over his shoulder. The captain of the green praying mantises, Jack the Ripper. And your future captain, I would add, Sek. Still, what's with the name? His name is as the Murderer of London, and I wouldn't think that he would be well known if he ever lived in my previous world. The people would have him arrested for being called Jack the Ripper. What's a praying mantis? Asta asked, clueless. Sek shrugged indifferently. You know a mantis. Like a bug. Apparently, Captain Jack's severing magic split the earth in two. Asta looked dumbfounded at him before looking at me for answer. It's a bug with blades on its arms. The reason behind the choice of animal or insect was because Captain Jack has /magic, so that's why he chose an insect for his flag. Ah. He nodded, more or less comprehending me completely. That's awesome. But I don't want to be a mantis. Sek added in disgust. Bugs are super lame. I rolled my eyes. In any case, he'll be chosen to become a green praying mantises after this Magic Knight test. Anyway, he's complaining because a mantis is small and a bug, you can't judge a book by its cover. Then he swooned at the blonde-haired captain wearing a single fin protruding from the top and blue cape. The captain of the Blue Rose Knights, Charlotte Roselay. She's so beautiful. Yeah, but Sister Lily's prettier. Asta commented, unfazed by the beauty of Captain Charlotte. Well, Captain Charlotte is sure beautiful as Sister Lily, but I prefer Hikari rather than them since I know for fact that Captain Charlotte has a crush on Captain Yami and Sister Lily is a nun. Sek then looked at the tall and obese man wearing a purple domino mask and cape. The captain of the Purple Orcus, Geldra Poiset. He didn't say anything else after introducing him. That's all for you to say? Asta asked incredulously. I simply cocked an eyebrow at him and well, it's I have no interest in see-me guys like him. He clarified. Well, at least, he did nail that about Captain Geldra. Sek continued to the smallest lilac-haired woman sleeping like a log that was wearing pink witch hat and cape. The captain of the Coral Peacocks, Dorothy Unsworth. Is she walking in her sleep? Asta asked incredulously. Apparently, all she does is sleep. Sek shrugged. Let's say that. I began frigidly. Her magic is powerful enough to let her sleep all day, that's why she's a captain. Yes, it says that she probably has an amazing power you'd never expect her to possess. Sek agreed with a nod. Wow. He continued to the youngest captain of the Clover Kingdom, the aqua-haired man? No, better as a teenager, of the order. The captain of the Aqua Deer, Real Boysmore. And it is said that he's the youngest captain squad of the history. I nodded with my arms crossed. Asta frowned in confusion. How old is he? Captain Rill is 19, I heard. Sek answered. 19? He's only 4 years older than me? He exclaimed in shock before blinking in confusion as he wondered something amiss and looked at me. Now that I think about it, Akira, how old are you? I cocked an eyebrow. I never told you. Asta shook his head and seemed to be attentive to me. I shrugged. Well, my birthday was the day before I met you, so I'm 17 years old. I see. Muttered quietly. Between the three of us, then he's the oldest one. Well, the captain of Aqua Deer, being young, the path to becoming the Wizard King might be shorter than I thought. Asta stated happily. Not so sure about that. I shook my head. He's only a captain because of his strength and skills. If you think being a captain is easy enough, well, Asta, your dream to be Wizard King is just that, a dream. He gulped nervously after he heard me speak like that. Baha! Seka barked a laugh, which is strange. A Wizard King, eh? That's a pretty big dream. He stated before glancing at the captain's floor. But for the next Wizard King, they say he's the most promising candidate. Everyone started cheered as one captain stepped up. He was wearing a helmet that obscures everything of his upper half of his face and a golden cape. The captain of the most powerful Magic Knights squad, the Golden Dawn, William Vangeance. Both Asta and gazed firmly at the next candidate who'll take their dream seat. The members of his squad have utmost faith in him, and it's said that in the last battle, it was Captain William who took the enemy general's head. Sek added. Among the contestants, they were dreaming to become part of the Golden Dawn, Silver Eagles, and other squads that had good reputation. Lastly, Yami Sukahiro, captain of the Black Bulls, sat down on his seat with the others' captains. Both Finral and Gordon was behind him. As soon as he sat down, he started yawning. I could see that he was bored out of his mind to be here. Guess I'll have to show some skills to impress them. Oh! What a pain in the ass. Yami grumbled, scratching his chin. Can't we just get this over with? This is an important exam that will decide the futures of these youths. William explained. We need you to take this a bit more serious. He glanced at his fellow captain. Yeah, Mr. Serious. William sat up from his seat and brought the attention of the contestants. So then, candidates. Sorry to keep you waiting. I will be conducting this exam. He opened his grimoire and it shone. World Tree Magic, Descent. The skies started clouding in thick cumulus, and at the center of it, roots started descending, creating broomsticks for each contestant. Oh! So this is the man closest to the Wizard King. Asta and chorused in mind, amazed at the skill of the man closest to become Wizard King. We will now begin the Magic Knight's entrance exam. William continued. We're going to test you on a number of different things. The 9 of us will evaluate your performance, and then we will select the candidates that we would like to add to our squads. If chosen, you will join that squad. If you're chosen by more than one squad, you may choose the squad you would like to join. On the other hand, those who are not chosen by any captain are not qualified to join the Magic Knights. I was hearing closely to the strongest captain and smirked. I had prepared enough to take the Magic Knights entrance exam seriously. There are some things that I hadn't gotten to train, but once I get to be one, I'll start training. For the first exam, we will have you get on those brooms and fly. William said casually. But that's... A female contestant muttered in dread. I've never done that before. A male contestant grunted. The contestants were getting worried that they would fail at the first test. Mages who can control their magical powers should be able to this instinctively. William stated. It is the most basic way for mages to travel. If you cannot fly on a broom, you shouldn't even be here. He nodded. All right, begin. I grinned as I placed my headphones over my ears, which I took the liberty to bring it on my duffel bag and hang it around my neck. I scrolled through my music list and grinned more once I found the song I was planning to hear. Song, Through the Fire and Flames, Dragon Force. Everyone rode onto their brooms and tried to fly. Some of them struggled on getting off the ground as few of them were launched off their brooms. I watched Yuno testing the broom on his hand. He then placed it on the ground and stepped over it. Instantly, the broom swooned in energy, mana, and started flying leisurely. And to say, that looked cool. So I tried to do it the same. Alas, the first time I stepped on it, I tried to send some mana on the broom. Sure, it worked at first. But it instantly launched me off the ground. I span on the air for 5 seconds before I landed on the ground on my feet dizzily. Okay, that didn't work out, I sent too much for it. Maybe I should add less and more stability on my gravity, and maybe it'll work out. I mused to myself, beginning to redo the test. Oh! The captains were glancing at the contestants as they eyed which contestants are worthy to be part of their squad. Just by observing this, we can get a good idea of what kind of mages they are. Charlotte thought while glancing at the contestants. There are quite a few candidates this year. There were few contestants that were able to fly on their broomstick. Yuno, being one of them, was flying leisurely on his feet. I did it! A teenager at age of between 16 and 19 cackled as he flew on his broomstick joyfully. Charlotte noted that this particular kid had chocolate-colored hair and was wearing some kind of outfit that she didn't know where it came from. Apart from that, he had some kind of device around his head in color black and silver, and there was a cloth blocking the side front. In any case, his eyes showed glint of concentration and eagerness despite his attitude, something that it ain't normal in this test. Oh! This is amazing! I continued laughing. I've been playing around on my broomstick, giving spins, barrel rolls, and even hanging on my hand, which was something I'll let regret later since I also fell from it. In any case, it was amazing. For those kids from the boonies, they're really amazing. Guess the four-leaf clover chose them for a reason. While the contestants were amazed by the ones who received the four-leaf clover grimoires, the third member of the boonies had difficulties with his broom. Asta had been grunting for the last 5 minutes, trying to get off the ground even though I had explained to him for the 6 months that he was incapable of using mana. Oh! What's the meaning of this? Fugolian wondered, incredulously cupping his chin with his hand. No matter how much one might be lacking in talent, they should at least float. Noel didn't seem to pay attention as he sat up. If you'll excuse me for a moment. He then retired from the stadium to somewhere. Oh! Talk about pathetic. A male contestant scoffed. Guess we're down one rival already. The other added with a smirk. They had been so keen on making Asta look pitiful. That would have continued if not that someone appeared from behind ominously. Hello. I droned out with a not-so-cheerful smile, sitting cross-legged on the broom and clenching hard my fist enough to make them crack. I don't want to interrupt, but if you keep speaking badly about him, well, I might have to break your necks and cut through your vocal cords so that you'll be mute for the rest of your miserable lives. I smiled at them, which got their freak out. So either you go away, or I'll make you two mincemeat. Why yes. They chorused in terror before bolting away. I eyed at Asta for a moment. Still nothing, it seems. Need help? No need. I can. Do it! He grunted, gritting his teeth to put effort. Just give me a moment. I rolled my eyes. All right, if you say so. With that, I flew away to give him space. I looked back to see that Sek had been playing the Good Samaritan and getting him with the hook, line, and sinker with him. I would say something to him, but I knew best how he'll end up later. After that, there were others tests. Such as Magical Ability Exam, Magical Ability Control Exam, Creation Magic Exam, and Developmental Magical Exam. To not stick out too much, I've been using Flame Magic from the start. It wasn't even my time to use others since I wouldn't want to show all my cards, so I'm keeping simple with the Flame Magic. Sek continued helping Asta, but I, or maybe people that can see through lies, knew best that Sek was using Asta to look better. Song, END. After hours of doing the exams, it was almost the end of the Magic Night entrance exam. The Golden Dawn captain stepped up from the podium and attracted attention of the contestants. All right. The next exam shall be the last one. You will engage in actual combat. The contestants started murmuring among them. You'll be battling. Fugolian roared, startling everyone. You will pair off and fight with your partner. You may use your grimoires to attack. If we lose, it'll severely affect our evaluations. A male contestant said in dread. Picking the right opponent will be the key of their debut. Another one added. Fighting is our duty. The Crimson Lion King's captain stated firmly. Show us your true abilities. As soon as one of you yields or becomes unable to fight, the exam will be over. William added. There will be mages who can use healing magic on standee. So fight to your heart's content. Fugolian roared fiercely. I felt like a sweat drop hanging at the back of my head. This hot-blooded family of Vermilion is quite scary. I can't imagine when the other one comes. But I had to shake this feeling and look for a partner. I couldn't ask Asta and Yuno since we shouldn't fight against each other and also because we know how to fight between us for all the sparring we had done. So I started looking around if there was someone stupid enough to fight me. I noticed Sek going to Asta and ask him to be his partner, or rather sandbag, which made him prostrate to him. And also noticed that the previous Silver Eagle captain, which had retired for a moment previously, returned to his seat among the others. Guess he had to visit someone in this test. Just then, I could feel a tap on my shoulder behind. So I turned around to be welcomed at the sight of a golden-haired woman which was tied on braids. She had a slender build with huge assets, maybe C or D cup, porcelain-colored skin, and had amber-colored eyes. She was wearing a long yellow sleeveless dress that was covered in a light-colored tunic, brown short pants and black boots. Hey, do you want to spar with me? She asked. I blinked in surprise by her question. Ah, are you sure? I'm not someone that can be taken lightly. She frowned, clearly offended. Are you saying that I can't handle you? She demanded as she leaned on me, clearly a lack of personal space for her to come to me like that. Oh no, nothing like that. I denied, shaking my head. Just saying that I'm a little stronger than the bunch we had gathered. She leaned back, expressing a challenging grin. Then, it's settled. I'll take that challenge of you. I shrugged. Well, whenever you like it or not, I'll give you that challenge you're waiting. Although, her stubbornness is worse than Ikari. So, what's your name? I can't always call you milady if, don't your name. She giggled sheepishly. Oh right, sorry for the late introduction. I'm Mickey Goldia, it's nice to meet you. She raised her hand. I cocked an eyebrow at the sight of some contestants flinched once she gave her name, but I ignored them for a moment. All right, the name's Akira Yamaguchi, likewise. I returned the handshake, but once we shared hands, my grimoire started glowing subtly in a golden yellow. Gold magic, attribute added. I could see the information passing through my mind, and I was surprised that the gold magic, which wasn't something I knew from the BC world, had one. Just who's Mickey Goldia? And how deep shit I got myself into. Chapter 4, Golden Valkyrie. After the previous test the squad captains gave us, we were now looking for partners for the last test of the exam, Battle Combat. As the name said, we had to fight one-on-one against our partner for a period of time or unless the other couldn't fight anymore, like Pokemon. Anyway, the first one that was going to fight was both Asta and Sek Bronzatsa. First combatants, come forward. The referee called up. Yes, sir. Asta stepped up excited. Baha! The other barked a laugh, which I still think it's strange. The combatants faced face to face next to the referee. Let's both give it our all and fight fair, so we can achieve our goals. Asta declared fairly. I knew best that Asta was too good for this world. I could have added rotten, but I'm still living on it, so no. Anyway, it was good of his for wanting to fight fairly. that would have worked if not for his opponent. I knew exactly what Sek would say as he leaned on his ears. You don't have to try so hard anymore, you filthy little rat that wandered into the wrong place. Thank you for making me look even better so far. I'll get into the magic nights and do my best for the both of us, and have a great time. Got it, you miserable peasant? He whispered to Asta. Hurry back to your village in the boonies and continue enjoying your crappy little life. Baha! He returned to the other side of the battlefield waiting for the referee. I narrowed my eyes darkly seeing this kind of behavior. It sickens me. I remembered during my time on the tournament, one of the upperclassmen from the opposite school asked or let's say threatened to let them win, and that was before I joined the karate club. It seemed that there was some kind of bad blood between, but I couldn't care less. So we accepted the offer, and at the end of the day, I pulverized my opponents without mercy. And when the upperclassmen demanded, as they emphasized what the fuck was that bullshittery, well, I broke more than few bones and recorded everything. Their school demanded them to leave the club and their families gave me some ass whooping for their part. Anyway, back to the fight. I didn't expect otherwise that Sek was a pitiful guy trying to look better than the others. Something you expect when power is strength, and for them, power means everything above hard work and effort. Sek chose the weakest looking guy. A male contestant grumbled. Yuno, who was standing behind me, and I regarded their comments for a moment before Yuno looked at me. Who do you think it'll win? He asked knowingly. I scoffed. Who do you think? I rolled my eyes with a smirk, preparing my camera. Prepare to be amazed. Begin! The referee roared, lowering his arm. No holding back, all right? Sek began as his grimoire opened. Let's do this, Asta. Baha! Bronze creation magic, Sek Magnum Cannonball. A bronze sphere covered him created many holes around the ball like a crater which started to emit smokes. Oh! That's pretty decent for an exam candidate. Finral said, somehow amazed at the contestant's magic. Doesn't he look like that spiky bug from the Mimo Amazon? Yami asked, not even interested by his magic. Oh! There's no need to hold back. Come at me! Baha! He challenged with a wink. Now, make sure you struggle as much as you can to make things exciting. The contestants around started mocking and wanting to fight Asta because he looked weak and pitiful, and also that his grimoire looked shabby and filthy. We ignored completely as I kept pointing my camera at them with an eager grin. Sure thing. Asta droned out. Here I go. His grimoire shone black, summoning his demon slayer sword. As soon as he gripped tight the hilt, he sprinted as fast the eyes could catch on. Like instantly, Asta teleported in front of Sek with his blade raised up. Huh, was Sek's intelligent words before Asta cut the bronze sphere and the user. Everyone was so shocked that I could see some jaws dropping down, and the silence was so welcoming that I had to hold a chuckle. Luckily, I took a picture the moment Asta knocked Sek out. It's so going to the album, if I had one. I looked at the caption's expression and saw that some of them had expressed in some degree of shock at the display. In any case, both Yuno and I were very happy at this development. I'm not joining the Magic Knights so I can have a good time and avoid working hard. Asta growled. I'm here to work my butt off and become the Wizard King. Again, I looked back at the captains. I saw that both Captain Williams and Captain Yami had noticed his ability. No magic, but pure strength. As for Yuno, I see that he was happy that his rival wasn't weak at all. I'm the one who's going to defeat you. Asta. He smiled and looked forward the day they both fought against each other. As soon as everyone was distracted, I walked towards Sek's unconscious body and looked at him. You stupid little guy, you're thinking that you can win but you're only on a little pond. Meanwhile, Asta is going to watch the sea and become something grand. I hope you got your lesson taught, or else we're coming back. I patted his cheek, which was part of my plan. Bronze magic, attribute added. Yeah, that. I needed his attribute since I don't know anybody else with bronze magic. I returned to Yuno and Asta came to us. Hey, Asta. Nice work out there. I gave him a thumb up. I hope your fights be good. He smirked. Who is he? He just said something about the Wizard King. A male contestant wondered aloud. Asta frowned before turning to them. All of you shut up. I told you, I'm going to become the Wizard King. You got a problem with that? He roared fiercely. I patted his shoulder. Now, Asta, they got it this time, but you have to move so that other combatants can fight. I dragged him back to the spectators area. From where the captains were seated, some of them looked surprised by Asta's abilities. Finral hummed quietly. Could it be some kind of creation magic? He wondered aloud. Amazing *, Gordon murmured quietly. They were watching Sek's unconscious body being carried out to the healers on a stretcher. Judging from the other parts of the exam, it didn't seem like he had that much magic power. Finral voiced out to Yami. He's not using magic. Yami answered, which surprised Finral. Actually, maybe it's not that he's not using magic. It's that he doesn't have any magical power. He then recalled the moment he grabbed his head. Come to think of it, I didn't sense any mana from him. And yet, he wants to become the Wizard King, huh? Look like we've got a strange one on our hands. Oh! The battle continued to take place as the combatants showed their skills and magical powers to the squad captains with all their might. I simply noted that some of them were capable to fight on his magic knights, but most of them weren't even close to become one. Asta was, well, engrossed by the fight that his eyes started shining in excitement. Yuno, on the other hand, still hadn't found a partner of his own and was just leaning against a wall watching the sparring until... Your name was Yuno, wasn't it? A noble-looking guy came to him. You seem to be having a hard time finding an opponent. Why don't you pair up with me? Yuno simply nodded in acceptance for the challenge. As soon as the previous battle finished, Yuno and the noble guy walked toward the battleground. Before anybody could ask, the contestants started to recognize the noble-looking guy next to Yuno. Isn't he, Salim? A male contestant said aloud. From the famous Hapshas family? The guy named Salim chuckled inwardly at the attention they received. You may have been chosen by the four-leaf, but you are no noble. I'll show you just how far below us nobles you are, both in status and power. He paused, thinking what was he forgetting before he recalled it. Oh, and of course, in wealth, too. Cocky little bastard he is. I could practically see ego around him like it was a magnet of it. Anyway, he'll get what he deserves after this. Which in this case, prepare the camera for the upcoming beatdown. Asta just sat down next to quietly, surprisingly for him, but it could have been since his rival is the one who's fighting next. Begin! Salim quickly prepared his grimoire to attack. You should know that it's an honor just to be able to fight the great Salim de Hapshas. He grinned cockily. You can tell the tale for the rest of your life when you go back to your village. His grimoire sparked in power, glowing in a light blue color, while Yuno seemed unfazed by its power. I'll at least treat you to be Noble's ultimate attack, lighting magic, the god of lighting rising Salim. He then created a sphere, 6 times bigger than a basketball ball that started sparking and lightning. It could have been cool if not for something. What's with people putting their own name in their spells? Everyone sans the captain, Yuno and I were shocked at the powerful display that we were just witnessing. I'll even pay for your trip back home. Salim said smugly as his lightning sphere oozed menacingly. The lighting sphere approached Yuno menacingly. It would have made his opponent panic and terror, which would have given him an easy win. Just that his opponent was none other than Yuno. He was calm like a cucumber as the dangerous-looking sphere approached him. His grimoire opened at the order of its master and shone brightly. Wind magic, towering tornado. He intoned as a tornado emerged in front of him and collided with the lightning sphere. Both attacks collided mercilessly as one of them tried to overwhelm the other, but eventually, Yuno's attack won by a big margin as the lightning sphere disappeared completely. Salim didn't have any time to say anything just as the tornado sucked him in and span him madly. Salim, a noble, was defeated in an instant. A male contestant gasped in shock. "Why, you can't be serious." I chuckled inwardly as I took great time to take pictures of his defeat. "That was awesome." Asta gaped in awe. I looked back at the captains, and saw that they were surprised at Yuno's strength, no doubt that they were interested in him. Just as I kept gazing at them, I could feel a presence that my opponent was staring at me. No doubt that she wanted to be next on the battle. Yuno rejoined with us, and I stood up from my seating position as I gave him my camera. "Here, push this button and use this to see if it's okay." I instructed him the camera's instructions and left my headphone with them. "I'm going next, so I hope that you take good pictures of it." He nodded as he received my camera. "Right. Hey! Why can't I take it?" Asta asked incredulously. "Because you have butterfingers and you're clumsy," I replied, giving him a "are you serious" expression. Cracking some sore muscles on my neck, I walked toward the battle with my opponent doing the same. "Hey, isn't she Mickey?" one of the bystanders said aloud. "From the Goldia family?" Their tone made me kind of curious of what family they were, so I listened attentively. "You mean that family that has a vast of wealth because of their magic?" "So they have, gold magic, which they control gold willingly. Useful if you're not so greedy, but kind of a pain since I think that the family would be controlling the economic power of the kingdom." Standing face to face, Mickey smirked. "I hope you a great fight," she declared. I returned the smirk. "Same. Begin!" Instantly, both of us stepped back to give space. Her yellow grimoire shone brightly in a golden yellow as her body also shone. "Gold creation magic, Herculean armor," she exclaimed as her body started to form some kind of medieval armor shining godly. She had various medieval shoulder pads, arm guards, greaves and gauntlets. They had golden coloration with silver linings on it, though her armor looked more Amazonian than Herculean. It covered her chest but showed some skin on her hips. It didn't seem that she was fazed on showing some skin, but her eyes shone in determination. "Cool." That was what I could muster to say, and I meant it. Although her reaction when she heard me, it pumped some of her confidence up. "Then it's great and I'm prepared. Gold magic, Saranian hind." She swung her hand forward, which a golden hind shot through with great speed. It took a few seconds to react and I had to roll sideways before it could take me. "Flame creation magic, Hermes Tellurian of Mercury," I exclaimed as flames engulfed my feet, luckily not burning them, and wings formed at my heels. My speed increased as I kept circling around her. "Do you think I won't be able to catch you with your speed?" Mickey questioned as she kept looking forward without paying attention to the circling. The others weren't much surprising as they were starting to look a little green and their eyes spinning dizzily. "Nope, but better safe than sorry," I replied cheekily. She grinned as her grimoire shone again and her arm rose to the sky. "Then I hope you're prepared for the next. Gold magic, Nemean lion." Her arm got engulfed on a lion-shaped gold club, and before I could wonder what was going to do, she swung mightily to the ground, created a loud impact. Bomb! It created a shockwave that destroyed all around her. I had to jump up and stop the spinning before the shockwave could take me. But that was a mistake, as she then paid attention to me. "You won't be able to run away. Gold magic, Stymphalian birds." Her hand aimed at me, which got many golden birds shot toward me. I crossed my arms thinking that I could take it, though it was a mistake of me to receive the golden birds. Because while they're birds, they're golden birds, which I had to take more punishment as it kept coming at me like a machine gun. Grrgh. I grunted miserably as the golden eyes kept shooting at me. While it would take more than that to take me, I wouldn't need to keep being a target practice, so I swung my arms toward her. Flame magic, Kojin's ascension. Flames started to scorch close to Mickey, which she noticed. She stopped the barrage and dodged hastily before a firestorm materialized her previous footing. I rubbed my arms as it started to ache the way that I'm familiar with, like the time I had to fight for many hours against the seniors in the dojo my parents owned, including my father. This sucks. I grumbled as I prepared for the next as a grin started to form on my face. Then again, if I was half-assed in this world from now on, I would have been a disgrace. Mickey prepared on her fighting stance as she was checking if I was going to do something, which I'll gladly give it to her. I spat on the ground as it had spit and blood. I may have underestimated you slightly. She cocked an eyebrow. Slightly? She asked. Then I'm going serious from now on. I stated. Oh. The captain's squads noted that the kid's entire endeavors shifted instantly. There wasn't any more a carefree kid fighting but a veteran in battle. Keh. This kid is interesting. Jack cackled with interest. It seems that this battle is going to be a little more impressive than the previous ones. Fugolian mused. I guess so. Yami agreed, looking attentively at the kid. His movements were fluent the moment I tried to grab him. He has good footwork which nobody here would have known. His attire is most eye-catching rather than the usual clothes I see in the kingdom. It's as if he's just like me. Oh. Oh ho, it is getting interesting. Mickey grinned as her grimoire shone. Gold magic, Stymphalian birds. Flame creation magic, Hermes Teleria of Mercury. I quickly dodged the incoming barrage and started flying around. Guess I thought that it was more land mobile than hybrid. Anyway. Continuing. Flame magic, Amaterasu's dozing sunset. I kicked the air making a compressed fire blade in red and white started raining down on her. Gold creation magic, Augean stables. A golden shield engraved with various markings of animals blocked the attack successfully. TSK. I clicked my tongue but let a renewing grin form on my face. Not bad, but shall we continue? I reeled back my legs before kicking back relentlessly. Flame magic, Amaterasu's sleepless dusk. Another rain of flame of compressed blade formed up, but these ones were in red and black, and looked more dangerous than the previous ones. Noting the difference, Mickey decided to dodge immediately this attack, creating various slashing marks on the ground. Holy hell! She grunted as she stood up. I landed on my feet barely panting of exhaustion. She grinned at me. You're good. Thanks. I said, accepting her compliment. You're also good. I'll accept the compliment. She replied back. But seeing that we're not finishing this up, what do you think if we finish this up? I cocked an eyebrow with a feral grin at her. Fine by me. Our grimoire shone brightly as she started bellowing. Gold magic, Cretan bull. She shot forward her hand, which looked the same as her Serenian hind, but it traded speed for power with the shape of a bull. It charged toward me. I could have used flame magic against that, but I had something prepared for such situation the moment I heard her spelling the labors of Hercules. If she uses the labors the demigod Hercules uses, then she's not strong enough to use others. But from a demigod's strength, it's no over a god's strength. My grimoire's crimson-red colors faded in exchange for sea blue. Everyone had their eyes widen in surprise and shock at the display I was showing, which both Asta and Yuno were excluded. I could notice barely Mickey's eyes widen in surprise before stealing for what was coming. Water creation magic, Trident of Poseidon. I bellowed as water emerged from the grimoire and formed into a trident. Then I aimed at the incoming cannon with a grin. Water magic, Amphitrite's tears. Water jet shot out instantly from the tip of the trident that collided with the Cretan bull. It collided relentlessly as it was much better than Yuno and Salim's. Both attacks didn't let the other overwhelm them and stayed like this for a brief moment. I could see that Mickey was starting to feeling weak, as did I, but I didn't let her win over me, so I pushed a little more than necessary, even feeling an ache on my body. CRCR crack. In the end, the water jet pressed through the robust shell of the golden bull and destroyed instantly, even more shooting Mickey off her feet. Aya! I stopped the water jet as the water trident dissolved into nothing and dropped down on my knees. As much as it was fun, it was also painful. Ow! I groaned as I checked on my injuries. More or less, I was bleeding with cuts and had some bruises. Guess being hit with golden birds felt like being hit with an ingot. I walked slowly toward the downed Mickey as she was being checked on a medic. "How's she?" I asked weakly. The medic regarded me for a moment before another medic checked on me. "Well, from what we witnessed, she had some bruises on her chest area and back. She's going to be sore for days, but she'll recover from it." He then looked at me. "As for you, I can say surely that you had received many cuts on your chest, arms, and legs. We'll have to use a magic to let you heal." I nodded quietly as the medic started healing me with their magic. "He has," one of the bystanders voiced out weakly. "He has flame magic and water magic. It's impossible to have two attributes at all." "Yeah, what the hell?" I ignored the comments they made. Sure, there were some of them that were glad that they didn't choose me to fight against, others were glad that I was part of the Clover Kingdom, and if I was from another kingdom, I would have been merciless to them. Ugh. I looked down to see that Mickey was starting to wake up with a groan. "What the hell happened?" "You lost," I replied bluntly. "But not without a fight. You were stronger than I expected." She looked at me for a moment before she sighed. "Ugh, can't believe that you won against my strongest spell." I shrugged. Hey, in hindsight, I was barely doing better. Still, it would have been better if you had told me you were a noble. She shook her head with disgust. I didn't want to use my authority and noble ranking to feel myself better like Selim did. That is just a load of bullshit. It's strange for a noble to curse like that," I said incredulously. She shrugged. "I'll tell you one day. For now." She shook her head with a smile. "It was good our fight. I hope to see you when we become Magic Knights." I nodded. "I do hope so." The medics gave me the okay to return to the others. That was awesome. Asta cheered, amazed by the fight, if not for the star-like eyes he was looking like. "Here." Handed me back my camera. It was kind of hard to take pictures, but it was good to know that the instructions were easy enough. "Welp, I hope for the next hours, the next battles have to be better than mine," I said as I paid attention for the next battle. Clover Kingdom, Common Realm, Kika, 4 hours later. After hours of watching the contestants fighting, it just finished the battle hours as the last contestants finished theirs. I got bored in the middle and had been listening to music or checking the taken pictures. Finishing with cleaning the battlegrounds, we were now listening attentively to the squad captains. "This concludes the exam," William stated. "Now, candidates whose numbers are called, please step forward. The squad captains will raise their hands if they would like you to join their squads." Charlotte added, standing up from her seat. "The candidates will decide if they would like to accept or decline. They may choose which squad they'd like to join. But if no one raises their hands, the candidate will not join the Magic Knights," Fugolian said sternly. "And you will leave immediately," Noel said coldly. From there on, the numbers of candidates were being called up. From the number 1 to number 70, none of them were chosen to become a Magic Knights by the squad captains. After the number 71, it began being chosen. Number 100. The announcer called. "Yes." A familiar voice raised her hand as she stepped up. Mickey was nervous, but her nervousness faded when the captain of the Blue Rose Knights, Charlotte Roselay, raised her hand. "I choose the Blue Rose Knights squad," she exclaimed firmly. "Blue Rose's Knights," the announcer decided. Mickey then looked at me and gave me a thumbs up, and I returned her with another. Continuing on, it was time for the number 164 came. "Next, number 164. "Yes, sir," said, walking forward. He was praying while clutching tightly his necklace. Knowingly, I prepared my camera and looked at the coming ceremony. Stood in front of the squad captains, and as soon as they looked at him, every captain raised their hands, shocking every candidate. "What?" Seriously? All of the squad captains raised their hands? That's amazing. I thought that only royalty and nobles could join the Golden Dawn. Even the Silver Eagles? Seriously? But he's a kid from the boonies. I looked in front of me to see that Asta was gaping in awe at the amount of attention Yuno was receiving. I guess it's not me who should be surprised. Already decided which squad he would take part, I prepared my camera. Yuno breathed in and out before gazing firmly at the one he would choose. Please, allow me to join the Golden Dawn, he declared. As he declared, everyone cheered and wowed at his choice. William Simple grinned in acceptance for his joining. Oh! They took a good one. Finral mused, not so surprised. Oh, that's so bad Gordon murmured sadly. Oh, well, can't be helped. Yami shrugged. Guess we'll have to be lucky to get the other one. Oh! Yuno walked back passing by us. I gave him a thumbs up. Great work choosing the one who can come close to your dream, Yuno. Yeah, thanks. He nodded. Next, number 165. Asta walked up nervously as he didn't want to be below Yuno, so once he stood in front of the captains, he raised his head. I'm ready. All who wish to offer, please raise your hands, the announcer said. He was too nervous that I think I saw him shiver as he prayed to be chosen by one of the captains. But everything for him wasn't so expected, as none of the captains raised their hands, shocking him completely. Well, that's no surprise. The captain of the Black Bulls sighed as he brought our undivided attention. No matter how high your combat skills are, if the source of your power is unknown, no one wants anything to do with it. In the end, the only thing desired for a magic knight is their magical powers. Such as... Within an instant, the air started to become colder and heavier, even I could feel the dangerous vibe the captain was emitting. My hands almost shot up on instinct to defend himself from him. Not the bad way, but through my life, I've been trying to survive against my opponents in tournaments or training, which I react in such way that I think it's going to be useful in the future. Though his strength, I think Yami Sukahiro is much stronger than my father if the way he emitted his killing intent and magical powers darkly. Yami jumped down from the upper floor and landed with a loud thud, creating a crater underneath his feet, and approached to Asta. Asta was sweating bullets at the pressure he was feeling, even I had to wipe the sweat off my forehead and neck. This kind of pressure wasn't to scoff at unless you're on his level. And since you have no magical powers, no one wants you. Yami continued. That's the cruel reality. You said earlier that you wanted to become the Wizard King, didn't you? Which means you're going to surpass the 9 captains here, right? Now that I'm standing before you, do you still have the nerve to say that you're going to be the Wizard King, even without any magical powers? He inquired while the captains watched him closely. Asta clenched his fists, and what determination he had, his mouth opened. Even if I can't join the Magic Knights today, he breathed. No matter how many times I fall, no matter what anyone says to me, I'm still going to become the Wizard King someday, he declared with conviction. The dark aura around Yami evaporated instantly, and he loomed over him to check for a crack in his determination. Then, he hunched back and roared a laugh. Asta and some others bystanders were dumbfounded at the way the squad captain of the Black Bulls roared a laugh, but eventually he stopped and pointed at him. You're funny, kid. Join my squad. Asta blinked in confusion at the sudden askance. Huh? Chuckling, I took a picture on his dumbfounded expression, and I was happy with it. Yuno seemed to be happy that Asta got chosen in one of the squads. I'm telling you that I'll let you join the Black Bulls, Yami clarified. He looked quite carefree for a moment before his face darkened. By the way, declining isn't an option. Way off. I'll make life so miserable for you in the Black Bulls that you'll be torn to shreds, so be ready for that. He laughed before sobering. And one day, become the Wizard King. Asta's eyes widened and he almost shed tears for his hard effort. Yes. Yami nodded before returning to his seat with a jump. I wonder if I could do that without magic. Asta then jumped joyfully with a smile. I did it! I smiled. Yeah, you did well. I patted his shoulder. Next, number 166. I looked at the announcer before turning to Asta and Yuno. Welp, it's my turn, I said before looking at Yuno with my camera on hand. Also, take the camera. I want to commemorate this. Right. I walked toward the captain's view and crossed my arms behind my back. As everyone noted, every squad captain raised their hands, shocking the bystanders again. I was kind of surprised at the development. Sure, I expected for 3 or 4 squad captains to raise their hands, but not all of them. Oh! Another one was chosen by all the captains. Well, he has the 4-leaf Clover Grimoire and he fought well against a noble who could fight back. Yeah, we should have expected this. Well, apart from my previous battle experience, it was surprising that the Silver Eagle, Crimson Lion Kings, and Aqua Deer chose me to be part of them. But there are some disagreements with some of them. First off, the Silver Eagle, as much as I hate to say it, they're good with their fighting skills, but their attitude as soon as I join them would be disastrous. I mean, Noel Silva is the eldest son of the Silva family, which means that his other 2 siblings would be with him 24/7. And knowing the story, I have to pass from joining them. Next up, the Crimson Lion Kings. Sure, Fugolian Vermilion is a well-respected individual and his family is somehow the cousin family of the Silva, which they have a love-hate, well, mostly hate, relationship with each other. I don't have a problem with them, but the hot-headed personality of their family kind of scares me shitless. After them, I didn't know that the Blue Rose Knights could add men. I think I hadn't seen a male character among the Blue Rose Knights, as I thought that they were all female squad. If that's why there are no men shown in the anime, I don't want to know how they are treated. Then, the Purple Orcus, yeah, I wouldn't give any chance to them for me to join them. I think that the captain would use me for some kind of nasty deals and then throw me like he did with Revchi. For the green praying mantises, well, honestly, I don't want to be near Captain Jack, as I think that he'll take pleasure on using me as a guinea pig for his magic. For the aqua deer and the coral peacocks, I don't have any problem with them. There isn't any bad thing that I could reject on choosing them if given chance, but nah. As for the Golden Dawn, well, it would be interesting being with the strongest squad in the kingdom. But the only problem I have are their strict rules. Also, they have some hateful characters inside that I wouldn't enjoy being with sans one person. So, no thank you, I'll take the last choice. I looked up to the captains as they still had their hands raised up. I would like to join the Black Bulls. The declaration made everyone silent. The silence was so welcoming that I could see some of the captains blinking in surprise, with Yami grinned madly. Iya? Is he out of his mind? The Black Bulls are going to destroy him. I could feel a sweat drop falling down my head, but I ignored them as I looked at my new captain, who was still grinning like a loon. Welcome to the Black Bulls squad, kid. Yes, sir. I saluted. Oh. Watching the kid go, Yami glanced at his colleague with a smug grin. Look at it, you may have gotten the first one, but I got the other 4-leaf magic knight in my squad. Yami bragged. And he can even use 2 attributes. He's our wild card. It seems that you got lucky this time, Yami. William replied with no hostility on his tone. Nevertheless, we shall continue electing the other candidates. Yami sulked that his fun ended swiftly. TCH, you're so boring. Oh. After rejoining with the others, and seeing if the pictures were good enough for my taste, we were now waiting for the other candidates to be chosen. I got to see Sek's face when he got chosen to the green praying mantises, and it was funny how aghast he got, and how Salim didn't get chosen in any of the squads. So it took approximately 2 to 3 hours to finish up. After that, some were glad that they got chosen and some others were crying for not being chosen. This concludes the Magic Knight's entrance exam. The announcer announced the ending of the test. The people that didn't get chosen wept as they returned to their houses, and the bystanders around were trying to cheer them up. But for us, it was a joyful moment. You know, Asta called. You're golden. And we're bulls. We won't lose to you. It seems like it. Yuno nodded in agreement before looking at me. But, tell me, why didn't you choose another squad? I cocked an eyebrow at him as Asta looked curious. I simply shrugged. Some of them aren't much like my style. The Black Bulls are the only one that I think I can feel homey. I think I can understand. Yuno nodded in agreement as he returned to look at Asta. Anyway, we are now at the beginning of our story to become Wizard King. Don't let me down, Asta. Asta grinned. I won't. He then blinked in confusion as he looked at me. But, Akira, what are you going to become? We too are going to be Wizard King, but we don't know about you. I tilted my head thoughtfully. Didn't think about it until now. In truth, I didn't plan to become anything from here on. In my previous world, I thought to continue with my family business on the dojo. But now that I'm here, I don't have any plan to become someone. I think I'm going to become an advisor for the Wizard King or a captain of my own squad. I replied casually with a shrug. Maybe I'll think of something in the future. Then you'll become my advisor once I become the Wizard King. Yuno stated matter-of-factly. And Asta frowned angrily at him. Hey! He'll be my advisor, he yelled before sobering. But then again, this is where our true battle begins. Yuno nodded. Yeah, let's who will dash. He was interrupted when we heard Asta's stomach growl painfully as the way Asta's face was looking green by the second was the giveaway. I blinked in surprise. Did you happen to eat something strange on our way here? I asked warily. Asta immediately dashed toward the restroom, leaving a trail of smoke on its wake. In nature's calling pretty loud. Was it the grilled purple snake I ate to psyche myself up? My eye twitched irritably at the memory that Asta disappeared briefly. I should maybe look at my notes. Yeah, about that. For the 6 months I've been staying, I started writing down what I remember on the story. Despite that my memory is good, I can't always remember something when other things keep entering my brain. So, I decided to write down everyone on a personal journey before writing my experience in this world. Anyway, back to the moment Asta went to the restroom. That idiot! I groaned, face-palming before looking at Yuno. Yuno, check him out. It seems someone will do something to him. Yuno regarded me for a moment. Something about the future you saw? He asked. I nodded. Yeah, something like that. All right, I'll go see what is going to happen, he said before walking toward where Asta went. Everyone else showed different varied of emotions. Me? Well, fa ha ha. I roared a laugh at the way Asta got shot. Seriously, it was hilarious to watch getting blown up, and not the dangerous way I mean, and landing to where Captain Yami threw him before. Oh God, that was hilarious. I, like a good friend I was, took another picture of his prone position. Welcome to the absolute worst Magic Knights squad, the Black Bulls. Yami welcomed to us as the background behind him continued to rage with whatever they were doing. I, for one, was excited with this development. I remained alone for a moment before a tap on my shoulder brought my divine attention. I turned around to see that my female opponent, Miki Goldia, was there. Hey, Miki-san, how are you injuries? I asked sheepishly. I could have asked her normally, but the way she was looking at me I was receiving, she was a little skeptical with my power or something like that. In the end, she shrugged indifferently. Can't complain though, I'm still milking them from that last attack. She winced. Though I had to admit, it was surprising that you had 2 attributes and had been keeping quiet. Ha ha ha, yeah. I laughed weakly. I didn't plan on telling her that I got 6 attributes now with both hers and sex. Anyway, don't be so formal with me. She rolled her eyes exhaustedly. My family doesn't care much about formalities and I'm 16 years old. I blinked in surprise. Well you look at that, you're younger than me by 1 year. So, I'm like a senior to you? And then she frowned, offended. Alright, I take that back. You're already powerful and a year older than me. Fuck that, speak formal to me. I laughed, in no offensive tone. Sorry, no take-backs. I sobered up when she glared at me. Anyway, what brings you here? Oh yeah, I came to tell you goodbye since Captain Charlotte is going to take me and the others back to their headquarters. She said with a grin. But that doesn't mean that our fight is finished. Once I get enough experience as a magic knight, we'll fight again. She declared. I loomed on her with a smirk. I accept the challenge, milady. Rolling her eyes, she scoffed. Listen you, I may be a fighter. But I hope you learn that I'm no milady, understood? Fair enough. I conceded with a shrug. After our encounter, she returned to her squad as I remained waiting again for the other two. Oh! Mickey walked back to where her new squad was with Captain Charlotte. The beautiful captain looked at her. Are you finished with what you had to do? She asked. Yes, ma'am. Mickey nodded. All right, then. She turned around to return to her headquarters. Let's go. One of her new colleagues leaned on her. Hey, where did you go? Mickey looked back to see the brunette guy. She was starting to get interested. Oh, you know, saying goodbye to a friend. She had a blush forming on her cheeks. Maybe one day. Oh. Saying goodbyes with as he went to the Golden Dawn, Asta and I were standing in front of an angry Yami with his thick arms crossed as he was waiting for us. You've got some nerve, making me wait. Captain Yami intoned darkly. How long does it take you to take a dump? I got shivers from being near from him and Asta, so I walked subtly backwards as Asta answered. Actually, it was really something. It was long dash. He was interrupted when Yami grabbed his head forcefully. I don't want to hear about your crap, thank you very much. He growled. Well, that's him for speaking stupidly about his crap. I muttered. Yami turned to Space User. Let's go, Finral. Righto. He said before opening a gate to the Black Bull's headquarters. Whoa, what's that? Asta wondered aloud, ignoring the vice grip for a moment and then returning to shrieking in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Since you can't magically fly, you're going to have to learn some transport magic, too. Yami said before realizing something. Oh, wait. You don't have any magical powers. I walked toward the space magic user. I'm sorry, Finral-senpai, that my friend has to make you struggle by making a portal of the size of it. Don't worry about it. He grunted while forcing a smile. He then looked at his superior. Sorry to bug you, Yami-san, but it's a bit hard to keep a gate this size open, so could you just go through quickly? He begged. Who do you think you're ordering around? He questioned darkly. Tough it out, and surpass your limits. That's a way to say, don't bitch around and work on it, right? I asked in amusement. What? Finral yelped in fear. Off you go. Yami said as he tossed Asta toward the gate, and I followed behind. Clover Kingdom, Common Realm, Black Bull's headquarters. A gate opened within the nature inside the Common Realm in the Clover Kingdom. As the gate was open, it ejected a shorty with ashen blonde hair from it like a cannon, with a brunette following behind with a small pace. Asta landed face first on the ground with me behind. I glanced up at the magnificent structure I should call a building and home. Huh, so that's how it looks like really. I muttered. And quite frankly, I was surprised. It was as it was illustrated. The different structure the building had looked like it took out from Pablo Picasso's painting or something. It was unmatched to wonder how a building like that could stay vertical without falling. I took a picture of it since, well, it's my first time here, so it's good to have some memories of it. Asta looked at it in awe, after getting out of the ground. This is the Black Bull's. Well? Yami began with a proud grin. Pretty magnificent, isn't it? Finral and Gordon followed behind the captain. It's actually pretty rundown, Finral admitted. Welcome to the Black Bulls, Gordon mumbled, joyful on his tone, or what I could hear from him. Starting today, I'm also going to be. Asta whispered before walking toward the door. Dreading what was coming, I called. Asta. And got ignored by him. Sighing, I prepared the camera again for what was coming. Asta stood in front of the door and opened abruptly. All right. I'm Asta from Hage Village. I'll be joining the Black Bulls ta dash. Whoosh! Boom! He got interrupted when a literal fireball exploded on him and got shot out. Oh dear! Finral sighed. Chapter 5, The Black Bulls. Welcome to the absolute worst Magic Knights squad, the Black Bulls, you too. Yami welcomed us. I was now standing in front of the captain while the mayhem inside of our new base of operation was making ruckus. Asta got up from the ground and howled angrily while running toward the door. I'm not done yet, he declared, and this time he dodged the incoming projectile. Sighing, but with a smirk, I followed behind. Welp, it's show time. Once we got to the door, we heard the ruckus inside. Now I'm pissed. You'd better be prepared. The Yankee mage roared furiously as he swung his fireballs at the childish teenager with his fire bat. I'm not. The childish mage retorted playfully, dodging each projectile. But let's do this. The Yankee mage starting batting some fireballs to the other mage. The childish teenager dodged swiftly each projectile with ease with some kind of lightning boots. The entire ruckus made a voluptuous witch wake up from her slumber with a painful groan. What's all the ruckus? She asked before moaning in irritation. Ugh, I drank way too much. My head hurts. It was getting worse as the ruckus was becoming louder by the second. Then I noticed a female midget munching an abundance of food which could rival most of the shonen characters I know for sure. And there was a shaggy light brown-haired teenager standing away from the ruckus, holding a mirror, as he nosebleed just by looking at the mirror. You're as adorable as an angel again today, my little sister Marie. The Siscon mage whispered joyfully before barging his teeth at the ruckus. Keep it down, you morons. We were in a very dumbfound, which can be understandable as we watched the havoc it was happening. I knew beforehand that they would fight as soon as we arrived, but this kind of level was really surprising. Anyway, more pictures to take. Oh dear, I see they're at it again. Finral sighed regretfully. It is always like this? I asked with a deadpan tone. Regretfully, yes. Asta looked quite stunned at the situation he was witnessing, but he quickly shook it off, plastering a determination look. I'm Asta from Hage Village. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I'm going to be the Wizard King. He greeted firmly with all the determination he put on his words. It would have been cool if not that nobody was listening to him. They're not listening at all. He muttered in shock. Well, what did you expect? I drawled as I stood next to him. They're on their own world at the moment. They won't listen unless someone stops them. And on cue, I think we'll have to move aside for Captain Yami's work. He tilted his head in confusion. Eh? What do you mean? Gah! His question was promptly interrupted when he got distracted enough to be launched again by the fireball. Woo, close enough. I whistled. All of you. A deep dark voice growled, earning my attention. Yami had coated his hand with his dark aura. Stop breaking everything, he demanded, which it didn't seem to do as he said, since he slammed his fist on the wall, making a crater on the wall. Yet he just destroyed the wall. Asta muttered incredulously. Oh dear. I deadpanned with a sweat drop hanging at the back of my head. The wall shattered, but it got the attention of the Black Bulls mages as they came forward to their lovable captain. Thank you for all your hard work, Yami-san. Everyone chorused in unison. I winced at the loud voices they were making, which I started rubbing my ear. Loud. I think I'm going to be tinnitus if this continues. Yami-san. The Yankee mage started. Did anyone get to uppity with you? If they did, I'll kill them. He roared before being shoved off by the childish-looking one. Captain! Spar with me today. Come on! With everything you've got. He begged with his tone sounding like he was itching for a fight. The voluptuous witch swooned on him with puppy eyes. Come on, just ignore these brats and drink with me. Hey, eat this. The chibi mage said as she held a cupcake on her hand. It's delish. Isn't it delicious? Isn't it? I'm sorry. I've reached my limit, so can I go see my sister now? The Siscon mage requested as his nose kept bleeding. Ushu the big-looking mage breathed. So! The loyal Yankee, the mad fighter, the drunkard witch, the glutton chibi, the Siscon escapist, and the shy mage. I thought with a deadpan before letting a smile spread my face. Yup. Just as I expected from them to be. Yami laughed good-heartedly. Ha ha ha. I see. So you guys love me that much, eh? He continued laughing before he stopped momentarily and glared darkly at his subordinates. But you need to shut up. He hissed with a serious and angered tone. Sorry. Everyone apologized as they sat in Saiza next to each other, in front of Yami. Yami raised his thumb at us. I brought 2 new recruits. He stopped mid-sentence when he noticed someone missing. Which was Asta, and he was nowhere next to me. Where'd he go? I deadpanned as I pointed at his whereabouts. Over there, Captain. Yami looked where I pointed and saw that Asta was under the big-looking mage, trying to force out of the inescapable size of the mage he was being sit on. Save me! He wheezed painfully as I could see his eyes bulging out of his sockets. Why are you fooling around over there? Yami wondered. I almost pinched the bridge of my nose for his lack of, well, thoughts. He's not fooling around. So after a few minutes of saving him ass, in truth I had to ask politely to the big one to stand up and stand in front of the members with Yami close. These 2 are our other new members. Yami repeated. Other? Asta parroted in confusion. And by other he meant the female recruit Yami recruited beforehand. Yami remained in that position for a few seconds before looking at us. What were your names again? I could feel myself face-faulting or face-palming hard at the lack of brain, but not all of us were feeling that way. All right. I'm Asta from Hage Village. It's nice to meet all of you. I sighed. And I'm Akira Yamaguchi, temporal resident of the Hage Village, but nevertheless, it's nice to meet all my seniors. Yami remained quiet, absorbing this new information. He knew something was up the moment he saw this kid. For now, he'll keep quiet until he knows more. Hage? Seriously? Talk about out in the sticks. The Yankee mage remarked. Hey, introduce him to the others members. He ordered with a grumble to Finral. Oh, right. Well, you've already met him, but... Finral presented to the quietest mage. This is Gordon Agrippa. Asterisk nice to meet you, asterisk Gordon mumbled quietly. He's pretty gloomy, and you never know what he's thinking, but he's a good guy. Finral said as he looked at the voluptuous witch. And over there is Vanessa Enoteca. She'll get in your face when she's drunk, but she's a good person. I won't get in anyone's face. The now introduced Vanessa whined with a pouty mouth before focusing on us. Hage. Isn't that a small village out in the boonies? Yes. Asta answered. Huh. She hummed before she approached us, putting her arms over us. To come from out in the boonies and join the Magic Knights. You both must have worked really hard, little boys. How about I reward you with a special treat? Asta started nosebleeding at the sight of the voluptuous body she was pressing on. I mean, I could feel my blood rushing to my head just by feeling them, but I also know her backstory and personality to withstand those urges. So I keep my head cool and continue with these introductions. Asta didn't seem to be winning his perverted thoughts, but after thinking about Sister Lily, he was back to normal. Just then, we could hear Vanessa's face turning green slowly and with a, ugh. I can notice she's about to hit her limit. I barely caught sight of a bucket, so I grabbed it quickly and handed it to her. To say that her rainbows showered in the bucket, we were glad that she didn't do it on the floor. Well, let's continue with the introductions. Finral continued. I'm next. The childish mage raised his hand in eagerness. This is Luck Valtia. Finral introduced. He loves to fight and is obsessed with battles, but he's a good guy. Nice to meet ya. Do you like to fight? He asked with a childish and eager grin, and wow, he does sound like a chipmunk on Sugar Rush. Sure. Asta answered wearily. I do sometimes. I replied with a shrug. I love to fight. Wanna fight? Wanna fight? He kept asking as he jabbed his fists on Asta's palms. Hey! The Siscon mage called, showing us a picture of a little girl of the age of 10. Look! This is my little sister Marie. She's an angel. Why yes. Asta replied uncomfortably. We see it. I nodded warily for his askance, and I meant that I was a little scared of his attitude right now. Listen well, if you lay a finger on Marie, I'll kill you both. He declared with the most seriousness he mustered with his killer face. Gah! Asta shrieked in terror. This is Gauche Adley. Finral continued, ignoring the terror Asta was showing or the way Gauche was threatening. He's a bit too obsessed with his little sister, but he's a good guy. You say that he's a bit obsessed? Please, I think he's way obsessed with her, thank you very much. Our attention went to the chibi mage as she was still eating to her heart content. This is Charmy Papitson. She eats way too much, but she's a good person. Nice to meet you. Charmy greeted with one hand as the other held a cupcake. After her, Finral presented us to the big-looking mage that had sat on Asta before. This is Gray. I don't really get him, but he's a good guy, he said. Gray's answer was breathing smoke of air. The air he or she was exhaling was so thick that we could see it clearly. Hi. Asta said nervously. Yo. I drawled, raising a hand. And then we have Magna Swing. He's a delinquent, but he's a good guy. Alright, from reading to hearing this crappy introduction, couldn't he at least give more than saying good person? It feels very incomplete just saying their names and later that word like it would work out eventually. And I'm Finral Rulacase. I'm super popular, he said smugly. Which obviously he didn't say good person as before. And last but not least, the captain of the Black Bulls, Yami Sukahiro. He finished. We waited for a few seconds, but it seemed that Finral was going to continue with neither captain's introduction nor added good person on it. Asta shook off the shock of Finral not adding more and looked firm to his seniors. Thank you for having me. He bowed deeply. As he said. I shrugged but then bowed respectfully. There are other members, but they're either on some mission, taking a break, or slacking off. Yami grumbled. I always wondered who they were since he mentioned them. Try to get along with them all. Sure. I replied. Right. I'll super get along with them all. Asta shouted. Once again, it's nice to meet all of you. Vanessa groaned as she held her face dizzily. Ugh, my head hurts. And you're already making a mess to our seniors, Asta. I deadpanned while shaking my head in disapproval. Your height and the volume of your voice are all out of proportion. Captain Yami commented flatly. Yes. Asta bellowed again, which had started to irk the captain. Shut up. Yami hissed darkly. Sorry. This time Asta's voice sounded less loud than before but loud enough to be understanding. Yami leaned back sighing and looked at Magna. Anyway, put them to work, but don't kill them, he ordered. Huh? Asta yelped incredulously. Oh dear. I sighed, scratching my head. Magna grinned. Did you hear that? Yami-san said to put you two to work. I'll gladly put you to work. A weak-looking shrimp from a village like Hage out in the boonies. I barely sense any mana from you, he said to Asta before glancing at me. But from you, I feel a tremendous amount of man. I don't know how you got it and I don't care. What's important is that you two are the new members of the Black Bulls? He scoffed. I don't know what a hick like you with no magical power did to get on Yami-san's good side, but... You want one of the Black Bull's robes? He said as he held his robe around his shoulder. Asta, like the kid he is, gaped in awe. A magic knight robe. That's so cool. Isn't it? Magna said with proud grin. It's great. Asta agreed with a nod. I'll take it. I shrugged, but with a tone that was deceivingly acceptable. I do. Please give me one. Asta begged, practically his eyes shining eagerly and childish begging. I rolled my eyes, already expecting the next endeavor, so I patted Asta's shoulder, stopping him from getting a vein popped out in excitement. Stop it, Asta. From the tone he's using, I think we're about to do something before he can give it to us, right? If the way Magna's eyes glinted, I can say that he was grinning cockily at the moment. Hole in one. Yeah, to be able to get one, you're going to have to convince me, Yami-san's #1 man and real man's man, Magna Swing. He declared proudly. Time for your initiations into the Black Bulls. I sighed wearily, pinching the bridge of my nose. Guess I had to see it coming. Oh. Getting everyone out of the base of operation, while we stood in front of Magna, the other members of the Black Bulls had taken out a couch to observe the initiation. Hey, Hicks from Hage! Magna called. If you want one of these robes, get through this trail I'm about to give you. Got it! Asta saluted. Hi, I drawled with a bored tone. Vanessa sighed as she sat over the couch with her legs crossed. He's making up initiation ritual again. Luck grinned. I want to do it, too. Let's start this thing. Magna declared. First, show me just how much guts and stamina you have. For the next minutes, we were merely things that Magna told us to do, 5,000 sit-ups, 5,000 push-ups, holding a boulder for a time limit, which thankfully I came up with this stupid trial as I trained before, and later destroy it, break it down with whatever method we had. Staying in front of the boulder, I cocked an eyebrow before glancing at my senior. So, you're saying that I can break it with whatever at my disposition? I asked. Yup. So, do your best or don't get a robe. I sighed before my grimoire shone crimson red and I reeled back my leg. Here I go, flame magic, Amaterasu sun wheel. I kicked up, creating a circle of fire rotating toward the boulder and clashed directly. After the Amaterasu sun wheel disappeared, the boulder remained intact from the looks of it and confused our seniors. We waited for a few seconds before our initiator scowled. Hey, Akira. I know I said to use whatever means to destroy the boulder. Magna said, crossing his arms. But I meant that, the boulder has to be destroyed. Not touched. I cocked an eyebrow at him before giving a thumb to the said boulder. That I did. Don't you see that? The seniors and Asta glanced at the boulder, which then noticed the thin line between the halves of the boulder. By the time anybody could ask what was wrong with it, the boulder started to separate on two halves and watching the clean cut in between. Magna's glasses almost fell off his face. Most of our seniors gaped at the boulder. Lux seemed to be enjoying too much for my taste. Asta had his eyes shining stars at the boulder, and Yami hummed in appreciation with my strength. Well now, it seems that you have too much to show us, kid. Yami mused. Magna quickly shook off the shock and looked at Asta. Alright, anyways, you're next, give it your all. Asta nodded and went toward the boulder. He looked at the boulder for a second before reeling back his fist and punching it directly. But nothing happened to the boulder apart from Asta clutching on his throbbing hand in pain. Getting angry, he used one of the things he wouldn't use in normal situations, his head. By headbutting the boulder, it did indeed destroy it as the boulder shattered completely. That's a way of using your head, I muttered. Those kids are not bad, though this is pointless. Vanessa placed her right leg over the left leg and cupped her chin. Not that it matters since magic is everything in this world, but he has a crazy amount of energy and the other has it. Luck commented. Is that all? Asta asked as he panted wearily. I guess you two have some guts. Though, does it really matter? And since when the magic knights should do push-ups and sit-ups if they use magic daily? I deadpanned. Did we convince you? Can we have our robes now? Asta begged, his eyes sparkling. Not yet, Magna said loudly. You both are a hick from the Boonas. It's not gonna be that easy. Then it's the last one, it seems. I divined, crossing my arms. Magna smirked. That's right. There's one more. The final trail and the initiation. You can use magic or whatever else you want. His grimoire opened and a fireball formed on his hand. To either block or dodge me attack magic. If you both are able to do that, you two will officially one of us Black Bulls. You'll get your precious robe. I noted that Asta was vibrating in excitement to get his robe, then I looked at our space magic user, which he sighed and opened his grimoire. Knowing him, I assumed that many of our previously seniors were in the same shenanigans Magna had done. Luckily, I wanted to begin. I'll go first, I drawled, stretching my arms. That did perk up our senior. Oh? So the kid with magical power wants to go first. He grinned. Okay. As your senior, I'll accept it. But before we start. I raised my hand, stopping him but eventually forming a fireball on his hand. What? If I can propose something more entertaining, I suggested, making an ear-to-ear grin. How about instead of one fireball, I would like you to throw as many as you can. Is that hard for our senior? That did make a twitch on his eyes, but the fire on his eyes was different, like more challenging. And that made the other seniors get interested. Oh, this is going to be interesting, Vanessa commented. Hurry, hurry, I want to battle this kid. I promptly decided to ignore that comment, which I dread that one day I'll have to fight him. Really, as much as I love a good fight, I'm no suicidal. So you are underestimating my skills, huh? Magna grunted with a sly grin. Okay then, I'll accept your proposition. Just as he said that, many fireballs circled menacingly around his palm. Just to be sure. I raised a finger while my grimoire floated in front of me. You said that I could use any means to defend or block it, am I right? Magna smirked and nodded. That's right. I then slowly looked at Yami. He and I shared a glance for him to understand the hidden meaning, and when he got it, and we grinned as one. Just do as he said so, Yami ordered. Oh dear, I'm not even surprised at this development. Finral added a little mirthful, earning many attentions to him. What do you mean? Vanessa asked in curiosity. Just watch, Yami said. Ignorant of the surprise, Magna positioned himself in a pitching pose. Alright, here I go. Flame magic, prison kill buckshot. He swung his arm and all the fireballs over his hand soared through the air toward me. I simply smirked as my grimoire began shining sea blue, and before Magna could mouth a what the fuck, I bellowed. Water magic, Charybdis. As my words came out, a colossal monster of water arose from the ground and loomed menacingly before opening its maw and soaring toward the fireballs. Much to the shock of the seniors and astonishment of Asta and Luck, the fireballs weren't much of a threat against a beast. The attack continued its way toward Magna, and before he could do something, Finral used his space magic to move him out of the danger. What the hell? Magna muttered in shock as his glasses were falling off his face. Phew, this is the first time I had to save him instead of the recruit. Finral sighed. How in the world? Vanessa muttered in shock. Well, that's that. Finral said, earning the members' attention. Back in the Magic Knight's entrance exam, we thought that he was just a flame magic user, but when he got to fight seriously, he then started using water magic. Asterisk, it was amazing, asterisk. Most of my seniors were gawking in awe at the revelation. I wasn't really planning on showing every card at my disposal, but starting with 2 attributes. Few of them weren't either paying attention or didn't care. Think very carefully, who were the ones that weren't paying attention or didn't care? So he can use both flame magic and water magic. Vanessa concluded in awe. Whoa! I want to fight him. Magna quickly shook off his shock and grinned. Humph. I shouldn't have underestimated you. But then again, you have passed. Nice. I smirked. I turned back and patted Asta's shoulder. It's now your turn. Good luck. I intend to. Asta said eagerly as he stood in front of Magna. I sat down on the ground and prepared my camera. As much as I took many great pictures during the mayhem inside the headquarters, this one was going to be greater. Oh! Unknown to him, there was a certain witch glancing over me with interest as she knew more artifacts than any other members of the Black Bulls. She was keeping an eye on the black box he was holding and, barely knowing him, she can assume that it is something personal for him. She'll get the chance to ask him about it, but for now, well, despite that she didn't like the idea of having an initiation, it seems that whatever they do is out of her concern. Oh! Next! Magna shouted as a single fireball formed on his palm. Hold up your grimoire, you stupid shrimp. Yes, sir. His Demon Slayer sword was summoned from his grimoire and held it tightly. Whoa! What's that? Luck gaped in awe. It's huge. Vanessa added. Gauche and Charmy, this time, paid attention what the last recruit was going to do. Both Initiator and Recruit eyed fiercely as they were prepared to perform the last test to be part of the Black Bulls. With a grin, Magna began pitching the fireball to Asta. Flame magic, exploding fireball, die! Asta eyed the fireball coming at him. But then, something came up. Despite that Asta isn't smart, his body recalled one of the sparring he had done with Akira. Flashback. Clover Kingdom, Forsaken Realm, Hage Village. 3 months since Akira's arrival. After months staying with the orphans in Hage, I was sparring with Asta as his swordsmanship was getting better by the day. Hey, no bad Asta. I panted. Your swordsmanship is getting better and better. But... I swept down his Asta, making him drop down like a sack of potato. You still need to be much faster with that sword. Ow! Asta groaned as he lay down the grass. Still, as I said, you're getting better. I said as I gave him a hand. Thanks. He grabbed my hand and got up. Still, remind me, why are we doing this? I looked at him flatly. Despite that, I can't lift your freaking sword for whatever reason. I eyed at the Demon Slayer sword planted on the ground not far from us. You are going to be trained in speed control. Asta tilted his head in confusion. Why you say so? Again, I glanced at him flatly. Because, in case you didn't notice, there are going to be some mages capable to attack quickly before you or anybody else can react. Asta hummed thoughtfully, not sure about my words. If I can say that if Yuno gets faster attacks than you, can you even dodge or see his attacks before they land on you? I suggested. That did perk up as he pounded his fist onto his other hand. Oh! That's better, he said with a smile before gaping in shock. Yeah. You think that's going to happen? I shrugged. I dunno, it's possible. I know for sure that Yuno's wind magic is the second fastest attribute apart from the rare light magic, I think. I don't know, maybe because I haven't met many wizards since I came here, I can't say for sure. I muttered the last part. I shook my head and paid attention to Asta. Anyways, the important thing is that despite that having power is good, having all-rounder stats could be also good. So for now, get used to fast attacks or else, you die. I stated bluntly. Asta's eyes twitched slowly. And I looked at him flatly for the third time. You didn't get anything that I've been saying, right? He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Yeah, sorry. I pinched the bridge of my nose and sighed exasperatedly. Right, maybe it's better that I show you. I walked a good distance from him and my grimoire started shining emerald green. The air around me began forming as small blades. Wind creation magic, or as anguish. Keep a good eye of them, Asta. Why dash? Swoosh! Asta remained quiet as one of the blades soared so fast that he didn't even notice the blade making a small cut on his cheek. I've been training for weeks this technique. I admitted. I can't say for sure that I'm fast as you knows, but this is as close as I'm capable to testing it. I frowned in concentration. Don't take it personally, Asta. If we're about to become magic knights, we need to be much stronger than we are right now. Asta gulped nervously. Something you're not saying? I closed my eyes and breathed in and out. Let me tell you with another question, Asta. If you're thinking that you're strong enough with what I'm teaching you, then don't think that becoming the Wizard King is going to be possible. His eyes widened in shock before narrowing it. All right, I think I got it. Take your blade since we're going to train in concentration and timing. I said idly, even with the menacing blade hovering around me. Asta nodded and went to grab his Demon Slayer sword. I'm ready. Good, keep an eye open. And don't die. And before Asta could answer, the blades began soaring toward him. Flashback end. Asta shuddered at the memory, but he was right about it. If the attacks were fast enough for his eyes, then he had to see and think before they begin. The moment Magna's attack soared toward him, he understood what Akira meant instinctively. With his well-trained muscles, kinetic vision, and explosive power, he could be able to slice the fireball easily since his Demon Slayer sword, he still doesn't know its name, could cut through any magic as he had tested with Akira. He could easily cut through Magna's magic with ease. The problem was that despite that he could cut like butter, its magic will continue getting to him and burn him. Despite its danger, Asta's mind and body worked together, in which he gritted his teeth and swung his sword on the spine base of its blade to the incoming fireball. Thuck! With a shocking bat, the fireball returned back to its owner as he was again shocked at this development. Boom! Oh! He hit it! He hit it! Luck repeated in awe. Whoa! Vanessa gaped in surprise. Finral sighed with a smile, closing his grimoire. It's been a while since we didn't have to save a new recruit's hide. Well, also saving Magna at first. Asta panted as he checked his sword shockingly. With many sparring that he had done with me, he was still surprised that he didn't get to think how he could counter Magna's exploding fireball. If you're thinking that you almost died. Well, my friend, you almost did. I grinned as I patted his back. If it weren't for your body, you would have been dust. Don't kill me here, you bastard. He bellowed, offended, then sobered up knowing that he returned the fireball to his initiator. Wait, is he dead? And truthfully, it was a surprise that the fireball could explode like TNT, making a curtain of smoke. From within, we could see a silhouette that was coming out sans his familiar glasses. You little bastard. Asta gasped in shock, wondering how in hell he could have survived that. Not that I blamed him. I cocked an eyebrow and smirked. Good thinking on using your own magic to nullify in time, nay, senpai? Magna stopped on his tracks to strangle Asta before shooting me a gawked look with his eyes widened. It remained like that for a few seconds before snorting and letting a chuckle escape his lips. All right, you did see that. He sighed. But man, I almost died from my own magic, you little bastard. He approached to Asta and patted both hands on Asta's shoulder, shooting him a grin. You're not half bad. Huh? What? He means you did well, you dimwit. I clarified. Yeah. Not only were you able to block my magic, you actually sent it right back at me. I like you, Shrimpsta. He continued hitting Asta's back with a laugh. It's Asta. Asta corrected him. Sorry I made fun of you for being a backwoods hick with little magical power. Magna apologized. I'm actually from out in the country myself. I'm from Ryka village, just above Hage. A neighbor! I clarified. Whoa, seriously? Asta gaped in surprise. Ryka village is way out in the sticks. Like you can talk. Magna-sensei, to clarify with what you said before. I stepped in. With what you said about a backwoods hick with little magical power, well, senpai, he's just a backwoods hick, point, nothing more nothing less. Asta looked at me like I betrayed him by bringing him a bomb like that, but seeing my calm composure, he was at ease. Huh? You don't have any magical power? And yet you were able to hit my attack back at me? Magna concluded in disbelief. Why yeah. Asta muttered. Magna did what Asta didn't expect, smiling brightly at his junior or kohai. That's even more awesome. So that means you're a real man. The other members of the Black Bulls rejoined us just as they heard about Asta's lack of magic. Nice! You're really interesting. Luck said. Not bad, little boy. Vanessa complimented. Want to eat this? Charmy offered a cupcake. Stay away from my sister. And Ghosh growled. I looked on the sidelines, loving the fact that Asta isn't any more alone apart from the orphans of Hage, Father Orsi, Sister Lily, Yuno, and I. So I hope that his past doesn't define him as he'll become someone grand in the future. All right. Let's start the second initiation. Luck declared with a childish laugh. Asta blinked in confusion. Come again? Let's try and kill each other. Hell fucking no! I denied fiercely. We both just came after the Magic Knight's entrance exam. And doing the first initiation took a toll on us. So no more. Asta tilted his head in confusion. But I'm not even Dash. Slap! I said. I whispered frigidly as I held tightly his mouth. No. More. I eyed sideways for him to understand that even if we were not tired, Luck will eventually kill us mercilessly. Asta eyed Luck with confusion, and noting that Luck was sparkling in excitement, literally, it was understandable that I was freaking scared of the fucking childish mage. Why yeah, as he said. Asta said after I removed my hand from his mouth. Ah, welp, then next time. I sighed in relief just as Vanessa leaned over us with her arms draped around us sultrily. You looked great out there, little boys. Thanks. Asta muttered confusedly. I tried to look away but her cleavage and also trying not to think about them. As everyone was complimenting us, Finral clapped to get our attention. Okay. Isn't there something more important you should be doing? Finral asked. Right. Magna replied with a nod before turning to us, recruits. Here you have it. This is yours, Asta. Yours too, Akira. He handed us our new robes. Receiving the robe, I glanced at the black robe I just received. It was a simple black robe, I know, but it represents something grand apart from the other squads. This was just the beginning as a member of the Black Bulls. This is mine. Asta muttered in awe. Go ahead, try it on. Vanessa said. As we did, it was really comfy wearing them despite that it was only the shoulder and upper torso what covers, but nonetheless I can't be picky. And while we're at it. She waved her wand making Asta's headband spin and making a black bull's design on his forehead. For me, she made a black bull's crest on my hoodie, big enough to be shown. Vanessa-senpai. I called meekly. While we're at it, could you please do that in my duffel bag and tank top? Sure, and just call me Vanessa. She said as she did the same for said items. Thank you, Vanessa. I nodded. Looks good on you. Don't you think so, Yami-san? Magna asked to our captain. They look pretty bland. Yami shrugged. I'll take it, I muttered. And now, you two are officially a member of the Magic Knight Squad, the Black Bulls, Magna declared cheerfully. You better work hard not to shame Yami-san or the Black Bulls. Thanks! It's a pleasure to work with all of you, Asta bellowed, bowing at them deeply. Slap! You're already making a ruckus right now, I bellowed, a little ticked off. Gosh, I'm going to get tinnitus because of this knucklehead. I'm sorry. Most of the gathered members were laughing since they knew that the both of us could fit perfectly among them. If only the other recruit could share the same sentiment. Oh! At the top balcony of the Black Bull's base of operation, there was a silver-haired girl who had been watching them. So they're the new members? She mumbled coldly. Insect. She flapped her twin tails and returned to her room. Unknown to her, the brunette recruit that recently got recruited had been keeping an eye on her previous place, knowing that she had been watching them for some time. A small grin spread on his lips, as he knew that their meeting won't be so far from her imagination. Chapter 6: The Arrogant Royal Girl. After finishing with the initiation our dear Senior Magna had done to us, we were now being guided by him around our new home. These 2 rooms are yours, Magna said, showing the inside of 2 dirty rooms. Well? Isn't it depressing how small and filthy it is? Comparing it with my room, I can say that it is much smaller. And now I feel homesick. Great. Despite that I was feeling homesick, the other recruit seemed more happy than I was. My own room, Asta muttered joyfully, even crying in happiness, which got our senior confused. He's actually moved? Magna said in disbelief. Well, in Hage, we all had to share a single room and he's happy to have a room of his own, I explained to him. That's right, Asta agreed. At the church, we all shared a room, so we'd sleep lined up next to each other. Just after he said that, he started cleaning his room impeccably. Well, I'll leave you 2 be. You're free to do whatever until we get a mission, Magna said. Okay, I replied. Magna began walking away before turning back. Oh, by the way, Asta, Akira. Yeah? Asta said as I kept fidgeting inside my duffel bag but keeping attention. Make sure you 2 write letters. Huh? Asta tilted his head in confusion. He means to write everyone in the church, Asta, I clarified. Yeah. They're your family, right? I'm sure they're worried about how things turned out, Magna explained. Right. Asta nodded. Don't make anyone worry about you. That's how to be a real man, Magna stated before turning around. See ya. If you 2 need anything, come see me. Okay. Oh, Asta, I called. While you're at it, could you please clean my room? I'm going to check something in my notes. Yeah, those notes again? Alright, I'll do it, I sighed in relief. As much as I kept pestering him, he's such a good guy to help me, maybe because I've been helping him with our sparring, but that's about it. Anyway, I took out my journal out of my duffel bag and started reading. There are things that I don't know completely, but eventually it's still important for me to review things that I remember. So, we finished with the Magic Knight's entrance exam, our election to choose a squad, Magna's initiation, and now, yes, the silver-haired royalty girl's problem. It's going to be a pain dealing with her, but hopefully she'll open up after everyone knows her problem. After some minutes that Asta had been cleaning my room, I was sitting in front of my desk writing my daily life. I didn't write much during the 6 months I've been staying in Hage Village. Mostly because the things that I've been doing were sparring, hunting, training, helping around the church or village, eating, and resting. There weren't anything interesting, maybe except for that time of the stampede of boars that we had ended up hunting them. We ate well that day. You seem to be busy. Gah! I shrieked in terror when somebody spoke out of nowhere. I turned around to see someone that I hadn't seen in 6 months. Sakuya-sama? The godly woman that brought me here, smiled. Hello, Akira. It's been a while. What brings you here? I asked before frowning. Also, did you really have to drop me out of nowhere? I nearly shat myself from that fall. She simply giggled on her hand in amusement. Do not fret, Akira. I did place a defense layer before you landed. But, you hadn't adapted to the mana world since your previous one lacked. And the reason that you dropped me? I asked frigidly. She looked anywhere but me innocently. Well, it was funny. Thwom. Alright, even as gods they need some kind of entertainment. But that kind of entertainment wasn't funny at all. Anyway, getting up from the floor, I paid attention to the goddess. Anyway, Sakuya-sama, ain't you worried? I asked, pointing the building itself. She giggled on her hand. Oh, not to worry, my coming ain't going to be detected by him. So you don't have to be worried. I sighed in relief. That's good. Nevertheless, it has been 6 months since you've been here. And it seems that you have been diligently training with 4 attributes before getting 2 more. I blinked in surprise. Wow, you already knew that I got gold magic and bronze magic? Well, I only need someone that has silver magic, and I have the 3 metals in my arsenal. I don't doubt about it. The goddess agreed cheerfully before sobering. Anyway, the reason I came here is to give you a gift. A gift? Yes, a gift. It's to celebrate you 6 months here and being accepted as a magic knight. She opened up a portal and took out a medium-sized tan-colored satchel. This is what I'm giving you. A satchel. I said skeptically. I'm thankful for the gift, but what's in good with that satchel? Oh, the satchel is different from what you mortals have. Sakuya stated. This satchel contains a personal storage that you can put anything inside without worrying about its capacity. My eyes shone in amazement. Whoa, like a game. She nodded. Something like that. Anyway, you like it? Very. I said as she handed me the satchel. Sweet. With this, it's going to be much easier to get those treasures. As much as I love seeing you like this, I have to go. Sakuya said before stopping. Oh, before I forget. Yes? Take good care of Hikari once she comes. She said softly with a smile. I nodded and smiled. Of course, I always do. She nodded before disappearing into the portal. Well, it was nice of her to check on me during the 6 months I've been living here. And to say that to take care of Hikari once she comes, it's another thing that I'm excited to wait for. Anyway, thinking inwardly won't get me waiting for me, so I think it's time for me to rest. Tomorrow might be interesting with what we'll witness. Next day. Another day for the Clover Kingdom shone brightly as every citizen, magic knights, and others woke up from their slumber. Twack! Af! That is, if someone decided to slam into something waking me abruptly. What now? I groaned as I got out of the bed, changed into my clothes and robe, and exited my room. Just as I got out of my room, I got to see Asta clutching his forehead as I could notice that he was welcomed with a pillar that wasn't there yesterday. Good morning, Asta. Morning. Asta grunted, still holding his forehead. What the hell? Was this pillar yesterday? Just as I came out of my room, I got hit by this pillar. So I see. I cocked at the red mark his forehead got. Hey, newbies. Did you sleep well? Magna came brightly. Good morning. I said. Gee, good morning. Asta hastily greeted. Sir, about this pillar. What about it? Magna asked in confusion, raising an eyebrow, not understanding what the problem was. I don't think it was here yesterday. Asta explained. Don't worry about a pillar. He shrugged, disinterested. The base itself changes its shape all the time. It's that truth? Asta asked in disbelief. Don't worry. You'll get used to it. Real word to hear, improvise. Adapt. Overcome, I said before praying the crocodile hunter in solemn. That's a nice word to put it, but what are you doing? Magna asked. Nothing. Magna regarded me a look before shrugging. Whatever. All right, let's go. You're in for a treat. I'll personally show you around the Black Bull's super cool base. Follow me, Shrimpsta. Diora. He then started running. Diora? I bellowed, giving him a what the fuck look. What's with that stupid nickname? Ignoring me, I could feel my blood boil in anger. But my boiling blood could feel at ease when Asta followed Magna behind. Got it, Mr. Sunglasses. Moron. You mean the great Magna. A chance to return nicknames. Yes, Mr. Yankee. As you say. You. He snarled. Who are you calling Mr. Yankee? You. I shouted back. Moron. The great Magna Asta shouted innocently. You don't need the moron part. I could see that it really ticked him off, serves him right. Leaving the fun aside, Magna began with guiding us around the Black Bull's headquarters. Our first stop was the cafeteria, and as always, our senior Charmy was eating with large plates of food next to her. The next stop, the bathroom, it had a nice hot spring waiting for us, which apart from us three, there was also Gordon with us enjoying the warm bath of the morning. Next, the girls' room, and much to my dreading feeling, the hall toward the girls' room had many traps for those that wanted to peek or do something inappropriate. Let us pray their stupidity disappear from their mind. After the girls' room, Magna suddenly opened a door which, to our surprise, there was Captain Yami taking a dump. I'll kill you. Yami growled dangerously. Excuse us. Getting out of the dangerous situation, we went to another dangerous room, which was the beast's room, which Magna tricked Asta to feed one of them. Magna began with me, but I'm too smart for him to be considered as bait for his pranks. After those, were the usual, the library, the playroom, which it doesn't mean it is since it's a torture room no matter how Magna says it, and more. It was amazing to see some rooms that the manga and anime didn't show, but it was an experience that it'll be useful for later. Magna was going to show us another place until he abruptly stopped, making us bump on his back, and notice the silver-haired woman coming our way. Is she perhaps a recruit like us? I asked knowingly. Yeah, she is. Magna nodded before looking at Asta. Hey, Asta, that's your colleague. She's the other new recruit this year. Asta's eyes shone in eagerness. My colleague? I love the sound of that. Hey! I'm Asta, from H-. Wait. I interrupted him. Let her speak first. Asta blinked in confusion. What? Why? Because she's a royal family daughter. I informed him, keeping a straight face. Asta, for his part, looked quite shocked by it. Gug! And are our royal family, you say? You got good eyes, peasant. She huffed. And you lowly insect, my name is Noel Silva. I belong to the royal family of this kingdom. She declared. Also known to be the second daughter of the Silva family, Captain Nozel's very young sister. I clarified, which Asta gasped in panic. I noticed the moment I mentioned Nozel's name, Noel's eyes twitched but faded quickly. You know very well, peasant. She said frigidly. I shrugged. If anyone could pay attention the captain's family name, anybody could notice it. Though this idiot didn't even recognize you if I hadn't said anything. Way off? Asta bellowed before prostrating to her. I do beg your pardon. I'm but a puny insect that someone could blow away just by breathing. Where did your attitude back when you met Captain Yami go? I deadpanned, feeling a sweat drop at the back of my head. As long as you understand. Noel said dismissively. Realizing what just happened, Asta bolted up from the ground and pointed at her furiously. Wait. Who are you calling an insect, huh? We're supposed to be colleagues as magic knights. Who cares if you're royalty? She does. I supplied. That's right, Asta. You tell her. Status means nothing. Magna agreed, pumping his fist angrily. Asta, Magna-senpai. Let's not fight among colleagues, I said, trying to defuse the situation. I understand if she is needed elsewhere. You are still guiding us around the base, right? We let her be, and we continue with knowing the place. Hearing the arguments of Asta and Magna, Noel sighed. Are foolish peasants unable to understand this with words alone? At least, someone understands it. But if you two still feel like that... She raised her hand menacingly at them. I guess I'll have to show you the difference between our magical powers. Noticing the threat, both Magna and Asta backed off warily while I was standing on the sidelines, not feeling the danger. Within her hands, a water ball formed in the size of a basketball. Her aim was on Asta, and on her command, the water ball shot out. But, just as it directed toward Asta, it suddenly curved sideways, hitting Magna. PFH. I tried to hold my laugh with my fist, noticing how proudly she shot at but eventually missed her true target. Huh? Asta voiced out in confusion. You little bitch. Magna snarled, getting up from the floor, wet from head to toe. You've got some nerve. What do you think you're doing to your senior? He demanded. You were just standing in the wrong spot. Noel answered, not even caring that her attack hit her senior. Who gave you permission to stand there? I could feel a sweat drop falling down just by hearing her. If that's how royalties and nobles speak to others, then I wouldn't image the way they'll talk once I meet them. What? Asta bellowed. I could see a vein pop on Magna's forehead in anger at the way she responded. Why, you little... I'm your senior. And I'm royalty. She retorted flatly. What? He raised his sunglasses to his forehead. I don't care if you're royalty or the Silver Eagle's captain's little sister. I mean, the only person who'd accept a spoiled brat like you is Mr. Yami. Be more thankful, you moron. I held back because you're a girl, but now I'm gonna have to initiate you, too, damn it. Noel grabbed her robe and tossed it on the floor. Like I want to be in this pathetic squad. She huffed before storming off. You little... Magna growled as he picked up her robe. Hey! What the hell do you think you're doing? Who cares about the Black Bulls? I don't need that filthy thing. This is the absolute worst Magic Knight squad, and it's not where royalty like myself belongs. She exclaimed. You bastard. Apologize to the robe and Mr. Yami. Apologize. Apologize. Apologize, damn it. You moron. Magna screamed angrily as Noel disappeared around the corner. The robe I worked so hard to get. She just... Asta said, dumbfounded. Don't worry, Asta. I assured him, patting his shoulder. She'll come around. She just needs time. Magna stormed off somewhere with Noel's robe, leaving Asta and I alone. Say, Akira. Asta began. What's her problem? Do you know something about her with your clairvoyant? It's clairvoyant. I corrected him before shrugging. Well, I don't know everything about her, but little things about her. Asta then muttered something incoherent that I couldn't understand, but then he looked at me. What do you know about her? He asked. I sighed. Noel Silva, 15 years old, water magic, user, recently recruited by the Black Bulls, the youngest daughter of the Silva family, which is a royal house family. I stated. Among her family, Noel Silva is the eldest son of the family, which is the captain of the Silver Eagle squad. She has another sister and brother which are part of the Silver Eagle, but in truth, they don't have a good relationship like you do with the orphans. Why? Asta asked, like begging. I closed my eyes and sighed again. It's not my place to tell you, Asta. As much as I would like to tell you, it is personal for her. Her life wasn't rainbow and sunshine. She struggled too much for some personal condition she's bearing. I don't know what to say. I patted his shoulder and smiled sympathetically. Say, let's find her later. She'll need a friend to stand by her. And you know that you're a capable guy to be her friend. His eyes widened slightly before smiling. Yeah, we'll help her. That's what I like to hear. I said. Don't you worry, Noel, we'll help you out no matter what you say. Despite that I've been recording this for blackmail, but that's for the future. Afternoon, 4 hours later. Having trained and ate lunch, Asta and I were together looking for Noel, with the anti-bird following us from behind. Surprisingly, Asta did ask me about Noel. Maybe he can feel some connection to her. Not like love interest, he's too thick-headed to understand love. As for me? Well, you would be surprised if my family gathers to see some series which some of them are action, romance, sci-fi, etc. of genres. We get to see more martial arts ones, but some of them has romance. Anyway, enough of me. As I said, we were sneaking around looking for Noel. As we were looking for Noel, we heard some faint noises. Hup! Looking at each other, we nodded and followed the noise. Thup! We could hear more clearly the sound. Thup. And now, it was too loud to bear our hearings. But it also worked on our side. Sneaking stealthily, we arrived at the source of the noise we'd been hearing. In an open space, we saw Noel training target practice. She was sweating, but her eyes shone in determination, or what could be determination since it also shone irritation. She was training sweat and blood on trying to hit the target, but her attacks would always curve away from the specific target. Why? She panted before shooting another water ball at the tree, but the tree flew away from the target. We watched in silent solemn, not even daring to stop or interrupt her training. I eyed at Asta to see that he had taken the solemn approach as he was sitting while watching her train. He may not be smart as me or but he is an equal in battle prowess as us. It's no wonder that Asta had kept an eye on Noel's training despite her previous shown attitude. He can be thick-headed, but at least, he knows when to step in or not. I looked back at Noel and her expression darkened as she started remembering some bad memories. Not that I can blame her, her siblings weren't close to her. If her mother had been alive, she may have lived differently. Why? Noel muttered desperately, getting back my attention. Why won't it go the way I wanted to? She pressed on as she was struggling on her knees in exhaustion. I'm not a failure. I'll make them acknowledge me. She then continued with her training diligently despite her fatigue. I guess she's got it rough, too. Asta muttered sympathetically. Not everyone has good cards at the beginning. I said solemnly. Said that, Noel continued training without even noticing our presence. She's been training for at least 2 hours before the fatigue took her. She was ready as dewy, but before we could walk away, Noel turned around. The way we were now facing at her, as does she. Noel looked at us owlishly or shocked, as did we. None of us said anything while the anti-bird flew around. Hey! Asta greeted her. Hi, Miss Silva? I greeted weakly. It's a coincidence that we met here, right? Her eyes were widened and her mouth trembling as she wanted to word out something. Insect? Dog? I frowned. All right, I had enough with Magna calling me Diora. And now, I'm dog? Do I have to complain here? I asked grumbly. How long have you two? She muttered. I quickly answered. Oh, just few minutes ago. Huh? Asta said, tilting his head in confusion. We've been here for 2-hour dash. Slap. I slapped my hand on his mouth and gave him the look of panic by what he just said. 2 hours? She gasped in terror and panic. And if the way her eyes were showing us, it wasn't the decent answer. And no! She was about to shoot at us with her water ball, just knowing specifically what was going to happen. I grabbed the collar of Asta's clothes and booked it. Nigerundeo, run away, Asta! I shouted while holding tightly Asta's clothes. What? What's wrong? No time to explain, We gotta go. I glanced back to see that Noel couldn't control and maintain her magic power, which then formed a humongous water ball with her inside. The water wall began ascending with Noel inside, and even if I wanted to save her, we ain't got the time since the destruction around was going to fall on us. Oh! Back at the headquarters, the standing Black Bulls sensed the danger and went outside to see what was going on. As soon as they exited, they saw a water sphere floating in the middle of the forest with Noel inside. Oh, dear! Vanessa muttered in worry. Wow! Luck mumbled in awe. Asterisk, this is insane, asterisk, Gordon whispered, as always. Someone's magic is out of control. Gauche said. Such immense magical power. Magna grunted. This is gonna get bad if we don't do something. Yami nodded. If we attack it with magic, she might not make it out alive. Could you use your spatial magic to scoop just her up? He said to Finral. Please don't be ridiculous. I can't get near that. Finral pleaded. Right. If only we had someone who could nullify magical powers. Yami mused while scratching the back of his head. As on cue, his prayers were answered when the two recruits came out of the forest as the brunette kid was running and holding the ashen blonde kid by his clothes. Captain Yami! I bellowed before throwing Asta at him. Gah! Asta screamed before landing on Yami's hand. Ugh! You came at the perfect time. Yami said in appreciation. Huh? Could you go take care of that? Yami ordered while pointing at the giant water sphere that was starting to become a problem for us. Take care of that? Okay. Asta answered in agreement before realizing and making a distraught expression. Wait. How am I supposed to get over there, though? I can't fly. He paused when he noticed me saluting like a soldier. What are you doing? To salute our pilot. I answered like it was the obvious thing in the world. You hear him. Quit your yapping. Yami grunted. Now is the time when you need to go beyond your limits. Reeling his arm back with Asta on hold, Yami threw him toward the sphere with full force. Oh, nice throw, Captain Yami. I whistled. From the air, Asta was screaming in terror at being thrown without his consent, but his terror faded quickly as he quickly took out his Demon Slayer sword out of his grimoire and prepared to cut the water sphere. Asta swung his sword, cutting perfectly the water without endangering Noel. But his screaming returned when they both began falling down. Finral. Yami ordered. Yes, I know. From the position they were falling, a portal appeared which got them land safely in front of us. Noel fell gracefully while Asta landed face first, but Hill shrugged it off as always. As for the water that had dispersed eventually popped out, getting us drenched completely with the remaining water. I just got out of the bath. I whined, feeling wet from all over. All right. I'm alive. Asta shouted, getting out of the ground. Captain Yami thought that it was funny, which was, at the moment, laughing his ass off. That was so much fun, wasn't it? Luck asked cheerfully. Geez. Now I'm all wet. Vanessa complained with her clothing wet. /n, not perversion intended. Thanks for that spatial magic. Asta said to Finral. You're welcome. Nice saving, senpai. I complimented him as I patted his shoulder, getting me his spatial magic, which it'll be useful. Spatial magic, attribute added. It wasn't much. Finral bragged on. Well done, brat. Yami said to Asta. Thanks. Asta replied before being aware of the silver-haired girl. Ah. Hey, you. Noel was beginning to wake up slowly but remained her eyes closed as her fears to be looked down by us. You. Asta began. Have some insane magical powers. That's so awesome. She looked at him quite confused. He's right. I agreed. She's powerful. A little unrefined, but with training it's possible. Huh. She now was looking at me owlishly. I don't have any magical powers, so I'm jealous, damn it. Asta exclaimed, a little envious of her. You don't have to be too honest, man. I deadpanned. But it's true. Asta spoke back. As he said, if you train so you can learn to control them, you'll be unstoppable, Noel. Noel paused before correcting herself. Asta. She muttered. I'm gonna keep doing my best so I won't lose either. Asta declared. It's going to be a long way to be able to control your magical powers. I said with a smile. But, with hard work and focus, you'll be able to do it soon. Really? You just couldn't control your magical powers? Magna asked. You should have told me earlier, you royal failure. We're the Black Bulls. We're a whole group of failures. He declared before giving me a thumb. Well, everyone except for him. And you had to ruin it, didn't you? I deadpanned. No one cares if you have a flaw or two, you idiot. Magna continued while Vanessa returned Noel's robe to her, ignoring me. Hey! Anyway, thank goodness you're safe. Finral sighed in relief before looking at her with his usual flirting. By the way, I know a great pasta place. Want to go sometime? She's 6 years under you, Finral-senpai. I deadpanned, a little disgusted, but that must be different culture. Before that, you should try this, Kay? Charmy said while holding a cupcake to Noel. That was amazing. If anything, the one thing I'm great at is controlling magical powers, so I'll help you out. I'll show you some womanly techniques, too. Vanessa promised her. I'll tell you how much of an angel my little sister Marie is. Gauche blabbed about his sister. Let's start out as friends, Gordon offered with a mumble. Noel began shedding tears and Asta gave her a hand. Here. Let's do our best together. Asta said friendly. Noel raised her hand but paused. After giving some thoughts, she gave him her hand. It's a pleasure to work with you. All right, time to eat something. I'm famished. Yami declared as everyone returned to our base of operation before grabbing the back of my collar. We have to talk. What's wrong, Captain Yami? I asked warily. What were you kids doing back then? He questioned. It would require some kind of explanation for him, but I hope that he can understand the answer I'm about to explain him. While Magna Senpai was guiding us around the Black Bull's headquarters, we encountered with Noel. She and Magna Senpai were kind of in a disagreement, which Asta took part and left. I started. After that, we wanted to talk to her to see if she had a problem or something and got to see her training diligently. We remained silent for about 2 hours watching her train, and as soon as we were about to leave, she discovered us. She freaked out and well, you know the rest. Yami looked at me impassively for a moment before sighing. All right, I'll let it slide since nobody got hurt and the danger is over. Be diligent since we won't be far to get a mission, so rest, train, or do whatever you please. Yes, Captain Yami. I said before walking toward the headquarters. Luckily, I didn't get scolded, but I hope to remain like this until some dire situation occurs. I wouldn't want to anger him much that I'm holding him some kind of information or think that I'm an enemy. Anyway, we hadn't done anything since we joined, so I used the days to train mostly my new obtained attributes. I wouldn't want to slack off if what we about to fight are going to be merciless on us. Asta continued training alone with his Demon Slayer sword as to keep his swordsmanship, while Noel went to Vanessa as she promised to teach her about controlling her magical powers except the womanly techniques. For I have to say, I'm really happy that I'm part of the Black Bulls. Chapter 7, Chilling Confrontation. It's been 1 week since Noel's accident. Surprisingly, that the event isn't on daily basis, there hadn't been a problem related to that accident or any mission, so it was welcoming the temporal peace we had. We started off doing some chores of the morning, cleaning the halls, dusting the library, laundry, which Asta found a sultry undergarment of Vanessa's, don't ask me how I know, and got a nosebleed. After those, we were given orders to feed the beasts, which Asta almost got eaten by one of them and me trying to save him. Our last chore of the day, which I have to say that it's the most dangerous chore of the day, was waking Captain Yami. Oh, don't be so judgy. In my experience, waking up someone who sleeps like a log is a challenge, because as soon as we told him to wake up, Captain Yami punched us out of his room. Finishing with the chores, we were now at the cafeteria for breakfast. And to my knowledge and surprise, it was meat. I know that there are some places that eat like this, but to see it myself, it feels different. Well, my stomach was demanding food, so there wasn't anything that I could do, so I couldn't complain to eat at my heart content. I glanced at Noel as she was forking her food in dislike, knowing that she wasn't enjoying her meal at all. Well, that's her problem, not mine. As I kept eating moderately, as most members of the Black Bulls, only Asta and Charmy were gobbling the food like no tomorrow. Noel, why don't you help us with the cleaning and stuff? Asta asked her while holding his food inside his mouth. Asta, the ways we live in are very much different than royalties and nobles, I pointed out. While we do it ourselves, they have other people or servants to do it. He knows it well. Noel agreed. Yes, as royalty, I don't have to clean, she stated smugly. But you're a newbie just like me and him, Asta complained, pointing his fork at me, which I ducked. Hey, watch it! I've never cleaned or done laundry in my life, Noel stated proudly. That's not something to brag about, is it? Asta and I chorused in varied reaction, one yelled and another deadpanned. We're in the same squad, aren't we? I'm pretty sure you should be helping with that stuff, Asta huffed. But I'm royalty, Noel countered. Why are you talking to me like that? Shut up, you insect. Damn it! Asta groaned before realizing something amiss and looked at Magna. So, what do magic knights do anyway? He asked innocently. What? Are you seriously asking that? Magna wondered before grabbing Asta's collar. We protect the kingdom and handle security. It's the most manly job in the world, you dumbass. That's about right, I said in agreement, still putting food in my mouth. Why'd you decide to join when you knew nothing about it? Magna demanded, quite confused before pointing at me. At least, he knows it, even though he came from the same Bunas. He didn't ask. I shrugged, not even looking at him while I was eating. We've mostly been training or preparing for the Magic Knight's entrance exam. His dream is what makes him work hard but forgets the common knowledge to become a Magic Knight. I'm sorry, Asta apologized. They sure are lively first thing in the morning, Finral commented in amusement while looking at us. Asterisk, being energetic is the best. Can I have some of that energy? Asterisk, Gordon asked softly. Damn it. Show him what Magic Knights do, you drunk witch. Magna released Asta and motioned to Vanessa. Said witch hummed thoughtfully while swirling her wine. Well, we keep the citizens safe? Something like that. She paused to fill her cup. You might even be able to get closer to some noble when you're assigned to protect them. I see, Asta replied. Denied. I rolled my eyes as I drank my drink. It's a super fun job where you get to fight with enemies all you want. If they're criminals, you can beat them up all you want and not get in trouble. Luck added while doing some jabs on the air. Scary, I said sarcastically. Most importantly, it's a wonderful job that my sister respects me for having. Isn't she an angel? I can buy her whatever she wants with my pay, Gauche said as he was holding a picture of his sister with a nosebleed. But if you lay a finger on Marie, I'll kill you. You already said that for the 11th time today, senpai. I told him, enough of his constant reminder. And I'll keep it that way. Gauche growled before focusing on the picture with a goofy smile. What about you, Finral-san? Asta asked, changing quickly the person. It's the best job in the world, since I get to save girls and be popular, Finral said smoothly. You sure get a chance with the ladies, I said, as my colleague recruits looked at Gordon. Asterisk, of course I'll tell you. We're friends, after all, asterisk. While the two newbies couldn't comprehend him, I did, which is a surprise that nobody got close to him friendly. Kaya! We got startled by the female scream, which we turned to see that the one who screamed was Charmy. We all looked at her in surprise and confusion of why she screamed, sans me. Charmy-san? Asta asked in worry. I am out of food, Charmy cried, showing us her empty plates. Twack! I face slammed on the table, which some, few, of my colleagues shared the same sentiment. That's what you were worried, I said with a dry deadpan. I'm nowhere near full, Charmy declared before opening her grimoire. Cotton creation magic, sheep cooks. She summoned 3 sheep wearing chef caps and they started cooking in front of us. By the time they finished, they placed their finished dishes in front of their owner and creator. Thank for the food, Charmy said gleefully before shoving food in her mouth. As long as you're a magic knight, you can eat plenty of food. We continued watching her with varied emotion until Gray came from behind. Gray-san? Asta asked in confusion. Gray opened his grimoire and suddenly smoke covered him completely. After waiting for a few seconds, the smoke dissipated and we got to see that instead of Gray, was Asta. Huh? Said Original was taken back in surprise and shock. Well, basically, it's a good job. Gray, or Double Asta, said as he patted the Original Asta's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. He looks just like you, Noel pointed out in surprise, watching the Original and Double looking at each other. That's so cool. There is nothing different from the original. I whistled. I took the opportunity to pretend that I was checking on the Double before tapping on her shoulder, which my grimoire shone subtly in powder white. Transformation magic, attribute added. I'm looking forward to working with you on a mission, Gray said with Asta's smile. Alright. Gray/Asta nodded before returning to its original form and returned to his seat. They're all weirdos, Asta muttered. But we're now part of the Misfits, I added with a shrug. Noel didn't seem to be in agreement as she was grimacing. Thumb. We looked back to see our dear Captain Yami waking up as he kicked the door open. Somehow, he was looking quite serious despite his laid-back attitude, but I knew what he was going to do. Let's go, Magna. Yes, sir, Mr. Yami. Magna sat up from his seat and followed behind. What's going on? What's going on? Asta wondered with his mouth full as Charmy shoved a meat bone to his mouth. There's a mission, Magna stated. A Magic Knight's mission? Asta gulped the food down and tried to follow them. See, can I come with Dash? Magna interrupted him by raising his hand. No! We can't bring any kids along. This is a very important mission for adults. I placed my elbow on the table and rested my head on my fist. But he's just 18 years old while the others are much older than him, I muttered in deadpan. Hey! Don't break everything while we're gone, Yami ordered. Okay. Have fun. Vanessa waved at them, still drunk on wine. Captain! Will you fight me when you come back? Luck asked as he looked eager for an answer. Asterisk, come back soon. I'll be waiting, asterisk, Gordon mumbled. Come back by dinner, Charmy said while still putting food on her mouth. Can I go see Marie soon? I'm having withdrawal symptoms, Gauche asked while nose bleeding. I sighed, which then took a glance on Noel, who was drinking her cup of water silently. Noel, I called. I'll just say it in advance, that once they return, I want you to cover your eyes. She raised her eyebrow in confusion. Huh? Why would I do that? I raised my cup to my lips. Just saying, if you want to hear it or not, it's up to you. Noel looked at me strangely but didn't say anything else. As for Asta, he looked attentively at the backs of Yami and Magna, which got him curious what mission they could have taken. Afternoon, 6 hours later. There hadn't been anything else to do rather than simple chores. There were some hours that I'd taken the liberty to train the recent transformation magic I got from Gray's, but there isn't anything much to do rather than change into someone or something. But apart from that, nothing much to do. We were now at the beast's room feeding the beasts. There. Good boy. Here. Asta offered warily, stepping slowly toward them with their food. And once again, he almost got eaten by them. Gah! God damn it! I told you to be careful, you idiot. I snapped with a tick mark forming on my head as I pulled his legs out. Noel! Don't just stand there. Help us or do something. I'm royalty. You should be thankful that I even got out of bed. Noel rebutted as she was checking her nails. That's not an excuse, woman. Just as I pulled with all my strength, I got Asta out of the beast's mouth for the 8th time on the week. I thought I was going to die. Asta gasped for air. You two really are freakishly strong. Noel commented, half amused. Well, I train. Asta answered with an arm flex. I did train before. I huffed getting off the ground. Though I didn't think that I'll use it for this. Ha ha ha. We turned in confusion to see who the ones who were laughing at the end of the hall. Just then, we could see better that the ones who were laughing were Captain Yami and Magna, coming back from their mission. Captain Yami and Magna. Asta said aloud. I deadpanned, pinching the brim of my nose. Noel, remember what I said this morning? Do it. She raised an eyebrow in confusion. But, why? I was meaning to ask why you said that. I don't get what's the reason that I should cover my eyes. I gave her the answer when I pointed at the coming captain and Yankee. As soon as her eyes glanced at them, she immediately reddened in embarrassment and covered her eyes. The reason was because they were both but naked except for their robes over their shoulders. That's why. I pointed out flatly. You could have told me better. She snapped, her eyes still covered. Ignoring our banter, their laughs began to subside to speak. That old man actually had a royal straight flush. Who would have thought? He's amazing. Yami laughed. We're no match for old man Say. Magna chortled in agreement. People sure are strong when they have something on the line. Yami added before redoubling his laugh. Hey, Stupidsta, Lady No, Diora, we're back. Be happy. You three are going on your first mission as Magic Knights. Magna declared, which shocked both Asta and Noel, who immediately turned back after looking at him in shock. Oh! After getting clothed, we were now in the common room while we, recruits, were standing in front of Captain Yami and Magna next to him. And so, we're getting you your first mission. Magna declared again. Our first mission. Asta began. As Magic Knights. Noel finished. So, what is it? I asked, crossing my arms with a slight tilt of my head. It had better be something worthy of me as a royal. Noel demanded. Yeah, you should be honored. Magna smirked. You'll be hunting wild boars in Saucy Village. There was a pregnant pause which got 2/3 of the recruits dumbfounded, as I was mostly amused at their reaction. Wild. Asta began in confusion. Boars? Noel finished before deadpanning. What in the world is this lame mission? What are you calling it lame? Magna demanded, quite offended by her attitude. I can beat a wild boar with my bare hands. Asta declared. Me too. I nodded in agreement. This reminds me of that time Hage Village encountered a stampede of boars. We did eat well that day. Yeah, we did. Asta drooled at the recollection. Don't you dare underestimate wild boars. Magna roared outrageously. They come charging out of nowhere. Haven't you ever heard the phrase rushing into things? I do. They don't. I supplied. We both ended up losing to the mayor of Saucy Village. Yami confessed. Huh. Asta and Noel chorused in confusion. See Captain Yami and Magna lost? Asta said weakly in disbelief. Just how strong is he? Noel added with the same attitude as Asta. He meant on cards. I clarified in deadpan. I mean, they were saying royal straight flush, so they meant it like that. I looked at them. Didn't you guys hear what they said? Cards? Both yelled in disbelief. Yeah. He basically stripped us of all we had. Yami admitted, not so sheepish. And 6 months' worth of pay, too. Magna added. We three looked at them with varied emotions while the two losers continued talking proudly and confidently at their loss. And we ended up promising him we'd do anything if we lost, so he asked us to take care of some wild boars for him. Yami informed us. Apparently, a herd showed up near the village, and they're ruining the fields. Magna added. Hey, question. Asta raised his hand. That has nothing to do with us, right? Yeah. Noel agreed. You two are the one who lost. Then dash. You idiots! Magna roared, surprising the recruits except for me. You're asking Mr. Yami to clean up his own mistakes? I could see that both of them were sharing their same thoughts, normally. You would. This is how they clean up their messes? Telling his recruits and members to clean his mistakes? I muttered with a sigh. We're the ones who clean up Mr. Yami's mistakes. Magna declared proudly. Yami sat up from his seat and emitted some dangerous energy around him and the icing of the cake, looking menacingly at us. Are you going to go, or are you going to die? Which it'll be? He demanded as his aura became darker. We'll go! We exclaimed in terror, and wondering how I ended up replying. After Captain Yami left, leaving us with Magna, we were now waiting for our senior to inform us about what's next. Even though we're hunting wild boars, this is our first mission as Magic Knights. I'm so excited! Asta roared in excitement. I'm supposed to get rid of wild boars? Noel said dejectedly. What? You're still complaining? Magna questioned. I'm not complaining, but... Noel glanced down. I was just wondering if I should go, since I can't control my magical powers. You idiot! Magna roared, pointing at her. You'll be able to fix that in no time with some mission under your belt. And you get to test some spells on our enemies. I cackled and rubbed my hands evilly despite the looks I was getting. Hey, the moment was too down, I had to do something funny. Well, what he said. I'll be sure to clean up any of you newbies' mistakes, since I'm your senior. Magna declared. Wow! Magna-senpai, you're such a manly man. Asta said in awe. Stop it, stupidsta. You're making me blush. Magna laughed, rubbing the back of his head. If you insist, I guess I could accompany you. Noel replied shyly. Thank you very much. Magna reacted with giving a bow to her, which later he realized what he had done. Wait, why are you always looking down on us? He demanded. I'm not. It's just that you're always below me. Noel stated matter-of-factly. What kind of reasoning is that? And you stop laughing. Magna roared that to me. Well, it was kind of amusing to see their interaction that got me chuckling. Not my fault that you got to bow her. I reasoned, still having chuckles escaping my lips. After this fiasco, we were looking for our spatial magic user for transportation. So, use your spatial magic to get us to Saucy Village. Magna requested or demanded by the tone of his. Saucy Village? Finral parroted before humming thoughtfully, which later crossed his arms as an X. Not happening. What do you mean, you jerk? Magna demanded fiercely. Well, I can only go to faraway places I can't see if I've marked them with my magical powers. Finral explained with a shrug. Huh, was our senior's intelligent answer. In other words, I can't go there since I don't know where it is, right? I clarified. Ding, 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 that's exactly why I can't teleport you there. Finral concluded before leaving. You're so useless. Magna grumbled before rubbing the back of his head. Guess we don't have a choice. We'll go by broomstick. Magna-senpai, sir. Asta called while raising his hand. Yeah, Asta? I can't fly on a broomstick. He confessed in monotone. Sir. Noel continued. Yes, Noel? I can't either. She admitted in monotone. Taking the chance to take part of this funny scene, I raised my hand. Sir! Yes, Akira? Among of us three, I'm the only one that can fly. I answered also in monotone, which I chuckled inwardly. Magna took a moment to process our words. He breathed in deeply before grabbing Asta's collar with a snarl. What? Are you too serious? Why can't you do something so easy, you morons? Damn it! That's a basic as it gets. He roared while shaking Asta. Well, I don't have any magical powers. Asta admitted and laughed while being shaken by our senior. Why are you bragging about that? Well, I can't control my magical powers, so of course I can't. You fool. Noel scoffed. And why do you sound so high and mighty? Magna huffed, releasing Asta from his hands, and walked around while thinking on something. Before anybody could ask, he stopped and looked at us. Guess I don't have a choice. I'll give one of you two a ride on my baby. He declared. Baby? The 2/3 of recruits wondered in confusion. Oh! Outside of our headquarters, we were standing together as Magna was showing us his baby. It's named Crazy Cyclone. Magna presented his broomstick. His said vehicle had a bull skull attached on the front with sunglasses and a special custom seat which I could resemble a motorbike if he ever lived in Japan. "'S so cool!" Asta awed in excitement, his eyes sparkling. Noel literally dismissed the idea of Magna's broomstick being cool as I was neutral in this. I mean, I could see some coolness in this broomstick, but I wouldn't admit it like Asta. I simply took a selfie and left it like that. I know, right? Isn't she a beauty? Magna asked. Yeah, she is. Asta agreed. I see it. I said, holding my normal broomstick. Lame. Noel commented dryly. What? Are you not able to comprehend her majestic form? Magna roared incredulously. Guess a woman just doesn't get it. Noel looked at him flatly before closing her eyes. So lame. Lame. She shouted, walking toward me. Asta sat with Magna while Noel sat with me. Not surprised that if I hadn't been here, the three of them would be in a dire and stupid situation. I guess it is a good thing that there is a second rider with a capable broomstick than one. Let's go to Saucy Village, Akira. Magna ordered as he began taking off. Yes, sir. I said before following behind. Clover Kingdom, Forsaken Realm, Saucy Village's outskirt. 3 hours later. We've been hunting wild boars as soon as we arrived the outskirts of Saucy Village. I thought that we would meet immediately with Old Man Say, but since the old man already gave instruction to Captain Yami and Magna, it seemed that it wasn't needed to be explained. Anyway, it was a wild catch since usually wild boars don't blaze their back and forehead with flames. Well, that is a reason that Magna said that they charge at us. Because they're so mad that we entered their territory and wanted to get us out of their territory. Too bad that we have 2 muscleheads, 1 royalty, and 1 guy who came from another world. They didn't have a chance. While Magna and I were carrying 1 wild boar, Asta was carrying 4 over his back, and Noel none, as she gracefully rejected to lift a stinky animal. I wonder how Asta doesn't stain his body like that, and then I remembered who he is. Anyway, as we were returning to the village, I was starting to get uneasy since I knew what is happening right now. I know Asta had been looking at me since I wasn't hiding my grimace, and before he could ask, Magna began laughing happily at our first successful mission. What a haul! You're pretty amazing. Noel complimented in her way, quite surprised. 3 or 4 wild boars ain't nothing, Asta said with a little pride in his tone, previous forgetting my expression. Yeah, we do, I muttered. What's wrong? Noel asked, noticing my expression. I remained quiet for a few seconds who got Asta and Noel worried, but before they could ask, I looked at Magna. Magna-senpai. HM? What is it? Magna asked, glancing at me over his shoulder. Not to make you worry, sir, but I'm kind of feeling a bad vibe on the village at the moment, I said worriedly. What do you mean? Noel inquired. Don't fret. That old man say is powerful to be able to defend by himself. Magna chuckled, recalling his past. He used to whoop my ass back when I decided to take over the village. Even so, I urged him, despite that he doesn't know about what's happening at the moment, I'll have to try to say something quickly or else. Don't worry, Magna assured me. He even trained me and recommended to take the Magic Knight entrance exam. It's all because of him that I'm here. When I passed the Magic Knight entrance exam, he was happier for me than anyone. He must be a nice person, Noel said with a smile. Yeah. And he went to the royal capital, well, to get rich quick so he could make some money for his village, but I think he also came to see me. He did take me for every bit of change I had, though. But he's the one who showed me what a real man should be. I wanted to be like him, the person I respect most after Mr. Yami. Then, we as one dropped the wild boars off our shoulder and looked in distress at what we were witnessing. Magna-senpai? Asta wondered, dropping down his weights gently. What the hell is that? Magna demanded as we were looking at the village covered in a mist dome. The village. Asta gaped in shock. It's covered in mist. Noel finished with her own gasp. Guess it's now or never. I grunted before grabbing my broomstick and flying away. Hey, Akira. What are you doing? Magna yelled as I faded toward the village. I'm not going to let them kill the old man while I'm here. Those sons of bitches are going to get what they deserve. Oh. What the hell? What the hell is going on with Akira? Magna demanded with a grumble. Asta watched between his senior and the village, which got him worried, as Asta understood, he knows that Akira has Clarivo, whatever, that he can see the future. If that's what he got so worried, maybe it's much dangerous than they're seeing. Anyway, we should hurry. Magna sighed. I don't think he's going to do something stupid, but at least we should be there. Magna-senpai. Asta began then paused. He almost forgot what Akira said to him and before the Magic Knight entrance exam. This secret is most dangerous for people that oppose the people of the kingdom. In wrong hands, I'm going to end up being the enemy. So I'm trusting that you two can shut your mouth unless I say so, understood? His words made him recall the warning he gave them. So he quickly corrected himself. We need to be hurry. Magna nodded. Yeah, with the mist over the village, I'm getting worried about old man Say. Let's go. The 3 members of the Black Bulls marched toward the village. On one note, that Noel noticed both worried and realization expressions on Akira and Asta. Whatever it is, she'll know what they are hiding. For now, she'll get more focused on the incoming danger ahead. Oh! I was hovering over the misted dome over the village with a grimace. How could these bastards kill innocent people while they think it's all for the greatest good? That's bullshit to the T, and I know it. Anyway, thinking like this won't help them, so I opened my grimoire as it shone in emerald green to prepare what was coming. Wind magic, Fujin's gates of heaven. From my palm, I created a concentrated wind washing away the mist, but only momentarily as it began to close slowly. Grunting, I pushed forward before the mist could block my path. I managed to get into the central plaza, which I got off my broomstick and landed on the ground swiftly. Paying more attention at front, I saw that old man Say, the mayor of the village and teacher of Magna, was still alive but had some injuries all over his body. I think I came just in time before they killed him. Then I noticed 4 mages wearing light blue robes which had nothing to do with the aqua deer robes. 3 of them were hooded while 1 of them wasn't, and I could see the stoicism of Heath Grice. Even if I knew before how he acted, I can really feel the coldness of his gaze. He doesn't care for anybody but to his master. Who are you? Say asked weakly, earning my attention, before noticing my robe. Are you a magic knight? Someone who came to delay this old man's death, I presume? Heath sighed in disappointment as he was holding his pocket watch. Prick! How did you come here if you let me ask? I glowered in fury as his mission was more important than anybody else. I just met him for 3 minutes, and I despise him completely. You wish to know? I hissed, reeling back my leg, and my grimoire shining crimson red. Then eat this! Flame magic, Amaterasu sun wheel. The flaming wheel rolled toward the intruders. Heath regarded it for a second before eyeing it his subordinates. The 2 hooded mages walked in front of him and raised their hands. Water creation magic, aquatic wall. Liquid emerged from the ground blocking the flaming wheel with ease. My eyes widened in shock, which my attack was nullified instantly even though I saw what it did with the stone, and then I growled that I didn't even have them serious. If that won't work, then I'll have to take from the air. Flame creation magic, Hermes Teleria of Mercury. Flames formed on my feet to create my airland mobility sandals. Taking a jump, I hovered on the air glowering at them. Your actions are futile. Heath dismissed coldly. But if you are wishing for it, then I'll finish it quickly before continuing with what we came for. He raised his hand up. Ice magic, heavenly ice claw. Ice shards soared through the air to get me. I dodged span the ice shards and immediately used the spinning to my advantage. Flame magic, Amaterasu's sleepless dusk. A dark flaming razor shot down to the mages. The 2 mages that were in charge of the defense spells nonchalantly raised their aquatic wall to defend themselves, but Heath immediately noticed the attack level. Move! He ordered, which the 2 mages dodged quickly as the attack made a gashing hole where the mages were before. Damn! I muttered with a frown. As much as I don't like it, only Heath is the one who I should be wary, the other 3 are more likely weak than him. This is going to be a pain. I landed just between the intruders and the villagers, and noted the state of the old man. How are your wounds, old man? I asked, not keeping my eyes off the intruders. Ugh, I'm fine, just worse to wear from the old bones. Say answered. You must be Yami's subordinate. Where are the others? They're on their way. As soon as I saw this mist dome, I knew something was wrong, so I came quickly. I'm glad that I was on time. I sighed inwardly. As much as I was glad that I saved Say's life, he won't be long if I don't take these bastards down. For now, I'm the only reinforcement you're gonna get until the others come. I see, thank you. Heath remained stoic while gazing upon me. The other 3 hooded mages kept their distance with me but remained focused in case they needed to attack. If that stare could pierce through anything, I think his glare would have killed me the moment I set foot. And with the attribute he holds, it feels chilling. What are your reasons to come here and hurt these people? I demanded. I already knew the reason, but it is best for me to pretend that I don't know them so I don't look suspicious. From the looks of it, you look like either royalties or nobilities. They might have some unwanted feud or some bullshit among themselves, but they wouldn't even go low to hurt these people. I think. Heath remained silent for a moment, checking his pocket watch before one of the hooded mages talked. Lord Heath, I don't recall hearing anything about magic knights showing up. Could they be out on some unofficial mission? And how did they get into the village through our mist barrier? Another hooded mage wondered aloud. Yes, I could see that Heath was thinking despite his stoicism. They think that I'm a flame magic mage, which I previously used, and that attribute ain't well used on mists. Old man Say, can you move? I asked, still keeping my eyes on my enemies. Why yeah, I can, barely. Say grunted in pain. Okay, I need you to move away from us. I don't know much of my limits, but I have to fight them with all I have if I want to defeat them. I whispered. Say nodded and began crawling back with his grandson Nick helping him what he could. Grandpa, are you alright? Nick asked worriedly. Yeah, Nick, I'm not one to be brought down quite easily, but let's the Magic Knight take care of them. I glowered fiercely at them. Despite that I know their boss's reason, they are acting the same as the ones that did to them. Heath remained quiet until his eyes met my black robe. The Black Bulls. They are simply crude heretics that don't fit in with the rest of the Magic Knights. He hummed coldly. 5 minutes. We'll get rid of the useless villagers that didn't know anything and seek what we came here for. I gritted my teeth. Try it, you shits. I growled as my grimoire flipped shining crimson red. Ice magic, heavenly ice claw. Heath intoned as many ice shards formed around him and soared toward me. Flame magic, Amaterasu's dazzling daybreak. I punched upward, making a flame wall between the projectiles and me with the villagers just behind me, melting down the ice. Before the flame shield disappeared, I continued taking a deep breath. Flame magic, Lion King's roar. The scorching roar soared through the grass, burning them completely. The villagers were quite stunned as my opponents were mildly surprised before trying to dodge it. The thing is, some of them including Heath managed to dodge effortlessly, but one of them didn't quite manage to dodge on time as he got pushed back toward the church's wall, knocking him out as his robes got slightly burned. I panted, trying to catch my breath but still sending a hateful glare at the others. Heath glanced at his fallen brothers before taking a look on his pocket watch. Congratulations, you have just extended your guaranteed death. Heath said coldly. Also taking a few of us, you're not going to leave this place alive. I think I'm going to hear much of that phrase from now on. I scoffed. Heath glanced at his comrade as said mage nodded, opening his grimoire. Mist magic, whirlpool of illusory mist. He said just as my vision began to obscure. What in the fuck? I said as I tried to wave the mist away, but no matter how many times I do it, the mist kept floating around my vision. His vision is limited. Take him away, Heath ordered. The other hooded mages began shooting at me with their water magic spells. While I couldn't see anything, I could barely catch glimpses of projectiles going toward me. Instinctively, I avoided them. I recalled the time that Dad threw dodgeballs and said something stupid about training to avoid projectiles. That's it. If I can't see them coming, I'll have to trust my instincts and dodge them. So I did that by closing my eyes, despite that it was stupid from the onlookers. What's he planning? Heath wondered inwardly before shaking those thoughts away. No matter, if he plans to die in that way, so be it. Water magic, rapid liquid cutter. Water magic, spiral blade. 2 different projectiles came toward me, yet I couldn't see it coming. Yet despite the danger I was in, I remained calm as I tried to feel the projectiles coming at me. I hadn't done this since a long time, but in these desperate times, I had to make desperate actions. With my eyes blinded by the mist, I had to rely on my hearings. I could hear the cutting water drawing near. But since I hadn't trained much, I couldn't know from where they would come. So I instinctively raised my right arm and kicked back my left leg, and with some idiotic luck, the projectiles picked me from my sides. The right side just cut my robe, but the left one cut my left side, drawing blood. Shit! I cursed as I placed my hand on the injury to check if it was deep. I barely noticed that there was blood, but who cared if what important is protecting the civilians from them. I should use another attribute, but if this chance goes, then we're doomed. That barely tickled pricks. High words from someone who's going to die soon. Heath remarked coldly. Ha, I'm not going to die soon, asshole. I smirked, still having my eyes closed. I have much to live and 2 friends to help rather than a bastard like you who only attack innocent people. Heath narrowed his eyes before raising his hand on cue to attack me. Water magic, rapid liquid cutter. Water magic, spiral blade. Their liquid projectiles came again to end me. Just as before, I tried to follow my guts and instincts to dodge them and trying to imagine the way Dad threw things at me. Dodging, I could feel the air shift around my body as they didn't land on me but nick my clothes. Nice! I dodged them this time. I cheered to myself for dodging the projectiles, but that promptly disappeared as I lost focus and a lucky projectile cut my arm. Motherfucker! I didn't notice that old man Say was covering Nick's ears as the other adults did the same to the younglings on the village. As soon as I dodged another liquid projectile, I didn't notice that Heath had raised his hand to stop. Huh? What the hell? I asked. Where are the projectiles? Are you out of your fumes? Not that I was grateful that they stopped. I was starting to feel my body ache in pain as blood trailed from the injuries. Tell me, who are you? Heath demanded rather than questioned. And why should it concern you? Because. I scoffed. No way in hell I'm telling my name to these fuckos. The name is none of your concern, ice fuck, but I'm a recruit from the Black Bulls squad of the Clover Kingdom. I replied. I still had my eyes closed as the mist remained on my face. It was getting to annoy me. A recruit. So, officially a 5th class junior magic knight. Heath stated slowly. While I'm quite surprised that you are a mere junior magic knight, I think you had shown more than you pretend to. The way you moved ain't something a junior magic knight should move. Either you're lying about your rank, or perhaps you're an intermediate magic knight. A senior would most likely dodge and counterattack as soon as they place the blinding mist on you, so that's out of the reasons to believe that you're just a magic knight disguising as a junior. Well, I didn't have anything to counter mist. I should probably work on that when I return. In any case, we should eliminate you as you saw us and you may hinder our progress with you alive. Heath declared. Yeah, no pressure. I said sarcastically. But I'm not going down without a fight. My grimoire's crimson-red colors faded and instead turned emerald green. The hooded mages and Heath were shocked, or surprised in Heath's case, at the change as the villagers reacted mostly in surprise. Wind magic, user? I thought it was strange that a flame magic user would pass through the mist. One of the hooded mages said aloud. A rare magic knight with flame magic and wind magic, huh? Well, no matter, better to eliminate him before his proficiencies on both attribute gets better in the future. Heath said before looking at his subordinates. Finish him. I smirked as I clasped my hands together. Not if I do this. Wind magic, all hail Elis. I then stretched my arms sideways and a burst of wind detonated around me, pushing away the mist around the villagers, mages, and me. Even the one that blocked my vision faded. Finally, I can see. What in the world is this kid? I looked at the invaders and saw that out of the 4 remaining opponents, Heath and another 2 were intact except for some cuts on their robes. I looked around and saw that the other one was on the ground with a crashing wall just behind him. Huh, I guess he crashed when I used my spell. I heard a grunt just where Heath was and I could see that his eyes were narrowed in displeasure. It seems that I had taken you lightly and underestimated you. Heath said. I heard rumors from my master that the Clover Kingdom had gained another 4-leaf clover. And by that, I meant you, so we must eliminate you as soon as possible. I smirked as I raised my hand in challenge. Give it a try, Ice Pop. Water magic, rapid liquid cutter. A hooded mage shouted as multiple spiral water saws formed in front of him. Mist magic, claws of the deception. A claw formed of mist was created in front of the mage responsible for this illusion. Vortex shot out toward me. I rolled sideways away from the villagers and continued getting their attention so they wouldn't hit them. I quickly reeled my leg back as my grimoire shone crimson red. Flame magic, Amaterasu's dozing sunset. I kicked the red and white flaming blade toward the projectiles. Water and flame clashed together on a fighting contest, but eventually both attacks formed a steam, disappearing completely. Nonetheless, that didn't stop them to unleash more of their rapid liquid cutter and claw of the deception. I did everything I could to counter back their attacks, but since I was on a disadvantage on protecting the villagers, I was mostly being cornered back by the flunkies. I trained mostly with Yuno on the magical part and with Asta on the physical part. Despite that, I'm being cornered by these weaklings. That's an embarrassment if my dad saw me like this. Okay, that's enough. I growled out, lowering my hand. Flame magic, Kojin's ascension. I clawed up, creating an eruption just in front of them. The eruption made them stop with their attacks and dodge them. Taking the opportunity that they were firing at me, I shot back. Wind magic, Artemis Chrysolicanos. A bow of wind formed on my hands and I knocked the wind wire, creating a wind arrow. Knocking the bowstring back, another wind arrow formed and I kept shooting at them. Keeping my focus on them, I continued shooting them, but they always dodged them before the arrow could hit them, so it was a stalemate. Tisk, they're being a pain in my ass. I grunted lowly before noticing that Heath hadn't moved since their attack. And he's just messing with me, damn it. Water magic, rapid liquid cutter. My focus returned to them and quickly rolled aside as the liquid projectiles embedded on the ground before dissolving. GRRH, you're annoying. I knocked the bowstring as another wind arrow formed and then gave it a twist to give it more power. Take this. I let the arrow fly as it spanned toward the water magic user. Water magic, aquatic wall. The hooded mage shouted in desperation as the water wall formed in front of him. I could see the smugness the hooded mage was making as he thought that his aquatic wall would protect him. That would have worked if I hadn't twisted the arrow beforehand, since the arrow, on its rotating motion, penetrated the aquatic wall with ease and hit him on his shoulder. Ag! 2 down, 2 more to go. I smirked as I knocked the arrow back and aimed at the 2 remaining enemies. Heath glanced at his fallen comrades coldly before narrowing his eyes at me. It seems that we should take you out as soon as possible. And I've been kicking your asses with ease. I snarked. For such people that think that the Forsaken Realm people are trash, I don't see that you can do anything against me. Irrational thoughts. Heath stated before his grimoire shone. Prepare for your funeral, ice magic, heavenly ice claw. I ran away from the projectile's way as my bow disappeared on my command. I couldn't shoot at him while dodging the ice at the same time, so it was my best option to use another spell on him. I put a ring of finger between my lips and concentrated on my magic. Flame magic, Hestia's flash bullet. I spat countless flame bullets at Heath and the other hooded mage. For a moment I could feel myself as a character from Naruto. Heath and the mist magic user dodged effortlessly while the flames scorched the ground where they were standing before. Just as I was about to finish the mist magic user, I heard something. Water magic, spiral blade. BZZZZZT. Ack! I held my shoulder as a projectile just passed my shoulder, making a cut. I turned back to see that one of the water magic user had woken up in the moment and used his spell on me while I was focused on the other 2. 4. Our master. The hooded mage barely breathed out before passing out again. Damn you. I growled. Just then I lost focus on the other 2. Ice magic, heavenly ice claw. Heath took the opportunity to shot ice shards at me, which then nailed on my thigh. Son of a. I gritted out as I dropped down while holding my injured leg in pain, then glared at Heath. Pretty low, don't you think? I asked sarcastically. Of course, they wouldn't care what or how they'll do. I knew that completely. It's all for us to end this quickly. We had taken much time from it. Heath stated while checking his pocket watch before they both let their grimoire shine. Ice and mist compound magic. My eyes widened in shock as they would cast their ultimate spell. I quickly raised my grimoire to counterattack, but they were much faster than me. Endless ice cage. Heath declared as multiple ice shards formed just around me. My blood ran colder as I saw ice everywhere pointing at me. I mean, I fought many times in my previous world, but those were mostly with fists and rarely with blunt objects. But seeing magic as my first battle, it wasn't what I expected. It was like when somebody points at you with a gun. It was something you aren't prepared to face it. On Heath's command, the ice shards rained on me. Ugh! I grunted, shielding the best I could. In the end, I don't know if my negligence was part of it. I didn't plan on dying, but sometimes it doesn't go where I want to go. Just within the timing, somebody shot past me and began parrying or blocking the ice with blades, and flames marched on its targets with precision. I looked up to see the squirm that the reason I took of the worst squad stood in front of me with his Demon Slayer sword on his hands. The first thing I could muster to say was a chuckle. Hee, what took you so long? Sorry. We just couldn't pass through the mist until Magna-senpai suggested me to use my sword on it. Asta stated. Also, why did you go on your own? Magna-senpai will be mad at you for such ignore his order. You're the last person I would like to hear. I shot back angrily, ignoring the pain my body was making. We have much to speak about, Diora. Magna grunted as he walked behind me with a fireball on his hand. For now, let's deal with those assholes, shall we? I sighed. Right, whatever you said, Mr. Yankee. Water magic, sea dragon's nest. A female voice said as a blue dome of water formed around me. I looked back to see Noel looking smugly at me for what I have turned on. You should be glad that we came on time. Yeah, princess, I'm very glad that you came on time. I scoffed, though inwardly I was kind of surprised that she managed to cast her sea dragon's nest without the fear of dying and the begging of a little girl as the original timeline. Maybe it is something I should ask about after this. Also, where are the villagers? They moved back when you were fighting them alone. Magna explained. Though I don't highly recommend you to do something reckless, it gave them the chance to hide somewhere. I should commend you for such bravery, if not that you recklessly went to the village without reinforcement. I didn't want you to lose old man Say. I mumbled to myself. Not hearing what I mumbled, Magna glared at our opponents. Either way, you have a scolding later. More magic knights hindering our work for our master. Heath said more coldly than ever. We must finish them up before dealing with the others. As if I would let you do that. Asta roared as he jumped on the air to strike them down. I immediately shouted in worry. Asta, don't. Foolish heretics, ice magic, heavenly ice fong. Heath said as an iceberg shot out from the ground and was about to strike on Asta's guts. Don't underestimate the Black Bulls. Asta roared before spinning with his sword on his hip, cutting the iceberg from top. I saw in awe that Asta immediately counterattacked the iceberg that struck him on the first timeline. I guess my training made his battle prowess shot up with many types of attacks I showed to him. What? The mist magic, user said in confusion as Asta began descending onto them. They both dodged quickly as Asta only managed to strike the ground, creating spider web cracks on the ground. Damn it, they're too fast. Asta grunted, displeased. Despite that the two enemies dodged the attack, they were now separated. You're mine, Magna declared, glaring at the hooded mage. He formed a fireball on his hand and began throwing. Flame magic, exploding fireball. Fireballs began raining onto the mist magic user. He panicked upon seeing the rain of fire and began dodging, but as he dodged, the fireballs exploded on the ground, blasting him away, hurt but not knocked out. Oh yeah! How you like that? Magna cheered, pumping his fist. He's still not down. I hissed as my grimoire shone light gray. I'll regret later as Magna and Noel had their eyes widened in shock, including the bastard of Heath. Chain magic, chains of disorder. Two chains like wrapped around my arms and I began spinning them viciously. What the? Magna muttered shockingly. Without any words, I threw one of the chains at the mist magic user. The chain wrapped on the leg and yanked it hard. The effect was immediate as the guy flew while I twisted the chain for him to fly over my head. The hooded terrorist slammed on the ground hard, face first, and blacked out. Letting the chains disappear from my arms, I huffed wearily. Now he's out. What the? How the hell you have chain magic? Magna declared confusedly. No time to explain. I pointed at Heath, feeling vindictive. For now, let's deal with this asshole before questioning about me. The three magic knights promptly paid attention to the last icy terrorist looking at us coldly who eyed at his pocket watch with a hint of venom. It seems that I shouldn't drag this long. He hissed coldly, closing his pocket watch with an audible click. I'll have to ensure that you people are dead before continuing with my divine mission. As if we would let you do that. Asta roared as he leaped off and had his sword back. It's useless, he intoned as his grimoire shone. Ice magic. Don't let him use his magic, I warned as my grimoire shone crimson red and placed a ring of finger on my lips. Flame magic, Hestia's flash bullet. Flame pellets shot out as they soared toward Heath. The ice mage immediately noticed my attack and leaped back for him to dodge Asta's attack but not mine. Ice magic, crystal ice shield. Snowflake-like barriers formed around Heath, protecting him from the fire despite its elemental's weakness. I'm not done yet, Asta roared as he dashed forward Heath with his sword down. Humph, simple-minded fools like you are not even worth my time. Heath ducked Asta's strike before countering. But if you wish to be killed, I'll oblige. Ice magic, heavenly ice claw. Asta stepped back and with my taut swordsmanship on him, Asta managed to parry or block the icicles. I'm not going to let my friends get killed, Asta declared before going for another strike. Asta, wait. Magna's warning didn't seem to reach him as Heath had the table on his side. Ice magic, heavenly ice fong. Heath swiped his arm toward Asta, which a large spiky glacial shot out from the ground, piercing Asta's abdomen. That idiot. I groaned as I placed my hand in my face. But what I hadn't expected that within the second Asta was struck, he managed to block the attack while being leaped over Heath. He leaped on the other side and fell with a thud on the ground. Noticing he wasn't moving, I think that he wanted to pretend he was struck down, so Heath let his guard down. Good thinking, Asta. I cheered inwardly but didn't show it as I kept snarling at Heath. Asta! Noel shouted in shock. I think that she didn't notice the block. You bastard. Magna growled viciously as he formed two new fireballs on his hands. Take this, flame magic, exploding fireballs. Your actions are futile. Ice magic, crystal ice shield. The snowflake barrier formed once again, protecting him from the incoming fireballs. Once he shielded every flaming projectile, he continued. And now, ice magic, heavenly ice claw. Noel. I called. I know. Water magic, sea dragon's nest. The silver-haired magic knight roared as the water dome formed around us just before the icicles reached their targets as they melting on contact. Any ideas on how to deal with this asshole? Magna grunted as he started throwing more of his exploding fireballs only to be blocked by Heath's crystallized shield. I smirked as I took notice of Asta standing up slowly. I eyed lazily at Magna and Noel to see if they had noticed him, and they did. But before Noel could speak up, knowing her that she would blabber up, I sneered mischievously. Say, Magna-senpai. My voice brought his attention to me. Why don't we show this guy our initiation? Magna processed what I just told him and matched the same sneering grin. Why yes, we should, he said eagerly as two new fireballs formed on his hands. My grimoire shone crimson red as I prepared a fireball of my own. Let's go with our initiation. Flame magic, Hestia's flash bullet. Yosha! Take this! Soul blaze. Fire magic, prison death scattershot. Flame balls soared through the air toward Heath. Impassively, Heath's grimoire shone again and sighed wearily of our repetitive actions. You creatures still don't understand that this is futile. Ice magic, crystal ice shield. Some were blocked by the snowflake shield as other passed through. It seems you have wasted your last resort, Heath said dryly as he was about to attack. No, it was not wasted. Only to spun around in shock as he saw the previously magic knight on his feet and using his sword as a bludgeon weapon. Asta immediately swung his sword using the fuller to bat the fireballs toward Heath. At that moment, Heath realized that not only Asta could cut magic, but also deflect them. He had realized that the two magic knights were decoys and they intended to use his blind spot. Heath tried to spin around and protect himself, but that wouldn't be optional. As he managed to block some of them, few of them managed to hit him, which then the flames spread onto his body. These flames won't go out? Then I'll just freeze them over, he declared inwardly, only to snap out when he heard someone roaring. Not yet. I can still move. Asta reeled back his sword and gave him a last strike. I'm gonna defeat you, so I'll make promise to become Wizard King, true. Wait. Heath begged miserably, his eyes widened in dread. Like hell I will. Asta roared as he struck his sword onto Heath's shoulder. Heath slammed on the ground hard, which created a crater. I immediately snapped a picture just as Asta struck Heath. This was going to be memorable. The snapping sound of the camera did also bring the attention of two of my companions, whom looked at the camera oddly. Before they could ask, I walked toward Asta. I noted that Heath was unconscious as his other pals. Magna immediately did his work as he threw a small fireball onto them, and once the fireball touched them, it covered their bodies to render immobile. Magna smirked proudly at his work. First, my flame magic, prison death scattershot, and now, flame binding magic, flame bondage formation. Ain't that cool? It does its job, I mused, glancing at the fallen terrorists. The fire rope wrapped around them, restricting their movement or use of magic spells. I see why it is useful. I guess you're more talented than you look. Have some praise. Noel commented flatly, still inside her sea dragon's nest, which earned a twitch of said senior. Shut up. I'm your senior. Why are you looking down on me? Well, you're physically below dash. She didn't get to say more as Asta suddenly shouted, pointing at us, that one of the terrorists was escaping. Water magic, narrow waterway escape. Don't let Hyug. I winced that I had forgotten that my leg had been pierced by ice and started bleeding. Damn it. Oh no! I let one get away, damn it. Magna cursed as he couldn't stop him and looked that the terrorist had distanced himself from us. What are you doing? You need to follow through properly. Noel complained, but before we could retort her, her concentration lost, which then her sea dragon's nest deformed and fell over her. Fa. You should see your face. I laughed, hardly ignoring the painful ache on my leg. Gah. You've still got a way to go, Lee, no. Magna cackled as he pointed his fingers at her. The foggy clouds finally dissipated from the skies, leaving a light of hope over the village. The villagers had come closer as they wondered if the Magic Knights had finished with those terrorists. Seeing that the Magic Knights were triumphant, they started cheering in victory. How'd you like that? I turned to see Asta roar to the heavens. Some lowly commoners just won. How'd you like that, damn it? He roared just before he dropped down. Asta! Magna shouted, running toward his junior and see if his injuries were deep, only to throw himself on the ground comically as he discovered something incredulously. Wait, he's asleep? Ha ha ha, Asta, the dumb he is, he always sleeps after a good fight. I let some painful chuckles escape while keeping my leg from bleeding. But I think I need some patching here. You're really an idiot, don't you know? Noel said as she handed me some ointments. Here, I have something to see that. Thanks, Noel. I winced as I kept putting the ointment on my leg. I have to ask, how did you do that? I thought that you had no control over your magic. Noel processed what I just said while wringing the water off her twintails and sighed. Well, it was no easy to make that. We were on our way to the battle after we heard from the mayor that you were fighting against those four. Asta and Magna couldn't reach even if they could, and I was about to let you die because I was scared. But then... She paused as she then smiled softly. A little girl said that you needed help and well, I reacted. I reacted to protect my friend. I chuckled at what he said. Guess that I owe you something, princess. Of course you will. She stated smugly. I'm starting to regret it. I grumbled as I looked at the villagers coming. That kid sure loves to make a comical scene. Say chuckled as he then looked at me solemnly. And you helped us despite my bet with your captain. I snorted. You mean that you want all of my captain and senior's entire month's pay? Please, if they can't play shit with their cards, that's their problem. Ha ha ha, I like your boldness, kiddo. Say cackled. Honestly, he's so ridiculous. Noel remarked before a small blush started forming on her face. He's stupid, loud, and a lowly commoner. But he's sort of amazing. Say then looked between the female magic knight and the sleeping one in a confused expression before a mischievous grin formed on his face. Ah, younglings. He sighed wistfully. Phew, we're saved. He's just a boy. Is he really a commoner like us? I smirked and gave a thumb at Asta. You know it, we're from Hage Village. I see. Magna, young lady, boy. Thank you. No problem. Magna said, rubbing a finger under his nose proudly. It was nothing. Noel stated proudly, flapping her hair. We just did what any magic knight would do. I chuckled, immediately wincing at the pain. Although, I think I'll prefer something easier. You're our saviors. The villagers cheered just before something inside Asta's robe was moving. It appeared a wild anti-bird. What's that? An anti-bird? Another villager wondered incredulously just as the anti-bird flew toward the church. I would lead him or her as it is. I groaned. Noel, let's check how's Asta. From what I noticed, I don't think that Asta managed to block most of that iceberg from that bastard. Why yeah, we should. She then walked up to him. Aren't you going to help me? I asked as I watched Noel walking to Asta. Noel stopped and looked at me over her shoulder. Get on your feet on your own. Of course. Oh. After patching Asta and I of our injuries, we put the 3 terrorists in front of us away from the village. I managed to copy the ice magic and mist magic, while the water magic users I didn't need them. Ice magic, attribute added. Mist magic, attribute added. Still, it was gratifying to see our opponents defeated. While Magna and Noel looked like they didn't get much of a fight. Asta and I were moderately/gravely injured. My leg and shoulder had a gash of injuries that I'll have Vanessa to patch me up, and Asta, as I said, defended the iceberg. It managed to cut a gash on his right waist. It'll leave a scar, but I don't think Asta would mind. We stood wondering how long the terrorist would remain unconscious. Just as our dear terrorists began waking up from their slumber. Oh! You finally awake, you jerk? Magna growled. I'm going to rest a bit more and then escort you to the royal capital on my crazy Cylone. I don't think it'll be a great idea, sir. I deadpanned. I would know since flying on a broomstick with somebody behind is somehow taxing, but having more? No shit. Don't care. He spat, but not toward me. Spend the rest of your life atoning for what you did to those villagers, you bastards. Heath remained quiet, no wonder that he wanted to use his magic only to be restricted by Magna's flame bondage formation. You're going to spill everything to the Magic Knights, including who you guys are and what your motives are. Heath remained quiet for a time, looking at the ground impassively. The moment he looked at us, I could feel the determination and resignation of his life. I refuse. It appears the end has come. The moment his words came out, Heath and the other 2 stomachs began glowing ominously. There was a magic item inside him? Magna spoke incredulously. Ice magic, ice funeral. PRPRI Pryak. Ice began spreading to the 3 terrorists, the bodies frozen inside the ice, just as the shattering sound resounded loudly, and all 3 disappeared without a trace as their grimoires disappeared with their masters. Talk about resolve. Magna mumbled out in shock. Is there someone he was that loyal to? Anyone brainwashed by that kind of loyalty would do anything to keep it secret. I gulped nervously. One thing is to see it through paper, but to witness it in person? It is totally different. You idiot! Asta gritted his teeth, mustering to hold his anger. What do you think life is? I'm never going to acknowledge these jerks. Never! He went through all that. What was he after, anyway? Magna wondered aloud. Can't say we know it. I answered just as I walked toward the non-existent bodies. I leaned down just to pick Heath's pocket watch. It seemed that it didn't take it with him after all. Oi, Dura. Yes? Thwack. Yow. What the hell, you asshole? I demanded viciously, rubbing the spot Magna had slugged just a moment ago. I said I would whoop your ass since you disobeyed my orders, didn't you hear? He sneered. Fuck you, you damn Yankee. I snarled as my grimoire began shining sea blue. I'm going to wipe that smug ass off your face. If not for me, the villagers would have lost someone. Huh? You're trying to oppose your senior, Dura? Fuck yeah I do, you prick. While we were headbutting, Noel sighed in exasperation. You guys. Magna. We stopped our bickering as Magna looked at the grandson of the village chief, Nick. What's wrong, Nick? Magna asked in confusion. Grandpa is calling for you and the other two at the hill. The little kid told us. We looked at each other, I managing to suppress the way my hands were strangling the air, and nodded. Sure, let us go. Magna answered. We walked for a few minutes, following Nick toward his grandpa. The hill that Nick had us reunite with Say was the place it would have been his grave. Ignoring the past memories and glad of his survival, Say stood bandaged up with a little girl holding a doll as they watched the skies and their backs to us. Grandpa, I brought them. Say turned around with the girl and patted his grandson's head. Thanks, kiddo. Nick nodded with a smile and walked next to his grandpa. So, old man Say, how are your wounds? Magna asked, concern in his voice. I'm fine, you rascal. Say scoffed, waving him off. This old man has a few more years to whoop your ass and that captain of yours to take your money. The reaction wasn't really surprising, as Magna waved his fist challengingly. Why you? Just you see, old man. I'll get you one of these days. He vowed firmly. Ha ha ha, I'll see you try in a few years. Say chortled vigorously before looking at me in solemn. I thank you for saving me from those people. If you hadn't saved me back then, I would have died and left Nick alone. I can't let my grandson to be sad over my death. It's nothing, really. I just acted when the village got surrounded with that mysterious mist. I shrugged indifferently. Luckily, I managed to interrupt your battle. Either way, I thank you deeply. Nick looked between his grandpa and us. Coming up with a decision, he looked at us. Hey, do you think I'll be able to become a magic knight, too? He asked. His voice didn't falter the determination he put his words on. Nick. Say looked at his grandson in surprise. Magna stopped glaring at Say and looked at Nick with a proud smile. Of course. Nothing's impossible. Magna affirmed. Your future is something that you decided for yourself. Asta nodded. Not only am I a commoner, but I've got no magic power, and I still made it in. But you've got to work super extra hard. I chuckled in agreement. Work hard, train hard, and we'll see you in a few years. Nick nodded with a big smile. Yeah. I will. I will be a magic knight so my grandpa can be proud of. Nick. Save looked like he was going to cry proud tears. Give it your all. Magna smirked. Do your best. Noel offered with a smile of her own. Yeah. Nick nodded. By the time you join the Magic Knights, I'm going to be working even harder, doing even more mission, and I'll be even closer to become the Wizard King. Asta declared firmly. Magna chuckled. Geez. There you got talking nonsense again. But you need to dream big. That's what it means to be a man. I shook my head with a grin. Well, we are talking about him, right? You have to respect his determination. You and your talk about being a man. Say huffed in a dramatic exasperation before grinning smugly. Just be my monetary bank and everyone would be happy. Shut it, old man. I promise that one of these days I'll win all my money back. Magna vowed. Well, I'll see you try, brat. While Magna and Say were vowing on winning the money against each other, Asta walked to the grandson as he planted a fist on his chest. I'll be waiting for you, kid. Right. Everyone smiled and spoke as to interrupt such moment, that is until the anti-bird returned and pecked Asta's skull with something. Ow, 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 ow. What do you have against my head, you stupid bird? You want to fight? Why, you. Asta hissed viciously before noticing the stone on its beak. What's that stone? Everyone sans me looked at the stone in confusion. The one who recognized was Say and Nick. Hey, it's one of my charms. Say said in realization. I thought I had lost it. Asta's eyes widened in terror as the anti-bird had stolen a property of the village chief. Hey, that's really important. Let go! Give it back! Asta cried in distress as he tried pulling the stone off the bird's beak. Hey, don't harm the bird. I admonished. While it happened, Say laughed in amusement. You can have it. Apparently the bird really likes it. It's the least I can do to repay you guys for saving us. If Grandpa says he's okay, it's fine to me too. Nick agreed. Asta stopped pulling the stone and looked dumbfounded at the villagers' reaction. Okay. The anti-bird decided to sit on Asta's messy hair like a nest. Those spiteful little eyes. They're so cute. Noel gushed on the bird with sparkly eyes. You can come over here, too. I don't know if the bird heard her, but as soon as Noel stopped talking, the bird started pecking his head painfully. Ow, 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 ow. What is your problem with my head? I'm gonna barbecue you. As soon as the threat was spoken, the anti-bird departed from its temporal residence and flew away from Asta's grasp. Asta, being the dumbass he is, started chasing it. I watched the beginning of a mouse and cat chase and laughed. Kid. I looked at Say as my attention turned to him. Would you mind if I ask you something privately? I looked back and noted that Asta and Noel were distracted with getting the anti-bird's attention, Nick and the little girl laughing at the scene, and Magna was also watching from a sideline with his arms crossed and a smirk. Sure. We walked not far from the others but maintaining their distance. Standing face to face with the old man, I could see that despite his commoner's nature, he had not seen fights no matter how grand nor small they were. What is what you needed to ask? I inquired with my arms crossed. Sage looked at me for a moment before he sighed. Let me ask you, kiddo, I've seen my share over my time that mages have one type of magic. Some attributes can be different from others. Even my metal magic is common like the elemental ones. But you just showed us flame magic, wind magic, and chain magic. Considering that even that brat of Magna was surprised of it, I don't think you showed 2 of the 3 attributes you showed. I shrugged indifferently. I'm a different person. Say glanced at me with a calculative look, something that I noted dearly. Is this why he is good at cards? Maybe I shouldn't think about it. Well, I can't suspect you since you helped us and Magna vouches you since you're his junior. Say grumbled, scratching his goatee. What I'm asking is who or what are you? I hummed thoughtfully, tapping my chin. Well, I am not the person I would ask that. I'm human, that's for sure, but, I'm just a guy that wanted more in his life. And being a magic knight gave you that? The old man asked incredulously. I shrugged indifferently. Something like that. Say sighed in exasperation both in the past situation and this one. I guess that's as much that I'm getting. He grumbled before walking back to the others. Old man Say. Say turned around and looked at me in confusion as I called him. I looked at him for a moment before I grinned. I hope you enjoy your second life, I said cryptically, and before he could ask, I rejoined with the others. What cryptic bullshit he just said. Say sighed in dumbfound tone before rejoining with the others. I enjoyed the rest of my days watching Asta and Noel fighting over the anti-bird's attention with Nick and the little girl. Unknown to me, someone had listened to my conversation attentively before returning. Unknown location. In an unknown location, the previously escaped terrorist knelt down in front of another man who he respected deeply and briefed his previous activity and the death of Heath Grice. So Heath was... I see. The man who can be recognized as the leader mused sadly. So the magic stone fell into the hands of the Black Bulls, and they have someone with a 4-leaf clover magic knight with them. Yes. It's unfortunate that Lord Heath has died, and I'm sorry that we have failed. The escapee terrorist apologized deeply. The leader remained silent for a moment before directing his voice. No matter. We can take care of the Black Bulls any time. Let them hold on to the magic stone for a while. Our master's resurrection is close at hand, and nobody will prevent our plans. Chapter 8, Gambling of the Fool. Once we finished with our quest in Saucy Village, we returned to the Black Bulls' headquarters once I recovered enough to return. Briefing our mission, the least expectation sans me expected to see our captain laughing his ass off. Sounds like you guys went through hell. Yami chortled. Captain, it is no joke what we experienced. Asta said weakly. Apart from his usual attire, he was wearing bandages around his torso. I was also sporting bandages on my body. Underneath my clothing, there was one on my shoulder, my left leg, few on my body since some managed to scratch me, and my forehead. I hadn't taken much damage since Dad beaten me during training. I would say something, but that would be stupid. I grumbled. But then again, some missions can occur unexpected things. So I can understand it much. Yami checked on my injuries, but instead of being worried, his laugh redoubled, cackling madly as his laughing tears rained around him. I could feel something in my mind snap while watching him with a low growl. I could have spoken or something, but instead, I waited him to sober up. Once he finished, he let a few chuckles before wiping the tear off his eyes. Well, not all missions tend to end up at the right direction. Sometimes those missions change and something happens in it. He paused just as he laughed again. And from the looks of it, you guys got the whole cake. Captain, I grumbled, a bead of sweat drop falling behind my head. Yami immediately sobered up and chuckled wearily of his continuous laughing. Anyways, you guys saved Old Man Say and protected the villagers. Be proud of that. Well done. Great job, you idiots. It was good to hear from him. So we immediately gave him the Magic Knight salute, except two whom were simply grateful for the good work. Yes, sir. Thanks. Noel mumbled with a blush. With that, the captain restarted his joyful laughs. It remained for a few seconds before Asta looked confused between me and Magna. What's that? Magna incredulously looked at him. You moron! You don't even know the Magic Knight salute? Even Diora knows how it is. Well, if Asta had at least listened to the class's Sister Lily and I had given to the children of the orphanage as we told him, he would have known better. I groaned. Yeah, during the 6 months I stayed in the village it has been quite amusing to say the least. I'd stayed training with both Asta and Yuno with their swordsmanship and magic, giving the children some kind of education while Sister Lily gave me the history and religious teaching of the Clover Kingdom and helping with the kitchen to cook something healthy for them. Not going to recall that dry food I've been given the first time I've been here, yuck. Take a good look. Magna posed 3 fingers on his chest. These fingers symbolize the clover. Go on, give it a try. Asta then did what he was taught and grinned. Yes, sir. Well done. Our senior cheered before looking at Captain Yami with a serious expression. Mr. Yami. There's another thing that I want to say. I looked at him curiously. I don't remember him saying something after reporting the mission. What would Magna need to tell him? Yami was also curious for his askance. He puffed his smoke before he continued. Which is? We know that Yuri uses both flame magic and water magic, right? Magna in tone which I could feel the blood draining from my face suddenly. I overheard him talking with Old Man Say and heard that when he saved the old man, Yuri used wind magic and chain magic. The revelation was instant as Yami stared at me, Noel looked at me in shock, and Asta tried to remain quiet while sweating bullets. Me? I was sweating more bullets of sweats as I tried to avoid the gazes of my captain, Yankee, and the royalty. Asta, whatever you do, keep your fucking mouth close. Is that so? Yami hummed, which I swear it sounded deeper than usual, with a raised eyebrow before shrugging. Well, I knew for fact that he was different, but I didn't say much from the other captains. He then sharpened his eyes at me. But I'll speak with you privately, all right? It wasn't a request, but an order. I was so dead. Why yes, sir, I sobbed miserably as my life with secrecy ended. Just then, we heard a gate opening up and saw Finral and Vanessa passing through it. We're back, Finral declared. Great job, you four, she said joyfully of our first successful mission. Miss Vanessa Nay-san. Finral-san. Asta welcomed them. Captain, we went to the Magic Investigation Department. Finral informed him. Good. Did you find anything out? Yami asked, holding his cigarette between his fingers. Who the heck's behind all this? Magna demanded furiously. I'll find their hideout and raid it. I'll beat the crap out of the guy who got away, too. Well, you see, they investigated the item he left behind, but still don't have a clue. Vanessa said regretfully. TCH. How useless can they be? Magna roared as he threw a fireball to a wall which destroyed upon contact. And someone wasn't happy about it. You fool! Stop breaking stuff. Yami scolded despite that he coated his arm with reinforcement magic and slammed on the wall, creating another crater. Sorry. Magna apologized deeply on his knees. He's the last one I would hear that bullshit. But that pocket watch is pretty nice. Finral remarked, looking at the said object. Yes, and from what you said about how they were acting, they were all of very high status. Vanessa added. So they're royalty or nobles? Magna assumed begrudgingly. What a drag, I sighed wearily. Despite that I could tell them, I didn't want to show how much cards and asset I am to them. Royals and nobles are a pain in my ass. Also, I have to deal with a wild Yami after this. Coo! Our attention brought to the anti-bird that appeared on the wild mane of hair of Asta's. Oh, who's this little guy? He's adorable, Vanessa said. How's it adorable? Asta demanded incredulously. It is adorable, Noel agreed meekly. I raised a finger. You know that this anti-bird is female? It's a female? It is much better, Noel said joyfully. The anti-bird immediately pecked Asta's head. Ow, 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 ow. Asta yelped in pain before frowning in anger. Why, you little... Hey, come here. Noel called the anti-bird as she wanted her on her laps or something. But regretfully, the anti-bird flew elsewhere and she got depressed. You ugly little bird. I'll turn you into fried chicken like Akira cooked ones. Asta growled, wielding his demon slayer sword menacingly. Like hell I'll cook her. I snapped at him. And I won't let you turn her into fried chicken. Noel agreed, preparing a water ball to shoot at Asta. Unfortunately, the anti-bird decided to sit on my head. Huh? I eyed up dumbfounded. What are you dash? Say your prayers. Asta roared as he began swinging his sword at me. I quickly dodged the blade before it could take my head. What the hell is wrong with you? You could have killed me. I snapped at him furiously. Don't you dare, Noel stated as she aimed at Asta only to curve and go to me. I hastily dodged backward as the water ball nailed on my previous position. Are you also out of your fucking mind? Neither of them listened to me as they began chasing me. I quickly turned around and ran away from this madness. Jaya. Stop it, you two! I cried out, dodging the swipes and water ball these two were getting to me. We continued our cat and mouse chase throughout the headquarters, creating a mess whenever we go and hearing screams of our unfortunate victims. And after half an hour of non-stop running, Yami decided to intervene. Are you three trying to break the building? He roared furiously, creating another crater next to the previous hole he made before. We're sorry. The 2/3 of the trio recruits apologized, bowing deeply as the other 1/3 read me, panting greedily for air while the anti-bird sat leisurely over my head. I thought I was done for. I groaned wearily. Coo! The anti-bird simply chirped. All right, listen up. Yami clasped his hands to attract our attention. It doesn't matter if the ones behind this are royalty or nobility. We're going to let the investigation department take care of this, and we'll wait for their report. More importantly, I've got some good news. Asta and Noel looked at him confusedly. Good news? Want to hear it? He leaned down with a grin. Of course. Asta nodded. Your actions have been acknowledged by the Wizard King himself. Yami smirked at our surprised expression. Well, Asta and Noel did. I simply looked at him with a surprised look, yet I wasn't really surprised as I knew what he was going to say. The Wizard King? Asta shouted in shock. You've been given a star. Yami declared happily while holding a golden star. Whoa, seriously? All right. Magna cheered. Yeah. Asta shouted in excitement as Noel flapped her hair and I smirked with my arms crossed. Wow. The drunken witch gasped in surprise. Congratulations. Fimrel said, giving us a thumb up. The celebration was going well until Asta stopped cheering and looked confused. So, what are stars? I really managed to stop the urge to not facepalm or face vault for the lack of tact or the lack of knowledge of the stars. Asta, I grunted, only pinching the bridge of my nose while suppressing the urge to hit him. Next time, I'll stick a history lesson Sister Lily gave me through your head. Don't get so excited if you don't know what they are. Magna roared incredulously, smacking Asta's head. Vanessa sat on a chair and looked at Asta. Stars are awarded by the Wizard King based on our performance. She explained sagely. What are they good for? Asta asked. Well, Vanessa mused thoughtfully, trying to word it out for him. They're like an honor. Honor? That's right, Asta. Honor! It's a badge of honor for a man. Magna declared firmly. There's a lady here, too. Noel said with her arms crossed under her chest. It's a badge of honor for a man and a woman. Magna corrected. That makes no sense. Noel sighed, which I simply chuckled. Think of a way that brings more attention to our squad, Noel. I said. If we get more stars, our squad gets recognized with good deeds. Exactly. Vanessa agreed. The various Magic Knights squads compete to get the most stars. The number of stars indicates how much work a squad has done. Fimrel finished. Wow! I see. Asta said in total understatement. I do not think that he has comprehended at all. Speaking of, Vanessa continued. The Golden Dawn is currently at the top with 70 stars. 70? Asta shouted incredulously. Well, what did you expect? I shrugged indifferently. The Golden Dawn is the strongest and popular squad of the kingdom, and their captain is one of the closest that could become the Wizard King. What about us? Asta exclaimed. How many do the Black Bulls have? We can't lose to the Golden Dawn. I wouldn't expect much, I grimaced, looking away. We Yami breathed out as Asta and Noel leaned over in curiosity. Finally have a nice, even -30. The declaration remained for a few seconds before Asta bolted out in shock. Negative? And I think I got tinnitus, I groaned, picking my ear. What? Noel said in complete surprise and shock. We're finally only 100 away from the Golden Dawn. Yami chortled as the star got planted on a poster next to the 30 black stars. 100? Asta shouted as Noel looked dumbfounded at the number of negative stars. Well, what do you expect? I grunted. The Black Bulls aren't well known to maintain order, or at least have some decency of moderation, and make too much collateral damage. That's why the Black Bulls has negative 30 stars. It's going to take forever to catch up and beat them. Damn it, you know. I don't know how, but for a moment I think I could see what Asta was thinking. Not happening. A smug version of Yuno scoffing at the idea that we would reach them. My mind is very wrapped up with the anime and manga that I can see what he think of. Should I really be in this squad? Noel mumbled quietly only for me to hear it. One other thing. Yami brought our attention as he handed us one bag to each. Here's your pay for this month. Asta eyed at the inside and gasped in shock. Wow! It's money! There's at least 200,000 yuls here. Now that I think about it, how much yuls would be in yens? I mused quietly. Thanks! Magna said in appreciation while bowing a perfect 90-grade posture. Thanks, Captain. Charmy said. I did a double take wondering where or when she appeared among us. I'm going to eat lots of yummy things with this. Yeah, eat up. Yami said. Hey, Captain. Luck called him as he then coated himself with his lightning. How much would it take for you to fight me? Well, I won't. Ah, come on. I was thinking about buying new clothes for my goddess, my little sister, Marie. Gauche mused in contemplation to his little sister. What do you think will look best on her? He asked, holding a picture of Marie to Yami while nose bleeding. Don't ask me. Gray simply breathed heavily. No idea. How the hell did he understand him? I asked incredulously, making the confused face meme expression. Tomorrow's gonna be a day off, so don't let it go to waste. Yami stated to us before focusing on me. Shit. Akira, remember to look for me later. I saluted weakly. Yes, sir. I'm gonna go on tons of dates. Finral chirped. Do whatever you want. Asterisk, thank you for everything, Captain. Asterisk, Gordon whispered softly. Thanks! We said to our captain, bowing except for Noel and Gray. I could have heard what Gordon was mumbling about to the idea that I would have to visit Captain Yami after this got me spooked. I'm in deep shit right now, all because of the stupid Yankee. This isn't much. My attention went to Noel as she checked the money inside. I gracefully gave her the flattest look I could express, well, considering that the common and poor people has this like a Christmas gift, for you royals and nobles must be chump change. You morons! You could buy at least 10 years' worth of potatoes with this money. Asta declared. Potatoes? What are those? Noel asked confusedly. It's like potatoes that grow up in the Forsaken Realm, and mostly, Hage Village has an abundance of it. I grimaced and suppressed the urge to hurl. And believe me, it tastes bland and have a questionable texture. I tried to cook up and turn them eatable, but it always ends up being tasteless. I wonder if I should add more salt than ever. The amount I used previously wasn't even close to fried chips or anything like that. That sounds awful. Noel grimaced. They aren't. Asta denied firmly. Sister Lily can make anything taste good. And who's that? She asked curiously. She's the sister that lives in the church in Hage Village. I replied. She and Father Orsi manage the church and few of the orphan lives there. And the woman I'm going to marry someday. Asta stated proudly. What? Noel did a double take at the sudden declaration. But aren't sisters women of the cloth? I don't think they can get married. She bolted up. I could see that she had somehow wondered why she did that. I guess Asta's influence is getting to her. Even though Sister Lily and I told him about that, he continues seeking her approval. I chuckled. It'll work out somehow. I'll go beyond all limitations. Asta continued. No, can't do, Asta. There is no way that a woman of the cloth would marry. I told him. The moment they became sisters, they lives or with their gods, or whatever deity lives in this world. Noel took notice of what I said. What do you mean in this world? Aren't you from here? I looked at her oddly. Didn't I say it before? Just like Captain Yami, I came from another world. I admitted. I mean, I checked that people knew that Yami Sukahiro is from another world which doesn't have mana, so they let him be until the current Wizard King found him and recruited him to the Magic Knights. You haven't said that anything at all. She screamed to my face. Well, I've been living here for the 6 months training, learning, and such. If I hadn't said anything before, sorry, but either way, it wasn't very important at the moment and you weren't interested in my origin, and since you didn't ask, I didn't say anything. I shrugged indifferently. Anyway, what we were talking about? You were saying something about a sister and marriage. Magna supplied from where he was swinging his flaming bat. Thank you. I called. Noel quickly calmed herself and looked at Asta in a questionable manner. Are you stupid? You can't marry a woman of the cloth. Do I have to spell it to you that Asta scored lower than the kids in anything that I taught him? I snarked. Apart from training, fighting, and such, he's the dumbest of the kingdom. Hey! I'm not dumb, said Dumb roared outrageously. Name me the first Wizard King of the Clover Kingdom. I said. Asta crossed his arms and tilted his head. I could hear something that was like gears inside his head. 3 minutes later, his eyes opened and finally recalled. Lima Silverillion Clover. Noel could simply facepalm at the dumb answer he gave while I knocked the shit out of him by punching his head, something I regretted since he is a muscle brain. Wrong, dumbass, I said, shaking my hand in pain. The first Wizard King is Lemuel Silvermillion Clover. How could you forget about that? I taught you millions of times. Hey, it's not easy to remember that. Asta cried out, rubbing his head. Anyway, what about you? Do you really have someone you want to be with? That struck me instantly. The first person I thought was Hikari. It seemed that being 6 months doing anything else from thinking of my previous world suppressed my thoughts of hers. She was really someone that stuck with me since the beginning, and the gift she gave me. I hadn't used it since I became a Magic Knight, since I didn't want to show the people that I had a Black Bull's logo on my headphones. My necklace remained under my shirt, so it wasn't really needed to stash it somewhere. I smiled nostalgically. Yeah, I do have someone. Who is it then? Asta asked. It's my childhood friend Hikari. Wait a minute, why the hell I'm telling you that? I snapped embarrassedly. Yeah, I spoke about my crush. How come I can't hear it from you? Asta whined. Because it's not important. I snarled. My face was red between rage and embarrassment. Congrats on your first payday. Vanessa interrupted, putting both arms over Asta and my shoulders, even procuring on showing her hidden breasts. What do you plan to do with it? She asked, not even embarrassed or oblivious of my shyness. I haven't decided. Noel replied nonchalantly. What about you two, little boys? We didn't think how to use it. I muttered, avoiding my eyes on her voluptuous body. I am going to send some money back to the church in Hage. Asta replied shakily. That's a great idea, Asta. That's the manly thing to do. Magna agreed completely, giving him a thumb up. Right? Do you send money back, too? Of course I do. But Magna raised his nose up. Only after I've increased it 100-fold. In a million years, I suppose. I whispered flatly to Noel. He never learns, does he? Noel agreed with a sweat drop. A man's gotta take risks. Magna exclaimed manly. And, he's never going to send money to his village. I deadpan flatter than before. I shook my head. Anyway, gambling is another way to earn money, if anyone knows how to play. Or cheat, I mentally thought with an evil grin. It was good to know to play cards with my seniors and watching videos of Nick Dandelos or Archie Karras. By man, you mean moron. Noel spat, crossing her arms. Sending some money back is fine, but don't send it all. Use a little bit for yourself. Vanessa advised sagely. Asta blinked in surprise. Should I? I shrugged indifferently. We could only send between 60%–80% of our money to Hage Village. I'm grateful for them to let me stay with them, so I'll do the same. And I think that Yuno would do the same. I get it. Asta nodded in agreement. But what should I use it for? Buy something that it'll catch your eyes or something that it is useful to you. I suggested. Asta hummed thoughtfully, so I left him be. Let's go shopping in the castle town tomorrow, she said with a smile before looking at Noel. You too. Shopping? Asta asked. I'll take you 3. Vanessa offered. While the two of them looked confused, I was looking forward to go. All except that I have to visit Captain Yami's room. Joy. Oh. I was now standing in front of Yami's room. If feeling terrified and wanting to piss and shit my pants means something, yeah, he knows how to look terrifying with mere presence. I shakily raised my fist and knocked the door. Captain? Come in. He grunted from inside. I opened the door and entered, closing the door behind. I took a look inside his room and I could see that he was the type that would lie around his clothes, but what surprised me was that he had a desk of his own with many scrolls and reports, something I didn't expect from his character. His walls were furnished with trophies of Beast's head, a bed big enough for him, a medium-sized wardrobe, and the mentioned desk. Sit. He ordered, which brought me sitting on a lone chair that I assumed that Captain Yami placed before. So, sitting quietly in the chair, Yami stood up from his previous position, which he was sitting in front of his desk, grabbed the chair and placed it in front of me. Now he grunted while puffing a hefty amount of smoke before staring at me. I'm gonna ask you 3 questions. And tell me, and only the truth, kiddo. I gulped nervously as Yami began emitting his ki. Why yes. Where do you come from? Why Magna said that you used wind magic and chain magic, despite that we knew that you used flame magic and water magic before? And lastly, are you a threat to us as whole? I quickly shook my head, which it could break something. No. I am not. Really. I'm just a guy that unluckily got transported to this world. Like you, Captain. Yami's eyes widened slightly, taking this information before sitting back. And how do you know about that? I heard from some people that you were ashore, so I thought that you came from somewhere. Just like me. I nervously sputtered out. Yami hummed quietly, stroking his stubbly chin. I thought that I got away with this half-lie and I could continue with this. That never happened. That's strange. The Wizard King or William would never speak about this. Even the other magic knights that knows about my whereabouts would keep their mouths shut. My blood began getting colder by the seconds when I heard him. I thought that few others would know about him, and much less he had to say about the Wizard King and Captain Vengeance. We will, I'm also clairvoyant. I admitted hastily the lie I came up with Asta and and trying to snap the shaky tone in my voice. I saw Say die before we stumbled upon the Mist Dome, so I quickly did what I had to save him. Yami raised his eyebrow in contemplation. I thought that I could save myself with the lie I came with those 2, and I hoped that it worked. He sighed and rubbed his head. Well, a clairvoyant, that's a surprise. I didn't think it was on you, kiddo. I inwardly sighed in relief. But what about the other 2 questions? His tone was deeper and dangerous. Well, as I mentioned before, I came from Japan, which to you, Captain, since your family name is Sukahiro, I assume you are a citizen of the land of the rising sun. It is a much modernized version of our world. I explained, which he nods in comprehension. As for why I'm here, well, I've been told from some deity that I have some kind of connection here, but I was born and raised in Japan, so I didn't think much. But my sense of doing something more got to me, and so I came here. Although, the first thing I saw when I came was the ground and got knocked out. I confessed sheepishly. That did make Yami laugh at my unfortunate welcoming. Ha ha ha, oh man, it is funny to hear that. Yami cackled. I admit it would have been better. And as for your magic? I sighed in defeat since it was now out of the box because of the Yankee. Well, I do have a special attribute that I named it, imitation magic, that I can copy the attribute of the ones I touch. I explained. /N, if anyone has a better name for mimic or copy or imitation, write it down on the reviews. Yami hummed in contemplation at the gained information. So, how many have you obtained? Well, with the 4 now mentioned, I have in total of 10 attributes, sir. I stated. Which are? I got flame magic, water magic, wind magic, chain magic, gold magic, bronze magic, transformation magic, spatial magic, ice magic, and mist magic, sir. I listed. Yami raised his eyebrows in realization. You got both transformation magic and spatial magic from Gray and Finral, huh? Yes, sir. I nodded, admitting that I got those attributes from them. So, what about the rest? He asked, puffing his smoke. The wind magic I copied from, the guy that went to the Golden Dawn. The bronze magic was from the idiot that Asta fought within the Magic Knight's entrance exam. The gold magic I got from the noble girl that I fought and went to the Blue Rose Knights. The chain magic was from a thief named Lebedy, a former Purple Orca's Magic Knights that attacked us when we received our grimoires. And the ice magic and mist magic I got from those terrorists that attacked Saucy Village. I see. That's very useful. Yami nodded, comprehending the given information. So I am free to go? I asked nervously. Just need to get out of the room and plan my revenge on the freaking Yankee for his damn mouth. Not yet. And my revenge has been halted for another minute. What is it, sir? I asked wearily. He's going to give me a heart attack or something one of these days. He stood up from his seat and walked toward the window. If you're a clairvoyant, or whatever you said, do you see everything that occurs in the future? I looked confusedly at him but understood what he meant. Not all of them, only that are more dangerous for myself and around me. If I hadn't stopped the attack in Saucy Village, Asta would have gotten a hole on his stomach. I stated. Well, more than he ever got from that fight. Despite that, you got even worse? Yami scoffed good-naturally. I shrugged indifferently. I come from a world that didn't have mana. It's easier to fight unarmed people rather than magic ones, sue me. Yami scoffed again but didn't say anything as he puffed his smoke through the window. After a few minutes, he continued. And you're sure that you'll be able to fight those situations back when it's needed? I blinked in surprise at the sudden question but nodded. Yes, sir, I'll try my best to fight back those premonitions or warn them about it. Good, keep the danger out of the kingdom. Yami nodded before looking at me. Remind me, you said that for you to copy an attribute you have to touch somebody? I looked at him oddly but nodded. Yeah, I did say that. He then pondered something on his mind, walked toward me, and without warning, grabbed my hand. Dark magic, attribute added. I boggled out in confusion and shock. With this, I'm going to teach you my dark magic. He grinned viciously. I looked at him shockingly. We'll train after your day off, so be ready. His grin stretched sadistically, and I swear, I could see the demon over him. Screaming loudly, I think the last thing I remember was starting to look at the ceiling and black out. Next day, I opened my eyes wildly, and the first thing I saw was that I was in my room. I guess Captain Yami or somebody else put me in here. Shit, getting the dark magic was something I planned to get, but to say that I have to learn from Yami Sukahiro himself, it was going to be a nightmare. You're going to die one day, Magna Swing. Anyway, planning to get the Yankee for another day, I got out of my room, ate breakfast, and waited to the trio. The rest of known Black Bulls members already went out to use their money. Asta and Noel were curious of what Captain Yami wanted to talk about, and I admitted that I've gotten a dark magic and that I was going to be trained by him. While Asta was jealous that I was going to train with him, Noel grimaced sympathetically about my fate. I guess she knew from some rumors about Yami before or something. Have you ever been to the castle town, kiddos? Vanessa asked as she approached to us. I haven't, Noel said, shaking her head. I guess royals and nobles wouldn't really have reason to go very often. Vanessa mused. How about you two, little boys? We just passed through when we went to take the Magic Knight's entrance exam. Asta said, delighted to go shopping. We come from the Forsaken Realm, so it would take weeks to go and return unless we have somebody with spatial magic or a carriage to take. I shrugged. And we were poor, so neither of them was affordable. Vanessa smiled joyfully. Then let's have a lot of fun today. Clover Kingdom, Castle Town, Kika. Getting to the town with our broomsticks, Asta went with me while Noel went with Vanessa's. We were now walking around looking for something that would catch our eyes. It's still amazing. And of course, Asta would be the most excited among us. His eyes were sparkling, taking everything in amazement, while the three of us were mildly pondering what to buy. It's very lively, Noel pointed out while looking around. It's because people need to do something for a living, I said. Asta was wowing left to right and thinking that one day he should take Sister Lily and the kids of the church around here. Oh! Vanessa's voice brought our attention as she was looking up. As we did, we noticed one of ours on the skies flying. Ghosh standing on his broomstick while holding many shopping bags and toys. Oh! Marie, my goddess, I'll be there soon. I want to see your smiling face as soon as possible. I can't contain myself. He breathed out euphorically while nose bleeding. Oh! What's he doing over there? Asta wondered as I took picture of him over the skies. I mean, it is funny to see him with many shopping bags to see his little sister. Now that I think about it, my attention turned to Vanessa, who was glancing at my camera. What's that little box you are holding? I've been thinking since the day you took the dumb initiation ritual, she asked. Oh, this? I said, holding my camera to emphasize. This is a camera, which is an item from my world. I happened to have it on hand when I got here. How it didn't break when I landed hard on the ground is a mystery to me. I lied, already knowing that my things have a special property that can withstand many things. How does it work? I gave them a brief instruction of its functionalities, took a few pictures, and showed it to them. To be surprised that their images were inside the camera was something new to them. It could be an understatement. I see this as quite an interesting artifact, Vanessa hummed. Just then, at the corner of my eyes, I recognized a female with light blue hair and a bob cut running shyly to a store. So before she could enter, I quickly took a picture of her while the others were distracted. Mr. Another familiar voice boomed from a restaurant, so, as curious we were, we went there and see what was happening. I looked up through a window and saw our senior chibi, Charmy Papitson. Oh! So you've come again, said the chef, standing with his arms crossed to the gluttonous Magic Knight. I have, Charmy stated firmly, her eyes full of determination. I'm not going to lose this month, the chef stated with a determined tone. I won't either, she answered with the same tone. The chef grabbed the sheet that obscured something over a table. The ultimate super large serving of everything, he bellowed, pulling the sheet out of the named food. Once the chef pulled out of the cloth, we were shocked to see that from the bottom it had a pizza and over it, tomato and cheese, pasta, beef steaks, rice with shrimp, hamburger steak, salmon, and at the top of it, a cheese ribbon decorating the finale. I don't think any normal person would be able to eat that. I dare you to eat all of it. The chef challenged her. Thanks for the nummies, she shouted before starting to eat the colossal serving. Oh! We all stared in a mix of horrified awe or disgusted fascination. Maybe more inclined on the grotesque astonishment for how she ate. We even had breakfast 2 hours ago. I'm getting heartburn just watching her. Noel grimaced. I think I'm going to lose my breakfast, I muttered while holding my stomach. Asta held his mouth in grimace, looking slightly green. So, escaping from the view of our small senior eating a serving 5 times bigger than her, we continued looking around with a renowned excitement. Don't get too far ahead, little boy, Vanessa said as Asta ran forward like a chipmunk in heat. I'm so excited, I sighed. Well, when someone from the Forsaken Realm comes to the Common Realm, this happens. Can't blame him for sure, this place is interesting. Don't you 3 want to buy anything? Our senior witch asked us. I don't really, Noel shook her head. I haven't yet found anything I would like to buy, I replied. Just as we continued walking, we started hearing the bystanders talking about us. Hey, those robes, they're magic knights, adult male 1 pointed out. That mark, ugh, it's the Black Bulls, adult male 2 grimaced, noticing our robes. That's the lush with Vanessa, adult male 3 stated in awe. Are the cute girl, handsome boy next to her and the little kid also Black Bulls? Adult male 4 wondered. Did they really call me handsome? I do feel myself average, so I don't really know for sure. They're so cute, adult female 1 gushed out. It's probable best to stay away, and adult male 5 told to the others. It's surprising how they talk aloud while the magic knights are in front of them. Should this be a reason some magic knights go their egos up just by listening to them? Strange way to feel special. They're starting to get a bit restless, Noel commented while glancing around, uncomfortable. Yup, I do agree on that, I concurred. It's fine. Vanessa waved her hand in dismissal. Magic knights being in town helps deter crime. Not to mention, some fine gentlemen might approach us. You just agree with them because they offer you alcohol, I deadpanned. So? Withdrawn. Anyway, I bought some healing herbs, as well as some Shirkey ointment, which acts as a poison antidote. That should do it, Vanessa said. I bought what I needed, so why don't we go somewhere a bit quieter? Somewhere quiet? Noel asked confusedly. I know just the place, Vanessa said with a smile. You know that when you say that, it feels very wrong, I grumbled. Oh? Vanessa looked at me innocently. And why do you say that, little boy? Am I too seductive to you? Yeah, and that's the reason that you'll have to wait a few more years before I am able to drink, I pointed out without looking her. Vanessa seemed to be surprised at my answer, but nevertheless she smiled. All right, I'll keep in mind. Anyway, leaving the delusional drunkard for another day, Vanessa guided us to an alley which for Asta and Noel looked at it in confusion. This way. That way? Noel asked incredulously. Isn't this just some alley? Asta added in much incredulity. I remained quiet as Vanessa smiled mischievously for a moment before walking the alley just to disappear in the middle. Huh? Asta was shocked at the sudden disappearance of our senior. Vanessa peeked out of the invisible wall. Come now, she said before re-entering the invisible wall. We looked at each other before shrugging and entering the place. We passed through an invisible force and got welcomed to the side of an underground-like entrance. This is the Black Market. Vanessa introduced us the shady place. The Black Market? Asta asked in confusion. It's a place that smuggle out things that cannot be sold in the normal market, I explained. Still, I thought that the black market would be prohibited or something. There are places that the black market cannot go, but you're right. It's a bit dangerous, but they have some very effective magical items. Vanessa agreed. Hey, Vanessa. We turned to see that a hooded merchant standing at the entrance saluted to our witch. I got some good stuff in. Hey! I'll take a look later. She promised. Awesome! Asta, as always, was engrossed with the place as his eyes sparkled in awe. I remained quiet looking around and didn't need to take a picture. If the place wanted to remain anonymous, my camera wasn't going to bring the attention of others. Oh, you don't seem too excited, Vanessa said to Noel as she was unenthusiastic. Well, no, Noel admitted. I guess I can't blame you. Vanessa sighed. Royals and nobles won't set foot in here because of their prejudices. But you can't control your magical powers yet, right? She winked at her. That's right. Why? She admitted, looking aside while blushing in embarrassment. They have items that can help you control your magical powers here, Vanessa stated, which got Noel's attention. If you can find an item that's a good fit for you, and adjust your powers, you might be able to control them. Control my powers, she muttered, hope sparkling on her eyes. I patted her shoulder as she looked at me over my shoulder. You'll find something here. I gave her a hopeful smile. She returned the smile and nodded. I want to find something to control my power. Vanessa smiled at her. Why don't we take a look around? Sure. It's really lively over there, Asta said, pointing at the ruckus on a different room. You three are a bit too young to go in there yet, Vanessa warned us. Amateurs shouldn't spend too much time in there, or it could ruin their lives. I handled worse. I scoffed at the thought. There was one time that seniors from another school threatened me to quit the club so they could win. Unfortunately for them, I beat them to a pulp and they couldn't assist the tournament. Only 10 people came, and I felt offended by the lack of people. If you say so, but just be careful with it. It's just a warning, Vanessa said. Now that I think about it, Noel began, looking at me. How old are you? I'm 17 years old. Noel blinked in surprise. You're 2 years older than me? She asked incredulously. Are you saying that you're the same as me? Asta asked in confusion to Noel. So, when it's your birthday, Akira? Vanessa asked in curiosity. I hummed, tapping my chin. My birthday is in September 25th. Surprisingly, I arrived here a week later and stayed in Hage Village for 6 months. Oh yeah, we started the Magic Knights entrance exam in April 6th. Asta supplied. It was kind of hard to get there, but for the sake of becoming the Wizard King, anything is possible. Do you even recall that? Noel asked incredulously at the memory he had. Are you calling me dumb? Yes, I'm calling you dumb. Noel scoffed. Before Asta could have retort, we suddenly heard a familiar voice. All right. Let's do this. I'm going to make my paycheck grow 100-fold. Someone we know. The trio recruits deadpanned at the Yankee senior among the players in the poker table. As if I could let you do that, you punk. And another person we knew very well. We were dumbfounded at the returning village chief, all healed up, playing against Magna. That's the power of money, I deadpanned. People tend to waste it on these games. We sighed before separating to get our things. Vanessa and Noel went together to see any artifact to control Noel's problem. Asta went alone to buy what he wanted, while I went alone not before using transformation magic to disguise myself. I mean, nobody would want to play a minor, and I could change my disguise to not gain attention all the time. Oh! In one of the tables away from the main center, there was the recently made Magic Knight of the Green Praying Mantises, Sek Bronzatza, losing against an elderly woman in poker. Damn it, I lost again. Baja Sek grumbled. I can see the future. The old lady laughed. He laid down his cards and left the table in defeat. Baja. That old lady's strong. I really shouldn't be wasting time here, anyway. I have work to do. Well, the job's to catch a purse snatcher. Is that even a job for a magic knight? Baha. But the captain would get real scary if I refuse. You got a problem with that? I'll slice you in two. An imaginary Captain Jack threatened, showing his blades menacingly. Baha. I finally get to join the magic knights, but it's the green praying mantises. Sek complained. I'm a praying mantis, a frickin' bug. All I do every day is run errands. When I finally got an actual mission, I got used as bait and almost died. I'm constipated and hair's thinning. Baha, damn it! Sek continued grumbling and complaining to himself until he bumped onto someone. Oh, I'm sorry. Sek heard the man in front of him before he looked at him in surprise. Oh? It's you, stupid Sek. Who are you calling stupid? Sek demanded furiously, noticing that it was a civilian of mid-30s. And I don't even know you. Whoops, I forgot the disguise. The man said before his body emitted a light and regressed to the kid Sek knew that went to the Black Bulls. Why you're... Sek babbled incoherently at the shock. I'm the one who was chosen by all the captains but went to the Black Bulls, Akira Yamaguchi, at your service. Akira said with a mocking bow. And you're the idiot that thought that going against Asta would have been easy peasy. I wasn't prepared. He roared outrageously. Yeah, like I believe you. Akira scoffed, picking his ear. Enough of me, what the hell is a kid doing here? Sek demanded. You minors shouldn't be here at all. We came sightseeing and seeing you, ain't rainbows and sunshine for me too. So keep your ass elsewhere and do your job, oh magic knight. Akira said mockingly. I have the day off if that's what you're asking, and our senior brought us here. Why you? Without letting him continue, Akira walked past to the gambling rooms as his grimoire opened, not before looking over his shoulder. Oh, by the way, you should keep the knife away when you encounter the thief. Sek blinked in surprise. What a darn minute? How did you dash? He didn't get to say more as Akira walked inside the gambling zone, not before transforming into an elder man. What the hell is this kid? Sek grumbled, walking out just before he noticed two beauties in front of a trade store. Hey, she's cute. Oh. What about this? Vanessa asked, pointing at a bib necklace. You could probably use this to stabilize your powers. It looks so cheesy. Noel grumbled, not even liking the style of the necklace. Well, just give it a try. The witch suggested. Noel complied despite that she didn't like it at all and began creating a water ball that somehow looked more stable than before. Before Noel could say something, the water ball had floated down on the ground and then suddenly high-speeded and hit Sek. Baha! Sek was blown off by an unfortunate water ball and laid on the ground painfully. You shouldn't have been walking there. Noel stated, in which Akira dubbed royal mode. Ignoring the pain and the embarrassment, Sek quickly stood up to save face. Baha! Well, what brings you two down here? The black market is no place for you lovely ladies. Baha! Did you get lost? As an elite member of the Magic Knights, I shall guide you out of here. He stated confidently with a flirtatious tone. Get lost, you insect. Noel hissed as Vanessa simply yawned in boredom. Baha Sek was shocked, so see their reaction. Hey! I found something really cool. Someone exclaimed from Sek's behind, and he recognized the voice completely. Asta passed him without batting an eye and showed Noel a monster toy he bought. You didn't actually buy that, did you? Noel asked, expecting the answer. It talks. Asta added, either ignoring the question or flat out ignorant of it, as the toy began moving. So you did. She sighed with a deadpan tone to the naivety and stupidity of her companion. Here! Asta demonstrated. We are humans. The horrible toy intoned simply. See? What exactly? Noel deadpanned. Baha! That's. Finally, Asta recognized his presence in a blank stare. Huh? Hey, you're Baha, he said, forgotten his name. It's Sek. Baha. Sek roared outrageously. How've you been, Baha? Asta said, either forgetting his name again. The name's Baha. No, wait, Sek. Sek retracted in embarrassment, almost forgetting his name. Who's that? Noel asked. I took the entrance exam with him. Asta answered innocently, either forgetting the beatdown or the insult. Ah, you're a member of the green praying mantises. Vanessa pointed out. All in all, while the Black Bulls were talking, Sek was feeling jealous of seeing the manless kid with two beauties. He's with two beautiful girls? Wait, no, they're both members of the Black Bulls, too. As did that kid with the four-leaf clover grimoire. Asta, you bastard. You're making me jealous. Besides, it's your entire fault that I ended up in the green praying mantises. Baha. You infuriating bastard. He fumed angrily and enviously at the manless midget before composing himself to act professional. Are you out shopping with these girls? Well, today's our day off. Asta stated. Baha. Must be nice, even if it's your day off, shouldn't you be finding some basic tasks to do for points, instead of messing around? Sek chortled, thinking that he got a chance to act smugly in front of the two women behind. I heard the Black Bulls have negative stars dash. Stars! Asta interrupted him abruptly. Oh, yeah. Listen to this. We got a star from the Wizard King on our first mission. He exclaimed happily. Sek's brain paused to process just before he got shocked. Wah! You can't be serious. Humph. Noel puffed her chest proudly for their achievement. Well done, you two. Vanessa applauded at her junior's success. Even Akira was part of it. They're serious? Calm down, me. Sek breathed in and out to calm himself down. I see. Seems like you're working hard. What about you, Baha? Asta asked innocently. It's Sek. He shouted outrageously for him to keep forgetting his name before lowering his volume. The other day I got my second star. He lied. Before anybody else could say anything, the elderly woman that had won against Sek had her purse of money snatched by a thief. Wind magic, bandits cloud wind. The thief summoned a cloud, jumped over it, and ran away as fast as possible. Thief! My winnings! Stop! The granny shouted in distress that she got stolen. Asta, without hesitation, chased the thief on his feet. He's got some nerve, stealing in front of magic knights. Noel said in disgust while helping the granny to stand up. No kidding. Vanessa agreed before looking to Asta's way. But everything will be fine if we leave it to the little boy. I'm counting on you, the granny said. Just then, Akira had appeared on the scene, holding a bag much bigger than the one Yami gave him. What's wrong? I came as soon as I heard the screaming. Where have you been? She asked incredulously. Because of that, a thief robbed the money of this granny. I eyed at the granny and noticed that she was faking the distress expression, and although I knew who exactly the granny was, I wasn't going to divulge its identity. Shaking the thought away, I looked at Noel, giving her a money hand sign. I was gambling, I said with a proud smirk. You! Noel's tone looked like she was about to strangle me, so I quickly changed the topic. Anyway, did Asta already chase the thief? I asked to our witch senior. Yeah, he went that way, Vanessa said, pointing at the way Asta went. I nodded. All right, I'll go with him. My grimoire shone crimson red. Flame creation magic, Hermes Teleria of Mercury. Forming the flaming sandals, I didn't wait to begin looking for Asta or the thief. Baha! I'm not going to let you two steal all the glory. Bronze creation magic, Sek shooting star. Sek bellowed, creating a bronze motorbike with his face on its front. Lame! Vanessa said in disgust. Gross! Noel spat in revulsion. While the two female magic knights looked in disgust at the pompous magic knight, the granny looked delighted. Leave this to me. You lovely ladies can go relax with that old lady. He shot a kiss which the females immediately dodged it. Ew! No! Ignorant of what occurred, Sex Bike roared. Baha! Oh! Well, this is something I didn't expect to do when I got here, I mused while skipping rooftop to rooftop and looked for Asta or the thief. I was gambling easily against those people and sucking them dry for their money. I even managed to steal some of Magna's money while playing as a middle-aged man and lost a few to old man Say. It was easy to notice some of them try to make a poker face, but most of them were easy to take their money. All in all, the game had to be stopped when I heard the screams. I quickly took my share and bolted to where the shout occurred. Having too much fun ended up me being distracted while the thief took the money of that granny. Either way, it was going to be fun chasing the thief. Oh! Hold it! Asta demanded as the thief kept flying away from the magic knight. Heh, just try and catch me. The thief slyly smirked, thinking that he could lose him in no time. But what the thief didn't expect was that Asta had an unlimited stamina and could keep going. Stop! Dang it! The thief managed to overtake some distance before stopping and looking back. I finally lost him. The thief sighed in relief. Just as Asta appeared at the corner he passed through. Not yet. He's so damn persistent. The thief grumbled as he moved out hastily. Just then, far front of the thief appeared another magic knight. I got you now. I grinned victoriously. Damn, another one. The thief grunted, displeased. He immediately pulled his bandit's cloud wind up and flew over the magic knight. I wasn't mad that he escaped over me, but that didn't mean that we won't stop chasing him. Asta! I called out, preparing my hands as footings. Asta noticed my position and grinned. All right. The moment Asta planted his feet on my hands, I forcefully threw him up as Asta shot up like a rocket. After throwing Asta up, I immediately followed up with my Hermes Teleria of Mercury to the skies. How is he catching up to me when he's only running? The thief shouted in disbelief, looking over his shoulder. I got next to Asta, flying while he kept running and jumping over rooftops. Could you shoot at him or something? The bastard's persistent on escaping. Asta shouted. Can't do, if I miss, it could hit somebody else. I rejected the idea despite that I thought about it, but I have to be smarter than that. What we can do is corner him and catch him. Then an idea popped up. I got a better idea. Asta, use your sword. Asta looked at me dumbfounded for a moment before a realization grin spread his face. Right. In a swiftly manner, Asta grabbed the grip of the sword, took off from the grimoire, and threw it to the mobile wind like a javelin. Do you actually think you can cut through my bandit's cloud wind? The thief cackled cockily just before the sword penetrated the cloud, cutting it in half, and eventually making him fall to the ground. What? You're not getting away. Asta roared, descending from the rooftops not before taking back his sword with me behind. Just as we were descending, the thief began running on his feet. No, you won't. I said, making my Hermes Teleria of Mercury go faster toward the thief. Baha! A familiar laugh echoed just in front of the thief as Sek appeared with his ugly motorbike. I'm going to take the glory on this one. He bellowed out. That's awesome. Asta awed, impressed by the magical bike, while I looked in horrified at the design. That's some ugly motorbike. I snapped incredulously, pointing fiercely at the ugly creation. If the creator and owner of BMW watched that horrendous design, they could have impaled you for such monstrosity. Ignoring me, prick, Sek rammed his motorbike on the thief, leaving him on the ground in defeat. Baha! I don't understand what you said, but you're under arrest. He's my prey! Baha! Sek cackled victoriously, having ignored that the thief crawled next to him and stabbed him with a dagger that he had hidden. Huh? Baha! That's... The thief grinned victoriously. Knock off that stupid laugh of yours. I'm taking you down with me, he stated before passing out. Sek screamed in pain, holding his foot before feeling the stiffness on his leg. What's wrong, Baha? Asta asked in concern as Sek weakly pointed at his stabbed foot. Poison, Sek gasped. Poison's coursing through me. Hang in there, Baha. I was between laughing and groaning. While on one side, it is funny because I knew exactly that the poison wouldn't kill him as it's just a numbing poison. On the other hand, I had the urge to pinch the bridge of my nose at the stupidity and dramatic scene I'm about to witness. I noticed not far as Vanessa, Noel, and the granny was coming here. Am I going to die? Now that I think about it, I was once trying to get to the top. Too, I hate that I have to leave everything to him, but Sek decided inwardly before grabbing Asta's robe. You're the man who defeated me. Make it all the way to the top for my sake, too. I'm leaving my dream to you, he stated. I guess going out like this isn't so bad, he thought, closing his eyes. All right, that's enough, I groaned. Huh? I'm not dying? Sek wondered before opening his eyes just before Asta's hand chopped onto his face at full force. BHHA. What are you dash? Don't leave something so important with me. Survive and make your own dream come true. Don't give up, you idiot. Asta roared to his face, which Sek was confused. The witch sat next to the about-to-die Magic Knight. Come on. There's no way this would kill you. She sighed, putting the ointment she bought on Sek's foot before looking at me. And you even knew it, Akira-kun. I shrugged. I'm guilty as charged. His face remained the same color, a little paler, but nothing serious. A beginner medic with enough knowledge could have purged the poison. Baha. It's just a momentary numbing poison, Vanessa explained. Put this Shirke ointment on it, and you'll be better in no time. Waiting for another minute for the numbness to fade, Sek was now sitting on his magical motorbike with the tide thief behind. The money was returned to the granny and we, Black Bulls, remained next to her. Baha! Make sure you stay diligent until the next time I see you, Asta. See ya, Baha. Sek said before going away. See ya, Baha. Asta waved at him. Ugh, he's such an overdramatic guy. I sighed, pinching the brim of my nose. On the outside, our little boy definitely looks younger than him, but it seems our little boy is much stronger on the inside. Vanessa giggled. Oh! With the situation finished, we were now standing in front of the granny, happy to have her money returned. Don't let it get taken again, Granny. Asta cautioned. Thank you, Magic Knights. See ya, ma'am. Asta said, preparing to return to our HQ. Be careful, Noel said, following behind. Live a long, happy life, Vanessa added. Having the three Black Bulls Magic Knights walked back, I remained quiet with my arms crossed, glancing at the granny. I scoffed mildly with a grin and looked at the granny. You seem to have enjoyed a lot, Granny. Try not to worry your family on your way back, I said before walking with my squad members. Yes, I'll keep in mind. The granny nodded in agreement. Well, I seem to have enjoyed discovering that the Wizard King himself was enjoying his kingdom and the people's magic. I guess it will not be far which we'll hear from him. I'll look forward. Oh! The granny remained quiet, watching the Black Bulls Magic Knights go back to their base with a smile just before her smile disappeared. That kid knew all along? Also, magic negation, eh? That's a type of magic I've never seen before. Actually, is that even magic? The granny mused before glowing and changing her appearance to a grown man wearing a red cape over his expensive-like attire. The man himself was Julius Navachrono, the current 28th Wizard King of the Clover Kingdom. Yami sure took in some interesting kids. This is why I can't stop wandering around in disguise, Julius said just before a communication magic appeared in front of him. I finally found you. Oh. The man with the light blue bowl cut communicating with the Wizard King was his advisors, Marx Francois. And at the moment, he was furious. What in the world are you doing, Wizard King? Marx demanded angrily. What am I doing? I'm strolling through the castle town looking for new magic, Marx. Julius replied, like having a normal conversation with his advisor. What? Have you any awareness of your position? Marx roared outrageously. Encounters with magic are once in a lifetime. Julius explained reasonably. That doesn't dash. You never know what kind of magic you're going to encounter and where. Julius continued. Listen to me, you magic nerd. Marx growled. Now, calm down, Marx. Julius said just before he noticed a group of magic knights flying through the air as he recognized them with their golden robes. Oh? Isn't that the new kid from William's squad? Well, I'm off to encounter even more new magic. I'll be back later. Julius quickly faded from his previous position, leaving Marx talking to the air. Wait, damn it! That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 2. Peace.